Futures trying to get back to the upside here as we await Fed Chair Powell set to come through later on this afternoon. We'll get you set for what is going to be a quarter-point hike, but I think more attention going to be paid on what he says coming up at 2:30 this afternoon as far as what will happen maybe the rest of this year. Will we get another hike? Will we get the "we are data dependent" speech that we've gotten for the past 3 meetings that I've sat through at this desk? So we'll see. Meanwhile, tech in focus, obviously Microsoft and Google, the big ones coming out after the close yesterday, heading in opposite directions. Google, great report to the upside this morning. $7.7 billion in revenue coming from YouTube alone, up 4% year over year. We'll talk about that. Microsoft, yeah, it was about the spend, the AI spend specifically. They said they're going to have to spend more on AI before it starts to pay them off, especially with ChatGPT and OpenAI. So we'll touch on Microsoft coming up here. Obviously, this PACW merger with BANC on everyone's mind as well. Huge move once it started trading again in the aftermarket yesterday. Huge move back to the upside. Tons to get through. It's Wednesday, July 26th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, a bit of a mixed board to kick things off this morning. As I said there, Google and Microsoft heading in opposite directions. So we are red right now for the NASDAQ. They're just ever so slightly, 0.3. Dow basically flat, trying to go 13 days in a row to the upside here. 0.2 right now in positive territory. We'll see how things end up later today. Bitcoin and Ethereum, everyone waiting to see, obviously, what's going to happen this afternoon with the Fed. It is 99% that we will get a quarter-point hike. So we'll see what the market's reaction is, obviously, to this coming up. Sharif here, as always. It's a wait and see as far as the market is concerned. Definitely not a wait and see as far as earnings are concerned. Snapchat, an interesting look here this morning as well. I forgot to mention that one.
Yeah, a really interesting look. Sean and I talking off camera about how Snap could be an actual acquisition candidate. I mean, it's been fledgling for a long time. Every time it reports earnings, it seems to tank. They did, though, say that they're increasing their user base year over year with more active users. So there's some positivity there. And they're making money off that My AI. They're trying to advertise using the generative AI tool in the app. So it's a good look for them. Let's see what they do.
They mentioned it several times. Let's just put it that way in their earnings report, but down huge, obviously, for Snapchat. Bloomberg with an interesting note here pointing to JP Morgan, suggesting that a rate hike coming today, coupled with indications of a pause at the next meeting from Fed Chair Powell, could see the market end the day significantly higher. So we'll see how that plays out later this afternoon. Obviously, as I said, 99% that we're going to get this quarter-point hike, but it's all about what is to come later in the year. The market overall, I'll bring up the Fed funds tool here, but the market overall is still pricing in that this will be the last before the end of the year. So we'll see how that plays out. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Yeah, we're going to get what? If we get everything as expected, it's 0.75%. You don't care about the Fed.
I feel like that's written wrong.
I don't know. It's
0.75.
That's not a bad move. But come on, on a day where we have Microsoft earnings and Google earnings that some people might be excited about, Boeing reported and Teladoc, let's be real for a second. Everybody came here for Tilray, right? Because Tilray is cash flow positive. No, not really. I can't. I was gonna try and be serious about that for the entire time, but it's just not gonna happen. But Tilray reported there's a host of earnings to get to. We'll deal with the Fed when we get there. You guys know what the plan of action always is, right? At 2 o'clock, you get as expected. I thought it was like 99.999 repeating percent chance we get the quarter-point hike, and then we'll see. What does it look like? They're betting a third. 1 in 3 chance that you get another one in the next term. 230 is where it's at, right? The Fed comes through, and it's all about the podium and Powell, and that's when you get the real move. So be very patient, be nimble. I'm hoping to almost be flat. If you're in the money deep on a position, then maybe you hold it into 2 o'clock if you want to. But engaging new positions at like 155, I'm not going to be into that. So there's lots of earnings to get through in the morning. I want to be patient with the entries. Expect maybe an inside day in the overall market. So that does put Tilray in play. I'm not just throwing it out there. I did pay for locates on the short because the short float I saw was only 12%. So it's not gigantic. And I do feel as if it's been pretty decent. And you can look at the daily chart yourself, fading some of these moves. So all that said about Tilray being cash flow positive, actually making a nice little base here. It looks like it's breaking the 50 period. $2.50, yes. $2, it's right there right now. So $2 more like an open play with tight risk. But if you take it, $2.50 and $3 look like some levels. If we get anywhere up there, I think I'm going to start looking for some fades on Tilray. I didn't think Microsoft quarter was all that bad, and it's been hugging the 50 period, so I want to look for some dip buys on that stock. Boeing might break 225 today. That's another one worth watching. There is so much to pay attention to today. And Snapchat, $10 should be a big one as well. So it's going to be a wild day. This is one of the busier days that you're going to have when it comes to looking at earnings. And congratulations if you, for whatever reason, held on to PacWest, because it's up today on that deal.
All right. Yeah. We knew that one. Yeah, it's up today. That is a little bit strange, but I guess it's a little bit different than the other deals there with First Republic and SIVBQ. Now SIVBQ. I'm going to try to take Tilray through $2. Let's just see what happens here. Again, another one of those names that's kind of based out down here at 160. We'll see if that can get going. You guys are right there in the chat. Who was it here in the chat? What's up, Secret Treasures right now? Secret Treasures talking about, it's all about Google and Microsoft today. I tend to agree that that's going to be where all eyes on me right there with Tupac. But I'm in Meta right now, and we're long at 301.20. We're 40 cents already in the money. I like the Meta play as well with earnings coming tonight. But yeah, we're already in this one. Let's see if it can hold 300. Sticky notes now out, and Meta is the #1 name. Even though it is going to be all about Google and Microsoft today, we're going to be long Meta to start the day here. I also do like that Snapchat long down near $10 for this as well, down 17%. And just coming right back into an area of possible support down here at 10. We'll just see. I mean, hopefully it opens up, it tanks down through it, and then it can base, and then we can buy in and around that $10 mark. But don't want to get too much FOMO, man. I mean, all these positions are going to be really light to start the day, and then once we can confirm that we do have a move coming there, then we'll start to load up a little bit once we can get some levels sorted out. Because Google's up 7%, could easily come back a little bit. Microsoft, they don't like the quarter. That could continue to go down. So I don't want to really buy any dips right now. Let's just let it settle down. It's only 8:37. And then, of course, we have the underlying Fed at 2 o'clock, which, if this is not the most irrelevant Fed decision of all time, I don't really. I mean, 99.8% chance. I mean, if that's not already baked into the market, then I don't know what to expect. But we will wait to hear what he has to say, and that is the more important thing. As of course, I was running practice yesterday, and I have practice tonight, so voice will take a little bit of time to recover. But all right, man, it's going to be a good day. I've already got some bids out here. We're waiting to get more Meta, and we are interested in Snapchat down here near $10.
Yeah, strap in. Meta to come. Obviously, the next one on deck here. Here it is. This is what I was mentioning before. It's actually changed slightly if you go out to November, but here's today, 99%, as I mentioned, in favor of that quarter point. This is September, so if we go a quarter point today, which we will, we'll be at, essentially 5.25 to 5.5, and then you go out to hold here, 80% of a hold in September. But look at November now. It's actually changed again. It was 37% there just a second ago, but still, better part of 40% chance in November that we do get another hike from Fed Chair Powell versus about 60% on the hold side. So we'll keep that in mind as we head through the afternoon here. 55% then in December. That will still essentially be where we're going to be after today is done. But overall, as we said, the market kind of little changed here. I wanted to mention Gap. There was an interesting note here on GPS. 5.8% to the upside popped up on that Mattel note. So they've taken the CEO from Mattel that revived Barbie, which is apparently a topical discussion these days. And he's going over to Gap. So he's going to run GPS. So a nice move here, 5.8% as we saw there. Not a lot of volume behind that, but Interesting timing on a move like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I have nothing really to contribute here. I haven't shopped at Gap, don't really follow the stock all that much, nor do I know much about clothing retail, except maybe for Lululemon, shout out Canada. But yeah, interesting. Mattel obviously had a good year last year. And we'll see if this individual here can help. Richard Dixon, I think, is his new name.
Yeah, I guess the legacy was capped off with the movie, maybe, and then when the movie comes out, he said, "Okay, let's find a new challenge." Here's Mattel, anyways, on that news, down 1.3%, guys.
So the guy's name is Dick Dixon?
Dick Dixon. That's what I was like.
Richard
Dixon? They didn't realize that when they named him?
No, but it's like you also had like a Richard Nixon, Richard Dixon. Like, why?
There's so much you can do with that one.
I'm not going to, I mean, in case Richard's watching, congratulations on your new appointment.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes, but I thought Gap already had a new CEO not too long ago after the Kanye stuff.
I want to say that that's true.
Yeah,
you know,
it was a female that stepped in there, and then, I don't know.
So it's still 16% short on GPS. So that's at least a little bit interesting. But as you said, the volume's not great. Were it to get going, this is one of those put it on the back burner, breaks out. This is like 10:30 here. The 200 period's at 11. So you have a bit of a zone that it could get to set up a breakout. And then there's room to 15. It's just not there yet. There is a smiley face forming, but it needs to break that top. Sometimes maybe this is the catalyst. Maybe you'd see more volume on it if it wasn't for all the host of other stocks that have catalysts today and earnings. So that's probably why you're not going to get volume on Gap. I feel like if nothing was happening, there'd be traders that might look at that and see a little bit of a turn here. So I don't know, put an alert out when it breaks 10, and then it gets interesting through 10:30 and 11. It looks pretty juicy on the daily chart, but yeah, you need to actually get to those prices, and I doubt that with 100,000 in volume pre-market, this is going to happen today.
Yeah, I just wanted to see Gap here because it is coming up to that $10 mark. That is a general, good area. It's same kind of as Snapchat, but the other way around. Snapchat coming into 10, this coming up to 10. 16, 70% short. I actually like this play, but I do think that we do have a little bit of a volume issue right now. New CEO, we've seen that happen a couple times with Gap before, like I just mentioned. Yeah, I don't know. I like this play. It's kind of a little bit undercover. I didn't even realize this until we just started talking about it right now. GPS not on here for a rebalance, but yeah, this could be a play. I mean, I think they're probably pretty happy now. They had that fail release of those hoodies and everything like that. I think my family is loaded. I mean, Marissa was just talking about having Gap Cash and all this kind of stuff because we buy our kids a lot of stuff from there, either the golf shirts or the shorts or things like that. And they still have the Old Navy brand. I think they still have Banana Republic as well. So, I like the Old Navy brand. I think Gap can still work. We do have back to school coming, but this is not a great time for there's not a great quarter coming up for Gap. You're going to have to wait maybe for the third, fourth quarters when you do get that back to school shopping happening probably in late August. So we'll find out when Gap, when does Gap, let me just see when Gap reports here. Just real quick.
1 month.
1 month from now. Okay, so I won't even look at it. Well, we'll just show everybody what that short float is. We just talked about it. Neil mentioned it. 16%. So, and then August, yeah, exactly a month. August 24th, right there. So we'll wait to see if they can put up numbers. But I feel like the next quarter is the one that you want to look for. But I like Gap down here. But we have so much to talk about. Whether or not we trade the retail today, probably not. We're going to be looking at Snapchat, Google, Microsoft, the same sort of bunch as always. Oh, the one name that's on our watch list as well that I like that I think can really get going. I marked this down on the sticky note as the YOLO play of the day. I think if you can get up here to 26, which does create another $1.50 on 24, so you're gonna have to get up past 10%, maybe 15% or so. We'll do the exact math, but breaking back through that $26 level here on TDOC. We know this is a well-named holding in ARC. So I don't know what the percentage is exactly in ARC, but I think it's one of the top 4 or 5. And so if you go here, TDOC, we've seen Kathy come in and buy some of these names up after they report, especially on weakness. This one's strong today. Will that change? We'll see. But you could see right now, just a $3 billion market cap. It's very, very small here for Teladoc. This was a $150, $180 name. Can get going to the upside, 15% short. That's not that huge, but that's not what matters. If they want to buy this name, they will. So we're going to find out if this gets put back into or added to positions on certain ETFs. So I like Teladoc here today as well as the YOLO play. If we do get up to $26, let's watch a breakout from that. Then I think we can honestly get to 28. not 30, but I think we can get going there on T-Doc. I don't think there's anybody going to step in the way if that one gets bought up.
I was just checking that. It's 2.9% total weighting for ARC. It's actually gone down, it looks like, going into this report. So there you go for T-Doc. Should be an interesting one today. A couple other movers here to talk about. Coke out with better than expected Q2 results this morning. Boeing as well out before before we came on at 8 o'clock there. A number of interesting notes for Boeing, but I mean, back above key levels, 220. Wanted to mention 10:30, which is kind of late for a earnings call, but their call is going to be at 10:30 this morning. So anyone watching Boeing, keep that in mind.
Yeah, Boeing wants to produce about 38 737, 800 Maxes a month. They're trying to figure out their issues with the supplier that they had earlier in the year. That looks like it's the snag has kind of shifted a little bit. With respect to Coke, Coke continues to exercise pricing power. They're raising their prices, and consumers are not downgrading to off-label brands. They're continuing to pay for the name brand. Pepsi reported the same thing. So it's interesting here. Consumers are deciding where to spend the money, and they're not giving up on some of these name brands.
Still stuck in the range, unfortunately, here for Coke. Maybe not terribly exciting on the day, on the daily chart anyways. Back and forth we go. But Boeing, guys, with a nice pop here.
Yeah, I mean, Coke, probably not a trade, but Boeing, that's a name that a lot of people can day trade, and been waiting around for it to make a run at this 225 level. And every single time Boeing pops up or there's news about them, like, is it at 225 yet? Is it at 225 yet? Well, today the high is 224. This is what I mean on the daily chart. It has just been holding a very, very tight range. Like it was, you could have called it a bull flag at some point. Now I don't even know what you call this. So 225 is a level. We're now $4 away from it on a little bit of a dip in the pre-market. So as always, what seems like something that's imminent, by the time we get to the open, we could be holding down around 220. And then as Brendan said, my favorite thing in the world, having a conference call at 10:30. That's just great. Like everything's starting to settle down after the morning rush. You're going to drop the conference call on it. So this could be a midday type of play. I like the 225 level. I don't know if I want to just hunt for a dip buy. I don't really see anything that I love around these prices. So we'll just be waiting around for either a push 225 early or, maybe at 10:30, something on the call sparks a run, and then you can test that a little bit later on in the day. But for right now, we'll just have to wait it out.
Yeah, I like the Boeing chart there. It looks like it does want to break above that 220. It's a nice level there. I think it's a breakout. We talked about GE yesterday breaking out, and then you saw the kind of the move that just happened. Uh-oh.
Oh, my God.
All right, Tilray. All right, Tilray is now broken through $2, so we are now long right now at 201. I might just be like, hey, man, if this can get to like 210, we'll take 5%. I don't know. Let's just wait to see what happens here with Tilray. We are now long this name, so we'll hold it out. Could flush down. I'm not even going to look at this right now. We have to. It's a decent size position because we have a $2 break. But again, I have way bigger fish to fry than this name. The only thing that's getting fried on this is its users because right now, man, if you've been holding stock, you're fried. And if you participate, you may be fried as well. But right now, here goes Tilray to the upside. I just said where we probably would take a little bit out. So let's just put an order. Whatever, man. We'll put an order at 09 and see if we can get some kind of a fill there in case it does want to go back up to the upside because that would be a pretty decent win there. Like I said, if we could take 5% early, we'll do that. And then we'll hold to see if we can get a little bit of a dreamboat move here on Tilray, make some money back here that we've lost in our own accounts. But there's Boeing, again, up 3%. Here it is. I mean, it's breaking out. It's beautiful. It looks great on the daily chart. Right there, this level is 224. So that's kind of the break you want to wait for. You still have a little bit of ways to go for that, but $3 on an open trade here could easily come into play. I mean, you could be up $3 here before we even open. That's 50 minutes from now. I don't see them on the imbalance locator, so won't be pushed around by that. It's just going to probably try to float itself up. And then here's GE yesterday. The industrial names, I mean, we talked about a little bit of a switch over. Obviously now with big tech coming today, yesterday, last week with Tesla and Netflix, you know, tech is still in play, but look at this is that breakout yesterday on GE that we talked about right there. It broke through. GE is a completely different beast than Boeing. Boeing kind of hovering and now breaking. GE on the way up and broke as well. But there it is taking out those levels, and then here's the move higher. I'm so happy to be a GE shareholder, and I do own Boeing. I have to find out the prices. I bought this one hell of a long time ago, and I haven't got any out or I haven't really bought anything in recently either. But that 200 is looking like a great bottom now. So, you know, now that you have this nice move up, and here's the kind of levels that we're talking about, you got to get through all of this, but that 224, 225 is a great break for Boeing, but I feel like today is going to be all about tech. All right, we're into Tilray. Let's see what happens.
One of those days where there's obviously a ton to look at on the earnings side, but worth a note here for Tesla. This pullback continues that we saw yesterday. Gap to the upside and then just faded all day long. So we're lower ever so slightly here again in the pre-market. Tesla passing Toyota to take the lead as far as California's #1 automaker here. I found this interesting as well on the nation standpoint. So the entire U.S. here, Ford 12.2%, Toyota's about 12%, GM still 11.1%, Tesla 4.3%. That's all of the entire U.S. New vehicles sold.
Yeah.
So not just EVs, and Tesla's already 4.3%. That alone is pretty impressive.
Well, the Model Y itself is the second best-selling car in America after the Ford 150. So Tesla's already up there. Just a little bit of a note here. They initiated a recall for only 1,300 Model S, X, and Y vehicles who have a misaligned front camera. Probably won't cost that much, but just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, this is what you're saying here. Model Y in California among all categories, so the best in all categories, 74,765 units in California alone, followed by the Model 3, 41,718. So Tesla is still being Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla being Tesla. Stellantis reported they had a good report. Obviously, GM, you saw that they were pretty weak yesterday, not looking too good. I didn't really check Ford the last couple of days, but I'm assuming it's maybe a little bit weak on GM. GM, of course, having, you know, they got those issues with the union that are coming to a head, and well, they should come to a head when we get to September. Tesla, it's a bit of a, it's not moving in the pre-market here, but it is down almost a full %, so it's outpacing the market to the downside. And if you look at the double bottom that broke at 265, I think that puts a level right out there for us. Setting up at 265, even for a potential breakout, like that could easily be there. But you just need to see something happen off the open. I think if it does start going down, you almost have to respect the 255. When I talk about Fed days, I always think about an inside day and support levels and resistance levels holding true. That's why I'm kind of bullish on Apple, but if it gets to 95, I'm going to short it before 2 o'clock. So Tesla, 255 here, even if we're in a downward turn, I look at that and say I want to have a bit of a bid down there. If it makes any kind of a bounce, big flush at the open, I think that's where I want to be buying it. 265 is set up for potential breakout, so that could come out a lot of ways. That could easily just be we hold the low, stair step up, nice consolidation into a break on the morning rush. I wouldn't want for it to be sitting here, one candle open up at 9:30 and then you punch the top. Like I never want a breakout trade that sets up that way. It has to be consolidating off that top, or it has to show me a nice little stair step, something that has it garner strength into a move like that. So we're going to have to wait for the dip buy now that it's so far away from the 265. But this is the one to watch. If something nasty happens on Rivian, still like that 24 area. I don't think we're going to see 27. And I'll give you one that usually we crap on, but Nikola held $2 yesterday. I was surprised a little bit. I thought it was going to make that break. Let's forget about that 3-minute chart and go to the 15-minute so you can see. So since it's had that squeeze up to 3, it's held the $2 level pretty darn nicely. That's a flat bottom break if I've ever seen one. You got it confirmed. Again, I paid for the locates. If it gets under that price, I'm looking for the short. The bounce play gave you a couple of scalp trades yesterday, but I think it was like a 5 or 6 cent trade if you took it. And previously when it was bouncing off $2, it was going 10 to 15%. So I really do think like down here, it's just an easy breakdown trade. You give it to 5s. There's a big gap. 170 would be the next support level. So those the EV names I'm looking for are Tesla, Rivian, and Nikola, but Nikola's very specific at that $2.
Yeah, I mean, we like Tesla. I'm going to probably just wait to see what happens here today with that name, although it was my #1 name traded yesterday. TSLA. I feel like you had an opportunity to buy, you know, in and around this 250 area. Wouldn't mind picking something up there again if we can. We didn't buy anything on the long term there yet. We're long Tesla. I don't even know the prices. I mean, they're so low at this point, but we've been cashing some out. I want to rebuy some here. I like the quarter. I think everything they're talking about is great. As far as more vehicle talk there, the cheaper one coming probably from they're from India. We don't know exactly what that model is going to be. They talked about like an e-bike type of deal. Plus we have the flatbeds coming, the trucks coming, the semis coming, the cyber truck coming, not a flatbed, the cyber truck. So, you know, we're going to wait to see if Tesla gets sort of going again. I don't think right now, we'll move this away. I don't think right now it's a super exciting name because of what we see today. We obviously we have that little wick there, so I'm not really going to look at our charts here today. But yesterday's drop area didn't really get violated until the very close, and that was 265. And then there it is right there into the close where we finally broke below and hit 264. Now today you're down here today, as so is the NASDAQ. So this name could get faded here. I'm not going to be looking specifically at it, so if you want some Tesla trades, it probably won't be from me early. We'll look at it later if it does get near that 250-ish area. Feel like that's too big of a drop today for Tesla. There's no reason for this thing to go down 2%, 2.5%, but if it does, we'll be there in and around that 250 area to see if we can buy something down there on the daily chart. So obviously I'm already into Meta, I'm already into Tilray, and the NASDAQ is going the other way right now. So we're gonna have to, you know, watch out because Meta, I'll take a few more shares here at $300.50 or so, which is coming into it right now. But honestly, you know, we've gotten hit before trading in the pre-market, like, you know, pretty much all the time. So let's not put in a lot of shares onto anything. I still like it. We're going to get to Meta, but I'm just talking about it now because I'm in it. But this 298.50 there is a level of concern for me. If we break too much below 298, then forget about how many shares I have or whatever the heck we're doing right now. We're going to drop Tesla or Meta off around that 298 level. So if it does continue to fall in, we're going to have to watch our step here on Meta.
All right, a number of earnings moves, obviously, on these earnings names, or analyst moves, I should say, on these earnings names this morning. Here are a few other interesting ones. Spotify, we talked about yesterday, down huge yesterday, so obviously it's due for an upgrade today. WW on here, MicroStrategy, an interesting one to the upside as well, something called Gorilla. Target, TME, RTX, and Aspen Tech, all downside.
Old Gorilla.
Oh, I missed that.
That's Gorilla Tech, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't that GUR?
That's GUR.
Stock? Yeah, GUR.
Something called Gorilla. It's GUR. The other one.
Who said that, Brendo?
Brenda's like something called Gorilla. I'm gonna get to. Actually, I was just about to talk about Gorilla, but WW is pretty interesting, so I wanted to maybe cover that first. Ozemprec. Is it Ozemp? Whatever. You guys, the weight loss drug that they're now pitching, which goes counter to their original model. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It'll make money. So that's all that really matters to them. The short float on WW, I think I didn't write it down. I think this one's not working on Float Checker. I want to say it's 15% short float, but I'll have to check that on Float Checker and get it to you. I just want to point out this $11 level on the daily chart. So we're at 1070 right now. Not a lot of pre-market volume, but this is setting up. It's been running already. It's a double up if you go back to April when things got started here. But $11 break looks really, really juicy here on WW. But GUR is at a big price right now. It's retesting at 250. That's Gorilla Tech. Daily chart's too absurd to really dig into it. But if you look at the 250 level here, there was a big breakout through this just last week. And then you started finding support for a day and then resistance for 2 days. You're right back up, trying to test that 250. There is an upgrade by Cantor Fitzgerald's Brett Knobloch. I saw Knobloch and I'm like, hey man, he's got a life after baseball, but no, it's Brett Knobloch. So 250, it's been here once already in the pre-market. It got up to about 54, pull back, managed to hold above these tops. From previous, like 240 was a resistance level. So it's kind of holding the top end of the channel and looking to retake the high of the day. I want to go long through a break of the high and then just give it back underneath that 50 for a chance for this to be a low float runner.
All right, just in case you saw some meta ins and outs there, I just had I put the wrong amount of shares there when I got long at $300.65, so I just punched out immediately. So I do have a red mark on the account here because we were long at 301.20 there, but then I took way too many shares by accident on meta, actually added a 0. So that's not good. So we punched out basically immediately and was like, okay, thank God that happened. But if you're just wondering about why my prices are changing a little bit here on meta, like look at the spread when it opens up. So if you're gonna put too many zeros, it's not really good to be out 20, 30 cents on that. So I immediately punched out for a 7-cent hit on what we had. So right now my average price is $300.68, which would have been close to being right anyways there on meta. But I didn't even really look at that upgrade and downgrade board. We were too obsessed with that GUR stock, but Neil just covered it. So it's 9 o'clock now, only a half hour till we go. Let me just look up the imbalance locator because that's something that people always ask about. Today it is a...
Huge. It's huge.
I don't know. I'd like to have a nothing burger thing. I don't know what happened to that, but right now it's nothing. So
all in LGS.
Yeah, there's nothing on here. You can see mixed board, S's, buys, sells, Snapchat. Snapchat with the sell. I think it does head down to $10. We talked about that. I don't have any bids there, but I think this is going to be a good one there. Ooh, Space. Space is funny because we were loving watching those Italians go up there, throw down the flag. You know, Italians are the fastest runners in the world. We know we've proven that. But you can see right now a bid down to the downside there, 63,000 shares. I don't know. This is a funny name because we got going there on that day. That was a lot of fun. And then now it's coming right back in. This is another one that I think we want to wait for earnings on that. Look at this big size right there on ARCA. But anyways, it just came up there and I thought we would do that little bit of a joke right
Only
there.
when they actually take the track are they the fastest.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's interesting when the Olympic champion decides to be injured every single race for 2 years and then just basically not show up. So.
Yeah, we only show up to the big dance, so.
But you know what, though? He retains the title because no one's had a chance to beat him, so it is what it is.
I don't even know his name.
Lamont Jacobs. He's actually a great runner, and the team did really well.
All right, Brendo.
All right, let's get into everything else that we need to know here, including the futures.
4,600, Brendo, was the look yesterday. We got above it, but we couldn't stay above it. So another test and another rejection. Yesterday's low, Brendo, 45.80. Let's see how we trade around there, but that's not my favorite support level. It's definitely this 45.60. You have a double bottom off which we rejected on July 20th and again on July 24th. To the north side, if we're going to trade higher, we have to stay above 4,600. I want to see a lot of buying, dip buying, if we get above it. So that's my look.
Just seeing a note on Microsoft here. With PayPal Pay Later, eligible Microsoft consumers can pay for their purchases evenly over the course of weeks or months in a fixed amount. So Microsoft and PayPal, it looks like, teaming up on Microsoft Pay Later. So we'll talk about Microsoft coming up here, obviously. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. You can scan the QR code as well, enter your email address, and then it just appears every single day for free in your inbox. Here we go. Alphabet, top of the list so far this morning. A nice look here, obviously, still holding above 130 or trying to hold above 130 currently after a nice beat, top and bottom. I had that image. I'm going to grab this image again, but it just kind of displayed and showed where all the revenue was coming from, where all the costs were. And I mean, it's just unbelievable, impressive.
Yeah, what really stood out to me, Brendo, was the digital ad sales. We've been hearing a lot about how companies were scaling back their advertising costs. In addition, cloud outperformed as well, Google Cloud. We heard about cost cutting in that department as well. Both outperformed. It was a good report.
All right, give me your thoughts here, guys, and then I'll grab this.
So just quickly, just that news is going to be better for PayPal than it is for Microsoft, pretty obviously. That's why you're seeing PayPal up that 1%. Didn't think we'd be talking about 75 on PayPal, so I just wanted to very quickly show on the 15-minute, that's what 75 looks like up top. And if you go to the daily, it looks just as juicy, and there's room. Like, there was a big quadrunk off this price level, and it gets right into 78. So there's room to go if we break 75. Microsoft is what everyone's more interested in. Like, what do you do with it? All I've noted, I know it's a dirty-looking chart. You guys can get the idea. There's a lot of wicks on this, but look at the 50 period. Oh, is it Google first? I thought we were going
Yeah,
Microsoft
you got
first.
carried away with the PayPal stuff. We can do Microsoft
I had to.
first.
No, we're going to do Microsoft first.
We can reverse it.
Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're just PayPal Microsoft deal. The 50 period here is what it's all about. It's been bouncing off of this since going all the way back into March. There's been some wicks under, but those are all BS, dark pool wicks. Let me just pull up the daily on my trade idea so it's much more clean. I even drew like a little bit of a support line in here on Microsoft on the daily. You can see how clean it's been off the 50-period simple moving average. That'll sit 334 or just under 334 today. So I'm looking for anything long into that 334. That'd be in and around here on any kind of a dip in softy. That could set it up for, if it doesn't break the low of the day, just a relief rally through 340. I don't necessarily think the PayPal news is going to be it. And yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of got that one backward because I wanted to go PayPal and Microsoft because of that news that just came out. But yeah, I like it off the 50 period today in Microsoft. If it holds a pre-market low, a breakout at 340 also sets up. If you get beneath that 334, I think it gets pretty ugly there. And if it does make a monster move to the upside, doubt it. I think you're selling the house if it gets anywhere near 350.
All right, thank you to BGZ there in the chat. He goes to Twitter for the sticky note. That's great. Just a quick little look here on Tilray. We did get some out at 08. We talked about that. We were waiting. I said 09. We got some 08s there when it went up, but we didn't get out anything really. So we'll have to wait to see if it does drop back in. I was looking at this like 185 or so area right down there for an area of concern. But hey, we're out of the money 3 pennies now on Tilray, so let's see if it can get going again. It's not looking great. I thought it would have hit that $2 and continued to go up. So, you know, just like all of my long-term holdings in this thing, this position may go up in smoke. So watch out for this one here on Tilray at 185. Someone else asked me about, or someone just asked about how come my price changed on Meta. I did talk about that a little bit. I put a way too big of an order right there. I actually added a 0 instead. So like instead of 100 shares, 1,000 shares, et cetera, things like that. So when that came in, I don't want that kind of a quantity here in the pre-market. So I did punch out immediately, which flatted that trade. So I do have a red mark now on Meta today because we lost about 40 cents. And then now it's just showing me long the 68 price that I did have before. So that's part of the issue right there with Meta, if you guys are wondering here. But all right, I'll go over. I mean, Neil just did Microsoft. I mean, we'll probably talk a little bit more about that. And well, you know what? I don't know. Let's go over Microsoft quickly. I mean, Brendan didn't, I don't think, really talk too much about Google. So we can. Did you talk about Google? Yeah, okay. So let's just go Google because I agree with the levels there that Neil brought up there. I like that 334. I like that 335. The fact that Microsoft is down here early to me means let's just slow down a little bit on buying Microsoft until we see some of those bases of the levels that Neil was, of course, talking about right there. So look, I have Google on here. I don't even have Microsoft right now. Let's go Meta right now. Yes, sir. We're back into the green. Oh, man. Now I wish I had that extra 0 right there, but hey, I'm going to try to be patient and punch out because if we had that right now, then whatever, our day probably would have been there. So, all right, let's go back over to Google. I don't know why I just pushed that and it went back the other way. I like this beat here. We talked about this here. It's already the lowest PE. It's already the most undervalued, I guess, if you're going to call it that. Out of the big 7 there, it has the most, not the most aggressive, the most conservative PE, only at 25, 26. That's going to get re-rated here today. I believe before the quarter it was 21. There's the income statement right there on the board.
There
so
you go.
Yeah, you can see everything. Look at that revenue, 74.6 billion, plus 7% year over year, right there in the middle. That's an absolutely monster. Look at YouTube, everything just flowing through, right? Everything to the upside right there. I really like their digital ad revenue, what you see in the middle there, 58.1 billion, up 3% year over year. If they're just going to keep growing these numbers at an already huge valuation, then you can get Microsoft's 31 PE, Google right now sitting at 25. I think it continues to work. We are breaking above that 130 level, which we really like. Whoopsies. That's from the split. But there it is right there. Finally now, we've seen Apple go. We've seen Google, Microsoft go. We've obviously seen NVIDIA and all the AI sort of related names. But don't sleep on what is probably the biggest AI name, sans NVIDIA, that has all the parts. Google right there, 20, 25 years of search experience. You don't think that they can wrap that into Gemini or whatever kind of products they're going to flow through? And then you don't think that they're going to get smarter, I hope, anyways, smarter algorithms there for YouTube, which is going to post Trader TV Live to every single person's inbox. I mean, I think this is going to be huge. I think AI is the name here. Ruth Porat stepping down from CFO, going into more of an executive role there. CIO, I believe. She's been great coming from Morgan Stanley, and Sundar Pichai definitely. They're going to get this going through. I like Google here. I like the break of 130, and if we like the break of 130, I wrote down here that we'd take a 129-ish long. So let's just wait to see if that can work. That's that past top right there is 129. So a fade back in for Google. If it happens, it happens. We want to be there. But again, not sure it's an early trade. I kind of want to let all these names settle down. The NASDAQ is still red here today. It's a big move up, and you could play it both ways. We have a huge candle here right into past resistance. So either that holds or it doesn't. It's a pretty simple trade. I feel like we can look at this early, and maybe Neil bidding down there at 129 isn't the end of the world to take a fill early on Google.
Yeah, quickly, because I look at that same channel, my note, I look at it the same thing. I love previous resistance to be support, and I love the news. I'll give you one more thing that's great about them in AI. 70% of they have a 70% market share of unicorn AI companies in their cloud. 70% of the unicorn companies in AI are using Google Cloud. That is an unbelievable partnership for them, because in the next 10 years, where's all the growth going to be? And they're going to be embedded into their system. So the daily chart looks great. So that's at 129 you're referencing. In the weekly, there's room to over 140 for it to get back to these highs. Everything else got there. So why wouldn't Alphabet do it as well? XPeng partnership with VW. So if you're everyone that's asking about NEO, XPeng News, partnership with VW, they took a stake of, I got a double. I put it in the chat there. I think it was like 4.5% stake VW put into XPeng. Wow. So it's absolutely running 13% to the upside. It actually held an 18 level just now. This here, like 1675, looks like a reasonable area for a dip, and maybe on the 15-minute you'll be able to see that. So yesterday's high, where everything faded from, a dip into here. So maybe long 1675 into 17 could be something for XPeng. Absolutely flying on volume. If you're wondering why NEO made a pump, because a lot of people probably looking at NEO not realizing that was entirely because of the XPeng news. So NEO went like 3% to the upside because of XPeng. Doesn't mean it's not a mover today. It probably throws out, I was looking at the $12 level again, that might get thrown out at the open because NEO's now at $12.50.
Twilio as well just popped up here, guys, on a expanded deal with AWS. So TWLO, another one, popping up here 0.5% on a volume spike. Yeah, there's that note, Volkswagen to expand its China lineup with XPeng. So they're going to build, down here, they're going to build 2 models, apparently, with XPeng to sell in China for Volkswagen. Here is Microsoft. I mean, we touched on it a little bit. Back to the upside right now. It's the cloud, or the AI spend is, it seems anyways, to be the problem here. They actually said on the call multiple times that they're going to have to spend more on AI before it starts to pay them back.
Yeah, that was the bad part. The good part was that Microsoft's Intelligent Cloud continues to be the star of the show. That includes Azure, includes other things like GitHub, Windows Server, Visual Studio. It accounted for 24 billion of the 56 billion in revenue generated on the quarter. So that's almost half. The issue is it only grew by 26% year over year. That's a slowdown from last year's 27% and the year prior's 40%. So it looks like it's maturing as a segment. The only issue is, does AI include a new variable in this where we can reignite growth at a faster pace?
That was a while ago. I was just seeing some comments there on Microsoft as well. Sean, you want to touch on this quick, or we'll move on to Snap?
Yeah, no, I mean, I like Microsoft. I'm trying to take a little bit out on Meta here because we didn't really talk too much about Meta. I think that Meta has, a flow through there on the ad revenue side of things. So Sharif and I talked about this. I feel like if Google's going to beat on the ad revenue side and that 3% increase, I feel like Meta with Instagram, I know Threads is not monetized yet, but they're going to talk about that here tonight. So I really like the Meta, the Meta trade here today. Let's see if it does work. We did take a very, very
200,000 bid on 1720.
Meta? Okay.
Xpeng.
Xpeng, yeah. So we did take a bid on Xpeng there. So let's wait to see if we can get a fill, if it does come in a little bit there on XPEV. But yeah, no, I like Microsoft. There's no doubt about that. It was, down pretty aggressively yesterday. More than this, obviously, here as we look down to 337. You're just bumped up $4 out of nowhere right now. So, I mean, you can't hold these good names down for too long. I don't think the quarter was that bad at all. I just think it's a valuation issue, right? We talked about this over the last couple of days. Let's let Microsoft fall down a little bit. I don't think valuation should, it should matter, but Microsoft got this huge bump because of AI. We know about that, but Azure comes in okay. It's just the PE right there of 37. We already did that historical high. I think during the COVID bump was 41 or something like that. So the fact that you're at 37 right now, comes up. They're going to continue to make money, man. The moat around these companies are huge. I like the name, but I do like what Neil was talking about there. Possibly a bid down in here into 330, 331, 332. There's the 50 period coming on the daily. You're down 3%. If there's any names we're going to look at, it probably won't be Microsoft until we get into some sort of areas of support. I like the Google quarter better. I like the valuation of Google, so I feel like more traders will come in and buy that name rather than Microsoft. So yeah, it's a big move there. They've talked about their Office suite going to $30 a month. So I just think it's a little bit overblown here. All that rally over the last little while, they gained so much market share on the fact that Bing was going to sort of take a little bit away from Chrome and that sort of Google search. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Azure's still there, but there's still a lot of competition with storage and cloud. So, we'll see AWS numbers. We get the Google Cloud. I don't know. I like Microsoft. It's still a huge holding of mine. I'm not pairing any off. The only play that I might do, out of some Microsoft into more Google. So that might be a play that I eventually do. But hey, down 3%, we'll take it. This name was a huge runner. We actually destroyed this yesterday at the close. You guys saw us trading that. So we'll see if we can get some more action in Microsoft. It should be a little bit of a slippery slope. But hey, in only 10 minutes, we get the imbalances to come out. So yeah, that's enough. Neil's talked about it. I think we'll wait to see what Snapchat does here down near $10, Brendo.
Ugly across the board. Smaller loss, however, for Snapchat. Still $1 billion in sales for Snapchat. They as well came out and said they're going to have to spend more on AI. They said AI a ton in this earnings call. So spending more on AI seems to be the issue here for Snapchat. They're obviously way behind in that case.
They're trying to monetize it. It's called My AI. It's generative, and so you can interact with it in the app. The good part is, obviously it's a bad report, but the good part is they grew their users year over year, and their daily active users continue to grow. So, if there's a silver lining, I guess that's it.
You got to go out a little bit. Anyway, I still keep my eye on Twilio here as well. There's more volume that went off there in front of 60. But thoughts on Snap here, guys?
Yeah, the other silver lining is when you're down 18%, you could have an SSR short sell restricted bounce. That can always happen, and you're at the $10 level as well. So that's 10 on the daily chart. If you break back and hold the 200 period moving average, if it closes above that, that's like 10.30, and we've been sitting right at that price most of the pre-market. You got the 10 aftermarket yesterday. There was one little dip early in a 10.11. So if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. Now, if it gets to 11, I'm thinking short there or short 11.60. That's up around 11.50, probably into 11.60. But if we get there, then the long has really paid out. So if it breaks 10 and can't hold that price, I think you just sort of give it up. But you always want to give a chance for that risk to reward trade, which a lot of times this far down off a big level, the risk to reward can sometimes favor the bounce play, as opposed to shorting into 10 where you need 10 to break for it to fall apart. So I'll look at the 10 long. If it breaks it, it's kind of an easy out at the open here on Snapchat. The short float on Snap was only 7%. I'd probably be in it long already if that was like 15 or 20%. But at only 7%, we'll wait till the open.
All right, so we wrote down Snapchat here on the sticky note right now today. I just think it's a beat down today. They're getting beat down 18%. What else can you call that? But still has a 14% year over year daily active user count, right? So I like that. I like the fact that they're trying to grow it. That's nice. Obviously, they're getting it. They're not able to make any money yet. I like all the AI talk here, but we're just at $10, which is a past support level. Possible acquisition target? I don't know. Meta or Facebook went in there and bought Instagram on the cheap. They're not going to be creating any new platforms Threads is there right now. Could they get into Snapchat? I still feel like the younger crowd is using Snapchat. You know, I know my kid, only the one that's in university, is using Snapchat. So I like it. I think there's a lot. Fabian, you have Snapchat? Yeah, there you go. Ramin, you have Snapchat? Right. Okay. So both of our young guns over here loving Snapchat. So I've never had an account, but we'll wait to see. I just feel like there is something there down at $10. Whether or not it retraces back to $8, I mean, it's down 17%. You could get that little bit of a bump. I'm not even sitting here bidding anything at 10. I would like to see it break and then maybe get involved with it. We're already long, obviously, Meta, Tilray, and XPeng right now. So we've got 3 positions in right now. So we'll wait on Snapchat. We don't need this market to collapse off the open here and get railroaded by all 4 of these names. So we'll wait for now. XPeng definitely working. It's funny because we didn't get more shares. I mean, we got a little bit more, but I was waiting for a lot more right here at VWAP 1725. That didn't come into play, but here we go right now. We'll start to ring the register a little bit, maybe at 1760, 1770. I'm not, you know, this market's going to open up. We have 10 minutes now before we go. Maybe there was an increased imbalance on Snapchat, or sorry, on XPEV. Snapchat, there's the sell on them. XPEV with a little bit of a buy. It's going to take 1750. When that happens, then we'll see about a higher level here. We've already been up here, 1775. Probably take a piece out here at 1760 if we can get there. A break of 50 gets us there. Let's see what happens off the open now. So 3 longs, all pretty good. Next up, Pac West.
Yeah, let's touch on this. A lot of people wondering about this deal. News came out literally 4:01, I think it was, as soon as the market closed last night. 400 million, all stock, all equity merger between these two, BANC and PACW. Oh yeah, they both also reported earnings as well. But I mean, at this point, that really doesn't matter. It's like 0.65, 0.66 of a share you're going to get if you hold PacWest merging with BANC.
Yeah, and it got halted in the aftermarket yesterday after they reported the news. That really frustrates me. Let the market trade. But the strategic move aims to strengthen their position in business, banking sector, expand client, and enhance liquidity for the acquiring company, Bank of California, to take over PacWest. So we'll see how that does.
Yeah, it was a wild ride into the close on all of these regional banks as a result yesterday, guys.
The liquidity.
No, I kind of feel like protecting the investor in certain situations, like with the deal and with the earnings, I think it made sense in that situation for that to be halted after market. It was way too much going on. But if you got some kind of a pairs trade you want to put on, or just some kind of weird hedge that you want to do, because it's an all stock deal, 6.5, 6.9 per share, if you're trading PACW, you better be glued to BANC, because they should move in concert. If something happens, it's not 100% that deals always get done, but if something ridiculous happens in one and not the other, I think you look to maybe make a bit of a play there if the price starts heading in the other direction. So their charts should just mirror each other. And the only reason, I mean, if something were to happen and we see like a huge run in one and the other doesn't go, I'd probably try to take advantage of that by either fading one or going long the other till you get that mean reversion. Outside of that, bit disappointing, because if there was no additional news here, I think there would have been all kinds of trade. But because everything got finalized and solidified as an all-stock deal, it's probably going to be a nothing burger. I didn't get anything out there of XPeng. I was pretty close. It couldn't break the 50. I'm looking at this like 60 level. I have an offer in front of 18. I still think 17, 16.75 are going to be good levels to the downside. I'm disappointed PACW might not be much of a trade, but you could find some relief rally in things like Wall potentially.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, today for me is going to be all about the other tech names there. When that news hit, we went right over to KRE, and we actually did really well, closing it pretty much at the end of the day. We actually even shorted this 40 bump right there when it bumped. So we did really well on KRE, actually rocketing up the board there yesterday as a profit, as was PacWest. Neil traded that individual name. I think you could probably go long now off that deal. Now there's some certainty in it. So you want to watch out for $48. But you want to talk about oil. I don't know if oil BA is next. Okay, so you guys know, and I hope that some of you have been on this trade with me. not pounding the table. I mean, we're not going to sit here and be like, you need to buy this, you need to buy that, because we don't really do that. But for me, in my long-term portfolio, you guys know that we've been buying XLE down here, and we talked about this. I know we talked about this because every time it came into this 77, 78 level, we always talked about oil because oil was on the way down. So now that oil's on the way back up, all I can say is I'm going to be trying to get a little bit out here if we can get, well, pretty much today we will, if we get to this $87, $88 level. Let's just take that 10, 15% rate now on XLE. We'll still hold it, but I like this level there of 77, 78. We kept buying it there. We have the BMO ETF, which is, I can't even remember what it is now, in the Canada as well. Z something. Anyways, I'll find out what that is in a minute. But anyways, good move up there on oil. But let's go back over to Boeing. We only have, we have a minute till the imbalances, but 6 minutes till we're open.
Yeah, a few minutes to go here. Taking out the highs, we're trying to right now, is Boeing. Remember, if you're joining a little bit late here, 10:30. It's been a long time since I've seen a earnings call at 10:30. Seems kind of late, but we'll see how that plays out. But nice look here in the pre-market. Decent report here for Boeing.
Yeah, good look for Boeing. They're increasing their 737-800 MAX production from 31 to 38 jets. They also delivered more 787 Dreamliners. This is all made possible by the fixing of their supplier and the issues that they had earlier in the year. One other note, they had a positive cash flow of $2.58 billion. That was compared to the estimate of minus $182 million. So good luck for Boeing.
Yeah, and I mean, 38 planes in 1 month seems like a lot, but they want to go to 50, which is impressive.
Yeah, so we talked about 225 here. We have 5 minutes to go. We have done pretty well. Get through everything with 5 minutes to go. So on the daily chart on Boeing, still looking for it to get past 225. It's got a 223 rebound play that it just made. So I think there's a decent chance it breaks that out. It's an oligopoly, but it's been a relatively, unless you like 10% moves, it's been a relatively boring stock in this range, kind of holding the tops there pretty nicely. So if we get a breakout at 225, I do like that level. XPeng finally gave the 60 fills, so there we go. The news with XPeng was, I want to say it was a 4-point-something% stake, 4.4% stake.
Okay, converted to 4.99.
Sorry, converted. Okay, so Volkswagen into XPeng, that's why it's running. Sympathy play over in NEO, but it's XPeng that's making the move. It just tried to run that high of the day as we speak. So I like the break on Boeing. It's just a matter of it even gets there to 25.
Yeah, my apologies. I won't be looking at Boeing at all today. There's just too much. I mean, already in this, we're already, look at this trade right now, spin the money for Meta, man. I wish that we had still held a little bit onto this, but we're almost into an early one of these. So let's go, man. We knew we'd like Meta right now. It is close to $1 in the money. If we just take the ask, it would be that dollar club. So let's wait to see. We just took something out there at 301.30, 301.20, sorry, on the upside. So there it is. Trying to blast a little bit higher. I do have an offer at 302. There it is. Now you're officially, it started early here today with Meta back into the money, $1 right now. Obviously, let's just see where it goes. I mean, here we go. Nice little move here to start. Let's see if this market can go. We do have the imbalances. We talked about that a little bit right now. We could probably be done that board if you want to do it, unless we have to go back to Brennan for any reason. Google right now, good sell. Some of these imbalances coming through. There's not huge numbers, but Google is a sell, but it is saying, who cares about that right now? Just starting to go back up to the upside right now for Google. So that's what we're looking at here. There goes Meta. Yeah, hopefully it can just keep on going. The spread getting a little bit tighter here as we only have 3 minutes to go. XPeng trying to get higher. I don't really want to sell any of that. Great trading there. And then Tilray, this trade probably winds up in smoke, but we'll wait to see what happens. We do have a tick out there on Tilray already at 08, but again, a very, very small piece. We will reload this back near around 190, but my out for Tilray, just to screw around with it, 185. If that breaks, we're out. Probably will, won't like that trade when it comes through, but we took a shot there thinking that there was a chance. Breaks $2 right there on the daily, that we could continue to climb upside a little bit on a revenue beat for Tilray. So let's wait to see if that can go. And there it is, man. Right now, it's Meta time, baby. Let's just see where we can go, man. The spread getting tighter, the bid getting higher, and that's what we like to see right now. So nice little move. My offer's at 302 flat.
Yeah, just a couple of things. For those that are wondering what happened to PayPal, Brendan brought the news to you guys. PayPal with a partnership, buy now, pay later, with Microsoft.
Right.
It actually has given everything back. PayPal was looking like it was going to take out the top for a minute, and then it's right back to par. So dead flat on PayPal. What goes up sometimes comes right back in there. I'm going to look for a dip on, if we get it at the open, I'll probably try to add to some XPeng. Alphabet tried to break out the top just now. Bit of a failure, so you're still very tight consolidation up at the high here on Alphabet. 129 is that former level on the daily chart. So if it holds that at the open, I think you're looking long. 31 could be a break. If we get a big move, I mentioned it and didn't show it. Apple, I like the 195 short today. So it's like a double top. Well, you could call it a triple top out in here. A lot of wicks on that chart, but let's zoom it there so we get rid of a few of them. Yeah, so you have a triple top here. If you include yesterday, it was low or high, but 195 has been a bit of a wall. I want to short it. After 2 o'clock, all bets are off. But then you can play breakouts of super significant levels like a 195. So if there's a big spike at the open, you'll probably see me short 194, like 90 or something on Apple. Actually going to get that order in there just in case it makes a quick move. We got less than a minute already.
Yeah, Cat's
until
on the
the
call
bell.
here, so we'll have to get someone else to ring.
Oh, I'm sure AJ can be on the bell in about 30 seconds or so.
Not too
now
much
he's
time
aware
left.
of that
It's
fact.
AJ.
So
It's
AJ's ready to go.
So here comes AJ right there. We just missed. Meta is falling down a little bit with only 30 seconds. Not a little bit, but it's down 30 cents. Let's wait to see what happens here off the open with only 20 seconds to go. It's going to be a good one. I'm going to close. Oopsies. No, I want to go back to Meta. I'm going to close this imbalance locator. Not much happening right now, so we'll wait to see on that one. Now with only 10 seconds left, it's going to be Tilray for me. We already have our stop order set up to go on Tilray, so let's see where that goes. With only 4 seconds to go, let's go, AJ. Now we're open. All right, so let's see what happens here with everything that we have. So Tilray open, not much avail right there, sliding off of $2. We'll wait to see. Meta pulls back a little bit, kind of as expected there. So we'll wait to see what happens with Meta. We do want to get a little bit more long down here near 300, and that looks like our wish may be the market's command, because there it is right now, coming right back in. Ooh, we are bidding $300.20, and looks like we just missed that. That'll be a shame if that doesn't come in, but we'll wait to see right now. And here goes the other name here, Google. That sucks that we just missed that.
Oh,
Google going upside.
Yeah, Google just broke. Snapchat, no test of 10 just yet. I was just getting my orders set out there. I want to have a stop just in case it does a wick bottom and I already have an order. So Google already ran at 131. We wanted a 129 dip, might not get that dip. But XPeng's actually holding in the money, so we might not be able to add to that just yet. Not going to rush over to it. But wow, Alphabet, are we talking 131 break? It could just, I wanted the dip buy more than a breakout on this, but the aftermarket top was that 131. Now XPeng's starting to go. There we go. I got one out in front of one for 18 that was sized at 1790. So 18 could be breaking on XPeng. Here comes Alphabet down. This could be a chance for the dip buy.
Yeah, we dip bought a little bit there in Meta. Dip buyed a little bit there in Meta. So we'll wait to see if that goes. I do like a 131 break, but you're right, man. We just could have got long. We'll try small here at 130, but I don't. If this market does fall down, it's a big red candle here on the NASDAQ, creating this action. So yeah, downside right now in all of these names. The only one that is working out right now hugely, and we should have just noticed this one, spin the money for XPeng. Right now, hugely working out. It's too bad that we didn't get that bid at 1725, but we are definitely murking that name right now. But we have to watch out for Meta, because here it comes back in. We talked about, where's my sheet? I don't even know where it is. We talked about 298 possibly being a level of concern here for that. I guess Google could have gone lower. So right now, 129.25, another bid coming for Google. Let's take a little bit of a bid right now. But there we go. Google downside. XPeng is ripping.
XPeng's 1840, not 10. 1840, 1850 just came in there. It's absolutely flying at this point. The news with Volkswagen is the big catalyst. The market's dying. NVIDIA, NVIDIA's down $6 at the open. So I'm not really sure what the other chip names are doing, but this one's getting its butt kicked to the downside. I didn't see it on the locator or anything, but this is yesterday's. This is the low right here at 454. Let me just double check AMD. What's going on with the other chip names? You don't want to just punch in at the open when you aren't looking at the stock. AMD falling as well. The bottom here, maybe a 109, 110. I just got the Google 129 level. So there's the bounce off 129. It's trying to come back already. But wow, we'll get back to some of those chip names. That is a little bit hectic at the open. Just be careful if you're trading the chip names. I don't think we were looking at any of them at the open. Thank goodness I didn't want to buy any of those at the open.
No, that is for sure. I got to get my flattened position ready to go here on Meta, because if we break too much below 297.50 or so, then we want to make sure we get out. So I'll put out a 75% of that. We got that Google dip buy as well, but now it's even dip buy. You are really starting to go down to the downside right now as the whole NASDAQ is giving it up. This is the day that the NASDAQ was waiting for. Earnings to come out and then to flush everything down to the downside. So Meta's continuing to go, man. I mean, it's a good thing we had some profit takes up there, but not enough, man. Not when it tanks like this. 298, 298.50. Here comes Meta. We don't have that many shares because we were trying to be as patient as we can with this play, but we're at 298.50. Let's buy a little bit more and see if it holds. We do have our target out there for Meta. Google also, you know, if this is the name that wants to get bought up, we'll see, but right now it's not. So there we go. We'll punch a little bit more maybe. We missed it on Google, but there it goes, trying to go back up. It's just battling this market right now is what I think is happening. So we'll wait to see that. Snapchat's looking to get through 10 bucks. Tilray's trying to go back upside a little bit right now. So this is one name that maybe is at least working out. Let's put an offer maybe at 04 for real small. That sucks, man. We just missed more shares there on Google, but it's starting to go back up to the upside. Let's see if this one wants to work. But for right now, it is all about Meta for me as that continues to make new lows.
I just heard Brad yell something out there, but I got wicked out of Google. I got right back into it when he reclaimed 129. WW, oh my goodness. It should have been at the top of the list. It wasn't because the volume wasn't there, but it does make the $11 break, and it's starting to go. This is it got an upgrade, but this is more of a short situation. Like to me, it's just like a squeeze play. I was just checking the NASDAQ, which is still falling, but this is the 11 level that's being taken out here on WW. There's so much room for this one to go. If I can get into this, I'm going to try to find my way into this, maybe on a dip play or something like that. But Alphabet, it ran stops early. That's what usually happens at the open. If you get in way too early, you run the stops. If you get a wick out, look to join back in. I joined twice. Let's see if it can hold above 129. If it holds above 129, I think it's got ample room to run to the upside. I mean, I wish it could do what XPeng is doing, but XPeng is on a different level right now. $19 seems pretty likely on XPeng. That sounds crazy right now. And if you're looking at the sympathy names, NEO's actually giving it back. That's why. Like NEO was only up because of XPeng. It's giving it up off those highs. You definitely want to be involved in XPeng as the bigger name to run. It could get to 19. I think I look for a fail break at 19 to get out. And Teladoc. I mean, there's so much to look at today. Teladoc broke out through 25 and is already at 25.5.
Oh,
so another crazy runner here. There are so many of these right now going absolutely ham. I'm mad about WW because that's the one that 11 really did set up.
All right, huge move on XPEV. We talked about that, but it looks like we are about to get, there it is. I was going to say we are about to get dropped out there as we're breaking through 297.50. So there it is right now. Meta just continues. It's going to give it all back here.
What?
We'll hold a small piece for that.
Snapchat's at 10.
Tilray came back in as well. So we're going to wait to see if Tilray comes in. I'm okay for a coffee right now. But yeah, XPEV is the real winner, man. We just tweeted that out. That's too bad that we didn't get more down there, but hey, that is what that is right now. But there goes Tilray. Nice little reload down here at 90. Man. This always happens to this name, but we thought we'd take the shot here. We're only a couple pennies away from getting stopped out, unfortunately, on Tilray. And once it breaks this 90, I think it just heads to the downside. I thought maybe we'd get some flow through here early on that name, but it doesn't appear to be the case. Another reload for us down there on Google at 128.40. So right now we're trying to get back up to the upside. It's too bad about this Meta. Now down to 296, man. I don't... this is yesterday's closing price here for Meta, pretty much. Down to 295, 296. Maybe that's the bounce. I don't know, man. One more try. I feel like we're getting a little stubborn with Meta, thinking that this is going to be an upside move. I don't know. Let's wait.
I just put a trail in there. I was just in and out of Google there on the keystroke. I went to put a trail in on XPeng, was in the wrong stock, but my trail's in on XPeng. It just got to 1894. You wick a level like that, and I want to respect it. So if it fails 19, I should get out rather shortly. Boeing broke that 225. Again, you're looking at different names. The 225 broke. It's already at 226. So maybe there's a dip back into 225. That breakout would have been absolutely a jam. And Snapchat. Snapchat is right here, right now. Off that $10 level. So there's a 10. It didn't break it for that over-under play. So I guess the way to go here is to just try and grab it now off that 10 level. I thought it was going to break, and then you get like a wick bottom
Yeah,
entry point.
that's what I
Clearly,
thought.
that was not the case. It doesn't even break it. It goes 10.02 and bounces. So if you just sat there at 2s and 3s, which sometimes that's the plan, you're absolutely banking. Like, oh my goodness, the day where I say I've been patient in the mornings, and today, if I was impatient and taking everything, everything would have been just disgusting. 11 break was sick on Weight Watchers. The 225 break worked on Boeing. All you had to do was set it and forget it.
Yeah. Okay, so in my long-term account, I bought some Snapchat at 10.05. So let's see if that can come through there. Sharif knows about that. You know, just put a couple million in it. Okay, so yeah, no. All right, so let's go right now.
Thank you, sir.
XPEV's already way up there. We're gonna have to watch out for Google. Google just double topped it or triple topped or whatever at 129.20 or so. So I feel like if we can get a piece out there, we were waiting for 129.50 to come in on that, but we already have a great fill down there on Google. So hopefully that can hold out hope here that we do have a nice upside move there. XPeng bouncing off 19, but we're only holding 25% now of this trade. So we liked it so much we got it twice. Would have liked to get it thrice. It just bounced off our 25, or else holy shit, we'd be huge on that one. All right, we can make it back here. We just need Meta to start to bounce a little bit. We've been buying this dip up here. It just went to 297.50. So let's put an order up there in case that goes again. That will give us out of a little bit here just to get some money back in for that as we need it to get going here. That is Meta off the bottom. Tilray, good bottom pick there at 90 though. Let's see if it goes, and to be honest with you, it wasn't 90, it was 92 bottom pick there on Tilray. So let's see if that can get going. Man, we're making a lot of money back here. What's going on?
Snap just made a big bounce into the quarters.
Did it? Yes.
So it just ran into the quarters, was able to get 10s, but again, if you just randomly sat right at 10.03 or 04 at the open, like that was it. I was waiting for a false break, didn't get it. We ended up with 10.10. Maybe there's a dip buy right off that 10 level one more time, but we can rinse and repeat that. We'll see what happens there. Alphabet's still trying to fall down, but the other name, haven't even really talked too much about Microsoft. Here at the open. So we'll try to reload 10 on Snapchat with a tight stop. Microsoft just wicked the bottom, got 337, is now trying to hold the pre-market low. I still like that 334 level on Microsoft. Brenda, what's up?
HBI, Hanesbrand, Ryan Cohen apparently being named as having interest in this one, HBI.
Right now, we got some money coming back in on Tilray right there. As there we go, we're smoking. Good rebuy on Tilray. So let's go like this, man. We're feeling a hell of a lot better now than we were before in this market, as everything was Tank City on me. But there it comes right back up. Let's go Meta. We're down on it, obviously. So we need this name to go. So let's go Meta. I do have actually, I do not have an offer. Let's put an offer at 297. 95, something like that, upside in case we do get some wick movements upside right now. Come on, Google, man. This is going to be a big trade for your boy if this can get going right now. We're at the high teens. There it is. Let's go. Spin the money now for Google. Trying to come back in now. There it is, man. We knew we wanted this one. It's just we did not expect it to dip down that far. And then honestly, man, we just had too many worries abound right now for everything. Meta's Rip City now, trying to go back up to the upside, but hey, we need to get this all. Everything's well in the money. XPeng is now part of, obviously we've talked about this, it is now a big, strong member of the Dollar Club. So yeah, let's get that party started, Sharif, right there. I know this is not Waikiki for you or anything like that, but this is what we're talking about right now, man. I can't believe I'm not here next week. Nice move to the upside. Let's go, man. Apple, Google, not Apple, Google, Meta, Tilray, and XPeng. We're going to go 4 for 4 what we're holding, but we did get out of Meta for the L, but we're not L'ing anything here on Google.
Oh my goodness, crazy. I can't even, I hate myself over Weight Watchers. It just touched $12. It's a pure squeeze play here. I think it's about to pull back. It just got to 11.97. I think you're going to get a chance to dip back into 11.50. I have Alphabet as well, but you just talked about it already. XPeng just got to 19.40. I got out of it in front of 19. They love that Volkswagen stake, but I was playing it off of this level here. I thought 19, which was a huge support level before, that would be a bit of a fail. The next level up is $21 on XPeng. This is right up in here, $21. 20 is going to be psychological more than anything else. Boeing is still churning. It's up at 226.5. Did T-Doc new high?
T-Doc YOLO'd it, guys. This is exactly what we were talking about on the sticky note. Let's see. this is that trade that I wasn't sure we'd get to that. Remember I said about 15%? That seems to be what it is right now. So we are now long on TDOC right now. Again, Sticky No Nation, stand the hell up here today. Let's go. Let's see if we can get it in, man. We are going to take out another piece here of Meta at 299 if that can go. But wow, what a disaster day this was, but turned out to be okay, but we still have some work to do. Let's go to the upside here on TDOC and see if we can't take out some profit. Tilray is really the one that we emptied out of half of our clip right now at 02 and 03. So if Tilray goes, great, but we are out of the majority of that, well, out of half of it. And then TDOC, I do have an offer right now at 25. I don't know. It's a huge move up. We were thinking that break would sort of spark this. It doesn't seem to really be doing that. So, alert up on Tilray. This one could dip down. And if it does, man, we can't even get 25 cents. So what about a 25.70 or so out if that does happen on T to the DOC?
Even nickel off $2. Nickel tagged 201 and hit 220. Like, you give me a break. Like Snapchat goes 10 and that bounces. This tags by 1 cent. That's all you need. I think I'm going to take probably 2 shots fading this one, though. First, probably here off a 220 fail break. If it fails to break that, gets up there, doesn't get through 225, look for a curl, and 250. Those are the 2 big levels on that. Tesla as well. My goodness, Tesla. It's trying to break out. 265 could be in play. Softy's not there yet. I think Google's an ad over 130. 131 still a big level, but that feels like an ad over 130. Boeing, there's been no dip to even get involved in, but Tesla could be the late comer to the party off the 260. Why is it still on Nikola? Off that 265 level. I flip one chart and the other one doesn't go. So 265 just had a wick top. That could be a good thing. Consolidate 64 and make another run at it back here. So Alphabet, I'm still thinking ad at 130 right now. I'm trying to talk about maybe 130.30 when I look at my black chart. I don't want to pull away from Tesla because it's about to make a dip, but 130.30, maybe up here, it's a break and add at that price.
All right, so we already have pretty good position here on Google, so we're just going to try to empty some out here at 130. If it rips up, man, then we've got enough shares to deal with this. So I do like a 130 break for sure. I have it breaking 131. I'm actually going to cancel that 131 break because if it gets up to there, man, I mean, how much of this will we actually have made if it gets up to that high? So we'll get a little bit out right now. You could see we're net positive on Google here today. It's just position pending, so we got to wait for that one. Obviously, we are down on Meta, but we're letting that one work, and we just got a piece out again from Meta. So we tried to call the bottom around 298. That didn't happen, so we got out, and then we regrouped. It's literally exactly what we put on our sticky note. Get out on that 298 break and regroup, and that's what we did. So today, P&L saved just off that move alone. But look what's happening right now. Oh my God, is it a money-making machine right now? XPEV, you can see what's good on this play. Let's go Google. There's Google, $1 right there. We took a piece out, man. We're not going to stare 130 in the face, not when we've already had to hold it $2 against us there. Not against us, but we had to hold it down there. So let's wait to see what's happening right now. Huge move for XPEV, and it is still exploding to the damn upside. So what's up with that? We already know that deal with Volkswagen now hitting the backside there for XPEV. Huge move up to $20.50 with that little bit of a wick up there. So, hey, there it is. We could possibly be retracing a little bit off that, but XPEV really getting to work here. Great trade. Congratulations, anybody that has that. We're $3 in the money, and my number one name today is Google, but XPEV is getting close.
I just paid for locates on XPeng. They're like 1/8 of 1 cent per share because we don't have free locates on that stock. If it does something, if it gets to the 22 level, I think that's a fade. I did just grab Nikola. We talked about that one for a short play. I want to get over to Apple if I can. It's not really breaking out, but if it can hold a pre-market low, I think it can join the party. The NASDAQ's trying to make a higher low here, and if it goes, anything lagging can be a decent entry point. I think this would be a heck of a reversal for the NASDAQ if it can go. As mentioned with XPeng, it's gone absolutely parabolic, but it's at that point where I'm looking for one crazy wick above an even dollar to put a fade play on. Anytime you see this, it is going ridiculous parabolic, and there goes Tesla. Tesla finally on the break.
Wow, I mean, this is why you're logged into us. You know, we're getting these names. Look at the names we have on board. Google, Meta, TDOC, Tilray, XPEV. Let's go, man. This is what we're talking about. It's all day. It's every day. It is Trader TV Live. It is energy. It is trading. It is everything you want wrapped into one, man. We're not just pretty faces. Well, I'm not. Hopefully, we can also add some value with these trades. I got out at $20.50. To me, $3 is a great trade there for me on XPEV. We're going to take it out and just worry about everything else right now, because there goes Meta bouncing off $2.99. You know what, Meta? We were waiting for $2.99.50. If you want me to take a little bit out here, then we'll do that and cancel our $2.99.50 and see if we get back to $3. How about that? Right now, there goes Google, right back to today's high. Can't be more proud of this trade today, guys. I hope that you're in this with us. I bought Snapchat in my own account. What's that doing right now? Right back to where it is. So Snapchat right back to where I'm long. Let's see what happens here off $10. I like this name. Possible reload area for that one. And look what's happening with Tilray. Uh-oh.
Another one.
Lionel Messi, this guy was all over that today. His kid walked out with Messi last night. Shout out to DJ Khaled. Shout out to Messi right now today as well. Prad, you'd cry myself as well, my friend.
Why would you be crying?
Right there. The kid is 8 years old, Prad. So let's
Hey,
not
come
try
on,
to
son.
let's not try to hate on 8-year-olds back there, my guy. Here we go. Nice move up, 206, 207, and there goes Tilray, man. You don't have to smoke it. You just have to trade it. Nice move upside there with Tilray. Man, we on one today, and it's feeling pretty damn good.
Yeah, pretty damn good. I just added to Alphabet up here. Going to add and then tighten up to 130. I just think it's still a breakout through that level. It might even be a 131 break in addition to that. So scalp some out on the way up, but then look for a 131 break as a continuation play. Snaps back into 10. So I'm going to reload that one back into $10. I don't want to miss a potential curl because I think it could be fast on XPeng, but adding on Google, like remember I was saying even dollar fail break on XPeng? That was probably just it. But I just added into Google at the exact same moment. That was not the level 2 I had up. That's the opportunity cost. It's already made the move. You would have been risking about 20, 30 cents if you got that 90s, and it just wicked down to 20, 20. Just make sure you take profits on a name like that. When it starts to get way too parabolic, you want to make sure you're paid out because it can drop a dollar really, really quickly. As mentioned, going to try and take some out on Google on the re-add in front of that 151. I have an offer right here that should get filled any second now as we go to Brendo. What's up, bud?
A lot of EV strength. There's Rivian as well, guys, trying to take out the highs up 4.7%, testing last week's highs as well right now for Rivian.
All right.
It's
Yeah,
not at
Google, I
27.
mean, there's a reason why Sharif, why, you know, Google was the number one. Well, Meta and Google, both. Meta we've lost on, but hopefully that can come back. We're going to try to hold on to that for a $300 break. But there's reasons why we liked Google, man. I think that we talked about it was such a low value. Look at that. Holy shit. Wow, Google. There we go. Let's go. Yeah, the energy's back in the building today. Nice move upside right now. What a market gift that was to the downside. But, I mean, to have that crystal ball to say, oh, that's going to be the bottom. But, hey, guys, guess what? 10% right now. 10% in the money right now as we barbecue up some Tilray shares right now. So we'll get some out here at 9s, 10s. See if we can get a little bit more out here. We do have another offer at 15 for Tilray. Right back to the day's high on this one. Man, we're smoking this stock here today. Tilray, again, we've got, I mean, they're all, the bad thing is we have number one stocks, but we also have Meta, which is the number one loser here today for us on the show. So we'll have to wait to see if this can go back in, but we're green on the day. And whenever you're green on the day after getting hit like that on Meta, you know you've had some chicken dinner winners. We missed the lunch yesterday. It was chicken. So today we're going to update that again when we get the lunch. And let's not try to forget about that because right now, oh yeah, there goes Meta now 250 in the money back up to the upside. Let's go Meta. Here we go, baby. Wow, man, I love my job too much. I have to admit that.
So Rivian's at 27. I'm just making sure we do have free locates on this one. It's gotten to 27 one time. And you know this level I'm waiting around forever. Oh, Snapchat, I don't want to be short. I just punched out of my long when 10 broke. I do not want to be short at the bottom. I want to re-enter on a wick. So sorry, I have to go over to Snapchat. Snapchat just wicked 10. I was long right in front of it, and it wicked underneath, and I just tried to get back in. So $10 still there on Snap, but this is the level on Rivian we're talking about. 27.15 on one failed break. If it gets through this, it's got ample upside. The daily chart speaks for itself. Been talking about this one for a week, so If we do get that breakout, I am going to have some Rivian any second. I said I'd take this break and try to focus on only one direction on Rivian. 27.15 is the local high on that particular name. I'm going to jump right back into Snapchat. I was long twos, out 99. I'm trying to get right back in at 2 even. Google did pull back. I got my order for Rivian, so we're covered there. Was able to get out in front of that 131. There was no break at 131. 130.98 is now the current high, so we're long. We added to it. I stopped out when it broke the low. Never want to turn it into a mess, but I was just adding on the way up, 129, and then again at 130. If it holds 130, I think you can go right back into the long and trend it to said upside. So let's go, Rivian. Maybe this has something to do with, I can't imagine why this has to do with the Xpeng news, but that's a big, strong move on Rivian, and I can't even figure out, like, there was no catalyst for Rivian this morning, so I guess it's like a sympathy play or it's just doing some Rivian things.
Yeah, Rivian.
We didn't miss anything on Rivian, did we?
Well, no, so the thing about Rivian is, I mean, I just spitballing here because you're asking. I think maybe flow through from Xpeng.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Maybe Rivian gets another. Look, we already know Ford kind of bailed, Amazon kind of bailed on them, so
they
maybe,
got some money.
Yeah, maybe they're getting some funding coming from somewhere. I mean, apparently the Saudis have some money to throw around, so we'll see if that gets played out. There it is right now. Holy shoot! We're trying to be family friendly right there. We talked about Meta coming back to $3. Well, now it's a $3.50 winner. So we've made back 70% of our L there on Meta. So yeah, that's why we can talk like this and say that today is once again a good day. Obviously to have waited for that Meta bottom. Sean, get some patience, dude. All you had to do was wait till 9:36 right there. We always do this. I always say I don't like to trade names that are on earnings, but I thought Meta 300 was key enough, and any kind of a dip down we wanted to buy. Just did not anticipate $5 off the open straight to the downside. My bad on that. I'm really happy with the XPEV out. It could start to fly around a little bit, and it could touch that 21 again. Obviously, the very high there of 21, I know that's what Neil was sort of looking for, was a blowout. You had to pay for shorts, right? So I got to get over there and do that.
Yeah, it's weird.
But that was that wick high. I thought I saw it at 20.50, so I got out at 20.50, but it looks like it might have been 21. I'm happy to cash out for this. 32% up is way too high. I know Chinese State is probably in here buying this name up, but trust me, if they want to take some profit, they're going to start dumping this soon, so let's watch out for that. Teledoc, if you're rocking with, stand up right now, man. That's all I can say to everybody. Don't stand up if you're wanting to be at your computer, but check out this trade right here on Teledoc. As you guys can see, Teledoc 26 long. 26 long on Teledoc. Put those ones in the super chat, in the chat there if you have this name. I'm going to put the sticky note right there and right now. There it is, man. We gave it to you. We gave you Snap. We gave you everything here today, and hopefully we're giving you some entertainment. But there goes Teledoc. It's another one trying to get dancing. It's Teledoc, and we're making that cash on this name. But we're going to get something out before we get too crazy with this one. There we go. Let's just punch some out at 93s there. That's exactly what we did. Uh-oh, there it is. And by the way, DJ, what's going on? That's one for Tilray. That's one for Teledoc.
Another one.
And there's another one for Xpeng. Plus we have more, but our graphic is over.
The graphic never ends. You can just hit it another time. That's the other thing about it. Like, it goes 3 times. DJ Khaled, maybe we'll get 3 times off 10, but I will not go a third time. Off the same level, the third time to me is never a charm. So first time off 10 once. We just got to reload in there twice at 02s. If it can punch through 15s, that's when I think it gets pretty sexy on Snapchat there. Down 20%, so it's still trying to make an SSR bounce. It is short sell restricted. I had Nikola at 17. 217, it just took out the high, so looking for the fade play off the 2/4. That's going to be that level, and we'll go for 250. I'm not really a believer that Nikola, it's probably getting some sympathy run for all the EV names. So I think it's probably going to turn around like a 250 level or just right back in here at 225. 2 is your support. I thought Google was about to break, or Alphabet was about to break 131. I had my stop order locked. This is actually a stop order to go long. So if it breaks 131, I'm looking for a long break. Nice little consolidation up here. If it can hold 130, maybe there's a dip buy at that price. NVIDIA tried, and the chip names are absolute dogs this morning. NVIDIA just tried to break 455 and is still looking relatively weak. if you're involved in Boeing, I didn't set up the breakout trade. You pick and choose what to look at the open, and Boeing wasn't it was a good setup for 225, but I didn't want the order to just punch long at 930 because it has a bit of a spread. So Boeing gets to 228 there and starting to pull back. If it can hold that previous breakout price, I think a dip buy can be in order. I'm trying to get some more Snapchat out here in front of 10s. And where are you, Xpeng? Xpeng's about to make a run at that high of the day. I should have had the failed break at 21 short. I had paid for locates. I was looking short up there. The second time, maybe worth it the second time. The third time, you know what I just said. I'm not into getting these things a third time through. I haven't looked at Coinbase. I hear Mara's flying in the chat. So I'm assuming Bitcoin might be making a move, but we have enough to look at as it is.
All right. So again, we keystroked again. No surprise on that. But we're going to wait for. We just got out of everything on Google. That's all right there. And then we wound up punching long. We actually want a 131 break right now. But Google right now, the #1 name here today for me. And like I said, you guys can ask me in the chat. Just tag me, man, if you want to know if we're up or down on any names. I don't, that's absolutely no problem. Right now, Tilray's trying to go back up to the upside. T-Doc is also flying right now. So yeah, man, I mean, this is just another day, another couple bucks. Let's see if we can keep on this momentum to the upside as there it goes. Did we just get a fill on Tilray there? Yes, we did at 11, so that's going to be a good one. Meta right there. There's the dream that we talked about. You guys want this. I saw it in the chat. Here it comes right now. It's the hot dog cannon firing off. Watch out if you're in the audience. You could get one in the face right there. It's coming out for you. Here it comes right now. Nice upside play. T-Doc, part of the dollar club, so we're banging that one out. Meta, part of the $4 club right now, but we already lost on Meta. Like I said, tag me. I'll tell you if we're up or down on any names. But there goes Meta. Wish we would have held it all because we would have made it all back, but we didn't. Right back here to the 200 period. One more time, $300.50 for META Meta. Huge move. This is the play that we liked. When you look back at the notes and it says 298 support, yeah, sucks to be $3 in the money off that level, but again, we didn't trade that correctly. But we're lucky enough to get some 296s, so let's take something out here upside near that 3 bills and just watch out for hopefully a move higher. Ooh, we just missed it. We tried. Ooh, did we just get it? Yes, we did. So there it is right there. That's $4. That's a $4 winner right there for Meta. Still not positive on the name. That's crazy how bad that is, but that is the truth, and that's what I'm here for. So we'll see what happens now on the downside.
So Steve G, the reason we're long on Snapchat, the reason I'm long on Snapchat and we're looking long is just dead cat bounce, SSR bounce, $10 level on the daily chart was a big one. That's it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the quarter was great or anything like that, but down 19%, holding an even dollar level like 10. It even wicked the bottom, which is that's a better entry. So I was long once off the first bounce. It wicked the bottom there for the second test. It just got to the teens. I was able to get some 10s and some 14s. I'm going to take some out there in front of 20 and then see how far this can go. At some point, I probably look for a short on Snapchat. It's just that $10 level and the SSR balance is a bit too much not to have it. Microsoft, which haven't talked too much about this name, but it just has a double top here off the open range at a 342 top. This could be a 342 breakout in addition to 341 on Alphabet. So nice wick bottom. Love that. Love to have a consolidation up here for a breakout trade on Softy, down 3%. What wasn't a bad quarter, but just wrapped up in the valuation game there as we're going to go to the desk.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just be aware for the overall market here, guys. There's some housing data coming out right now. Looks like it's mostly in line with expectations there if you're watching some of the home builders, so it might be affecting them. All eyes on the Fed to come this afternoon, obviously 2 p.m. Make sure you're with us. We'll be on 5 minutes early for the latest Fed decision, a quarter-point hike for Fed Chair Powell and the Fed to come this afternoon. It'll be more about what follows that, though, at 2:30. The comments and the press conference, we'll bring that to you live as it happens as well. All about earnings here for monster tech names today. Google, obviously Microsoft, topping the headlines overall, though the market just trying to take out right now. Pre-market high. Shout out to Ben Zinga powering your news update All week long, we talked about Google delivering strong second quarter financial results with notable year-over-year revenue growth this morning. Snapchat, 4% decline in Q2 revenue. PACW, all-stock merger with BANC. Saw this one as well. ACB, not only Tilray, but ACB trying to pop up on decent volume with Tilray's move this morning. And yeah, all of the EV makers going, including, 5.2% now for Li Auto as well, guys. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time, and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
All right, so check those guys out ASAP. As thanks, Brando, for the update there. Also, Benzinga powering the news desk. Okay. Tilray did dump out a little bit. I just want to talk about XPEV because we are back at that level. You guys know I got out of XPEV right there. I don't know if that's the right decision or not. It doesn't look, oh, I guess I know it's the wrong one. I mean, I can see where it's trading right now. So nice move upside there for XPEV. I like that Li Auto sort of in sympathy with it, but this is the name you want to trade there. So I do feel that, maybe we shouldn't be out of it, but we are right there. I thought we saw some wick highs, so we did step away from XPeng. So that's still a good move. We did clean out. Again, we got 2 outs there. We got, actually, no, some outs at 10s, and we only got 1 fill there at 11. So that's a little bit, not bothering me, but, we could have had some better outs there for sure on Tilray. More outs at 10s, but we only have 25% left right now as it is falling back down. This is not a name that we really like here, but we are playing the breakthrough on Tilray of $2 into an earnings play. So, okay, we'll wait for that one. Wow, what some good outs were on Google. And you know what? Sometimes you just save money by getting out, right? Like, it didn't break that 131. We're waiting for that to happen. Now this is giving us actually a pretty good reload opportunity to the downside now on Google. So if that can come through, that would be great.
I just reloaded.
Yeah.
I'm shorting Sundial. The second I heard you say Tilray's turning around, I was like, oh, sympathy play, Sundial. Anything that's up because Tilray's up, but maybe not on its own merits, that's at a good level. Here's 155 on Sundial on the daily chart. Here's the current high, 153. So I'm just going to short it in here and give it to 155. I mean, that's not exactly rocket science. So I have to watch Tilray, obviously. Snapchat, just to update Snapchat, it did make that move into the teens, but there's the wick into the teens. I just got more out in front of 10s. So it's putting in lower highs, grinding back down into 10. That's what I mean. I'm not going to take it another time. If it's I want a bigger bounce than that, but it doesn't mean you reload it forever. At some point, if you keep grinding to a level like that, you're going to just eventually break it. 2-set downside. We just talked about Alphabet there a little bit. So I like a 131 break. I added at 130 the first time and then got most of it out in front of 131. I'm now going to reload off that. It was the pre-market high up here, 130.30 into 130 even. So if we hold on to 30 even, great. I still like the breakout to that 31 and through that 31. Microsoft rejected 342, so not much happening there. If you're watching Boeing, it got to 225. If you're looking elsewhere at that time, it is what it is. Like Boeing 225, break 225, go $3, bounce off 225.07, and it's already at 226. But unless you're dedicating a level 2 to it, it's one of those stocks. You got to be pretty focused. Bit of a spread happening on that name as well. XPeng, as we talked about, just at that big level. Looking over at Tilray, okay, everything's still fine there. XPeng right at that level. It's trying to make another move up. Mm-hmm. If you're going to short that 21, you had to short it the first time. I don't know that it looks very good here the second time through.
I'm just looking at a trade that maybe some of you are wondering about, but we still have Tilray on board right now. So we're going to wait to see Tilray, TDOC. Obviously, we have a little bit of Tilray, not too much left. We don't have much of Meta left either. We're just going to let that float through now and see if it does fall back down. So we are pretty much out of all of our early trades. And when it's a green P&L, you spin that. So it was a very, very tricky situation there for me early. But here we go. Now Google's coming back in. So we do have a reloaded up position right now at 130. What's my price? 130.17 now. Oops. All right. Well, we just took some out. We do have some size there at 130.30 right here. So this is going to be a good reload for us down there. It needs to break through that 30. Then we have an offer again upside on that. So if it breaks through, then we'll see where it goes from there. But so far, so good here on the reload of Google. So we do this animation and we see because we are now reloaded. And holy crap, the day just keeps on going, guys. Another move here for Google to the upside on that. And we just got that fill up there at 40. So, wow. I don't know. Sometimes left a little bit speechless on some of these moves. But I was going to talk about Teladoc. It's just bouncing off here. Let's take advantage, man. It's back up here now into through 10. Well, ooh, we just put an offer and see what happened. Spike downside there. Hopefully it can come up to 10 and fill us again. And then we'll watch out for that. I'm going to cancel my 27.50. We just bounced off 27.
XPeng went again.
XPeng is going again. Okay.
Rivian broke out, but I mean, XPeng's at 21.70. Good thing. See, the short looked good the first time. The second time, you really didn't want that short. But Rivian's now through that 27 level, that monster, that level on the daily chart. So there it is. Now it's just following along. It's probably exactly as speculated, just a sympathy play through. But you know what? If that's what it wants to be, to get it to break out from here, which we've been waiting for, then you take it. You just take what's in front of you. XPeng is clearly the stronger one. But we just got to set entry. I don't have an entry in XPeng up here. I guess you can go for consolidations. Maybe you give it to 20.50 if you're long at 21 even. So play the key level. Be pretty patient with it. We already talked about Google reload. NVIDIA, just to keep you all abreast of what's going on in chip land, still relative weakness over in NVIDIA. Still negative on the day. The NASDAQ is actually still red, believe it or not. Why does it not feel like the NASDAQ is red? Because everything is flying, but really, if you look more broadly, I guess there's a lot that's down this morning, even if it doesn't feel that way. But the chips definitely dragging things out. I'd love to see this participate and start breaking out as well. I suppose you could short it, but that's not really where my head's at right now.
Wow. Okay, so we're almost up as much as we were yesterday, but we did. Again, I'm still. It's fine, man. We got some. I mean, look, we got some great outs here on Meta. I mean, the fact that we got some 299.50s and then we got a $300.50 fill there as well on Meta. I mean, I have to be really happy with the way we traded today and not worry about sort of those early dumps right there because we're almost back everything there on Meta. Now that it's dumped down, it's not looking as attractive, but it was a good play, and we'll still watch out for that. I'm honestly. Let's just punch, I don't know, should we punch or wait for 04s here on Tilray? Let's see, there's some size. See that size that just flashed there on Tilray? I feel like there is a seller here, and if we're able to get some 04s, just punching some out, yeah. The size keeps showing up on Tilray, so we'll punch a little bit out there at 03, and then, yeah, see, now it's starting to push down. We're light now. Now we have 20%, no, about 15% left of Tilray, so... Okay, it's going to be a well-positive name. Obviously, if it comes back down and breaks that 185, we'll still be positive on it because we don't have that much left. And really, Tilray, that break of $2 was great, but you had to wait till about, where was this break right there? I guess it didn't really break again until about 9.50, and that gave us sort of the move that we thought we'd get early. So we take a piece out. It's that reload against 85 down here that really helped. We basically got the low of the day on Tilray. So, that's why you got to take advantage when you do see things like that. And then the last play that we have right now that's really trying to work out for us is going to be this one, and that is, of course, Google. Just trying to work off of that bottom of 120. Like, I'm bidding 128.85. I have no idea why we didn't get those fills. 129.85. Don't know why we didn't get that, but, it went to 86. That's bothering again. So we'll put a little bit upside here, a little bit more, because we just missed that fill, or else we'd have another 60 cents in the money. So, all right, that's what we're doing right now. We can probably look at GPS. That was another play that we talked about. Nah, it's $10.
It didn't really do it. The one of those that kind of came out of nowhere. Yeah, where am I on the offer of Google? I'm at 77. Never mind. Why am I offering 77? You always say 77, and for some reason I've just incorporated that into prices I'll throw out around the quarter. I should be in front of 75 is all I'm getting at. Weight Watchers actually held on to 11 here, WW, the 11 break, but it's really slowed down. The volume on the move is no longer there. XPeng starting to give it back a little bit. I'm in the sundial on that turn. Like the second I looked over and kind of peeked at the level 2, and just watching the price action on Tilray. That's Snapchat. I meant to go to Sundial, SNDL. I added to this and wicked the high again. I did not get to 53. I was able to get some down there again at 50. So I'm bidding first level 46 and then all the way down to where it started at 41. If it breaks that, if Tilray goes all the way or close to all the way back, then I can see Sundial going literally all the way back down to 137, 138. Snapchat, just a bit of an update there off that 10 level. It's still trying to hold. Now it's holding 10-10. I want outs above VWAP at this point, or it just breaks 10 even. I've already scalped into this level. Now I'm looking for outs above VWAP on Snapchat. There was something else I wanted to get to. Oh, goodness. It'll probably come to me. Oh, I knew what it was. I was just going over to NIO. So NEO, I always say, like, why short XPeng? If XPeng's pulling back, NEO just wicked the top, and XPeng just pulled back $1.50. So why short the name that is the strongest? If you can find a sympathy play, short the sympathy play. If you're looking for a retracement, if XPeng dumps, NEO's going to pull back. It's up 10%. And NEO as well, pointed out in the chat, is at this level on the daily. Go all the way back to the January high. Okay, that's good enough for me. So I'll have my eyes on XPeng, but I made that mistake with DWAC the other day. And then once I realized that Funware was the better play, if you want to play the reversal, I'm just going to go to NEO. It's the same thing I'm doing over in Sundial with Tilray.
Yeah. Tilray's pretty much flat now. I feel like, Sundial. Trade the weaker names, right? Tilray came out of nowhere.
If you can.
Yeah, Tilray came out of nowhere with that report today. So, okay, here we go, man. We're about to get out of some more Google right now. I was sitting at 49. Let's just, what's the difference here if we take it out right now at something out at 40? Okay, maybe it climbs. All right, let's just offer 40. I can't just sit here and watch this happen. I just push enter and then it goes, but that's okay. Here it comes, come back up. You see what happens when you put a live order in the market? It's like the same thing happened to T-Doc. I put the 10, it dropped 5 cents. We just put the 40, it dropped 10 cents. And then it just takes a minute to come back up. So there it goes right there. And we get that fill one more time. So yeah, man, we'll slap our faces around a little bit as we are nicely in the money here today. And yeah, it's been a great day. Look at Teladoc. You guys want to talk about it, man. We used to have a sticky note. Fabian, I think we might have a sticky note animation somewhere. I don't know. I don't have it on my board, but if we do have that, that would be good because right now, the sticky note, I want to thank everybody. There's a lot of people that message me all the time and they go, literally the only reason they're setting up Twitter is for that sticky note, but also follow Trader TV Live, Brandon Neal. We're all on there providing content. So if you can get over there, do that. I'm on there for the show. I'll put some personal stuff on there as well to keep it lighthearted. But there it goes, man. There goes T-Doc. And the reason why we're talking about it, look, it's 10:15. Right, we could slow things down a little bit here. This is why, man. It's right here. It's the sticky note today. We talked about Fed, Meta, Google, Snapchat, and here it is right here, T-Doc. If it gets here, this is when T-Doc was at $24, by the way. So that's why I said if. It started to go. I just put my order in. I didn't even realize it was coming to 26. I just trust in the sticky note. Once it gets there, the order fires off, and the rest, as they say, well, I was going to say Bob's your uncle, but as they say, the rest just continues to work as it works. And there goes T-Doc. Huge move to the upside. And again, one of the more profitable names here on the desk today, is going to be T-Doc. So we'll shake that out, shake those cobwebs away. But Neil, here goes Google finally. It sucks that we didn't get that reload, but we got enough of it to be long now at 130.12. The number one name here for me is Google, followed by XPEV. Then we got Teladoc, obviously, and then the only other one we've lost on was Meta. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to go 4 for 5 with the L on Meta, but XPEV is really what dreams are all made of today. Huge move up. Thanks, Brendo, for that breaking news on Volkswagen. And Neil, like you said, the guys in the chat had this as well. So shout out to everybody in the chat. And if you're making money today, hit the like, hit the subscribe. You hear the girl behind us.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Well, you probably don't hear her, but she's on the phone working hard for us here too. So thanks to Kat and thanks to everybody for watching. It's been another bang up day here.
It is, and I think what's next, if we break 20 on XPeng, just come to my chart for a second. If 20 gets broken on XPeng, I'm thinking about an add to the downside, I'm going to add to NEO if XPeng breaks 20 even. So this is the next thing I'm looking at. It feels like it's almost too obvious. If you start to break down and get back into where it was, much earlier in the day, the sympathy play is going to definitely come into play. I haven't even taken anything out on Rivian because I'm kind of looking at this a little bit separately. I know it's up because of XPeng, but this is a breakout. I want to give time to go. Like, it's just, there's no way I'm scalping this out for 20 or 30 cents on Rivian when I think there's this much upside. Been waiting for this level to go. I want to give it a chance. Alphabet just filled to the upside. I want to ring rester there. Snap, still okay, still in the money. That's the reason we're in. That's that $10 level on the pullback in the daily. But it just gave me a fill above VWAP. Here's the concern. Every time this breaks VWAP, wick up to 25, back down. Wick up to like 18, back down. Wick up to 17, back down. At some point, this needs to hold VWAP, or this is going to turn into a short trade. So the 10 bounce has worked, but you got to be a little bit cautious with this because they're rejecting some prices up here. Let's go to Brennan at the desk, and here comes XPeng.
Big earnings mover as well. VICR, 45%. This was a $55, $60 stock yesterday. We're at 85. Huge beat for them. Couple of upgrades as well this morning for VICR.
I remember VCR, Betamax.
All right, we had a beta machine.
Yeah, I was watching Is It Cake, and they were, it was the 90s was a thing there. It's on Netflix. Is It Cake?
You know Phil does that. Right?
Oh yeah, your brother?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice. Oh,
He
cool.
does.
He does like decorative cakes?
Yeah,
stuff like
he
that?
and he
Well,
does
we have our
like
friend's wife there.
Yeah,
I don't think she's super.
She doesn't do that anymore.
Right.
Well, she got back into marketing, so she doesn't do that anymore. But my brother, he does like the treats.
seen
It's like
that
Phil's
show? You
treats.
should watch it
It's
with
a great show. I have seen the show.
Watch it with your little one. Because
It's
my
super
kids
cool.
like it. They just like the thing that they can build. And anyways,
It's
one
a
of
lot
the
of fun.
things was 90s. So it was like a printer was there. And then anyways, they had a VCR and the guy like had no idea. And they also had a Sony Walkman. The guy was calling it a DVD player.
Oh my goodness.
So anyways, I'm just.
I wish I still had my Walkman.
We are
one of those.
We are so old.
It's one of those things.
But
it's probably worth something.
Yeah,
Like
probably
those.
is. All right, I'll hit the alarm and then Neil hit it as well because
You go ahead.
I don't
don't
know if
have
you
the
got-
alarm.
I don't know if you got out of Google, but I did.
I got to Phil.
Yeah, so I got up there at 130.70. We just got a fill up there. We got a 50, then a 70. We are going to wait.
Why do I have one?
We are going to wait for 131 to break. So that'll be the next little area of concern for me. But we're just going to sit in all of these trades, man. I mean, it's so far so good. Teladoc. So this is the one name that I said if we break 26, maybe we can get to 28. So hindsight, would have loved to have said that and hold it, but we still got 25% of this trade. So, sorry, 20% of this trade out 4 times, each for 20%. So we're doing pretty good. That high came to 27.60. So, hey, let's just put an order right now at 27.80. If it gets up there, great. We'll take the fill, hands off. Then I don't have to watch it anymore and worry about where this fill's coming in. So we'll wait for that. If it comes in, great. If not, great, because it's already a great trade. XPEV, Neil just mentioned 20 bucks coming in. Maybe, I don't want to steal your thunder, but that went to 22, and you didn't have a big wick volume up there, but you did have it try to test 22 up at 21.90. This is why I got it. Not this is why I got out, but I think we all thought, and I think maybe that's what Neil's going to talk about soon, is that there was going to be some kind of a flush coming in these names, because I said up 33% seems to be a lot, but it does justify the space for a Chinese name to get an investment from a European name. I feel like that is kind of a stamp of approval right there. So, Fabian, if you could read the work chat and let me know.
So there was just 27.50 on Rivian just broke. I'm looking to take advantage of that for my first out. If it doesn't hold it, I might cover some first underneath 50, but I'll give it a chance to get into the 60 and grab that. Come on, hold it. All right, now I'm just going to take some out at 48. So there you got the first leg out there at 48. I wanted to go to Neo, not XPeng. I mean, XPeng broke that 20, but Neo was well past 13, even unfortunately to the downside. I got a fill at 91, so we shorted 13.07 as we saw XPeng curl. So this had a wick top into VWAP here. I'll take another leg out if we're able to even get it. I'm going to have my eyes on XPeng. If XPeng completely flushes, I might just, I'd pull a bid if I saw XPeng really flush, but it's starting to catch a bid of its own. One more thing to get to. It's not doing a heck of a lot right now, but I'm willing to be patient with Sundial because once I saw Tilray slow down, I just wanted to sit in it at 150, give it to the high of the day, and then start getting it out off the lows. But I have to watch out to make sure Tilray doesn't do something ridiculous. If that starts breaking back out, I could just punch out without even having to worry about the high. I know
we have small cap recap, but just one name that we haven't
Go ahead.
talked about that's an earnings play here today is Microsoft. It's funny that
it's tanking.
I don't think you've been in it, have
Not
you?
once.
Yeah, no, so neither of us in this name, and it's tanking right now. So
have an
that's
order
why I
on
wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. We just felt We're falling off $5 straight right now from that 342.
Yuck.
Look at that pre-market level. Jeez, man, wow. To have shorted that and to have seen it at the time, but there it goes right now. The reason why I'm looking at this is because people were like, oh my God, Tesla. And I was like, well, what about Softy? Because breaking 337, yeah, not a great sign here for Mr. Softy, but I just wanted to bring that up. Didn't want to ignore a name here, down 4%. We'll look at Softy, we'll look at Tesla when we come back from Small Cap Recap.
Hey guys, yeah, once again brought to you by Benzinga this week. Let's talk a couple of these. Typical for an earnings season, as I mentioned yesterday, focus on other things right now outside of small cap land, but obviously Tilray qualifies. I did notice down here in this note, beverage and alcohol net revenue up 33% to 95 million. So a big chunk of that beat for Tilray coming on the beverage and alcohol side versus actual cannabis sales. So Tilray to the upside. Still a small loss for Tilray, but nice look lifting all things weed so far today. ABVC was another one moving around so far this morning. There's SIMO as well, but that's a buyout, it would appear anyways. It was approved by China. So SIMO moving to the upside, but there's ABVC. Biopharma moving into some real estate assets as well on a headline this morning, but back downside so far, guys.
Oops. Just throw in the chat what the details of that buyout are, because it's got some movement on it, and I don't want to, like a lot of times you get a cash buyout and you think if it's got a big spread on it, there's a fade play in there somewhere, but I don't want to just jump into it, because I saw it do this at the open, and if it's going to have an $8 range and this is a cash deal, then there's possibly some trading opportunities there. But I haven't read it. I haven't read the press release, and you shouldn't trade a buyout unless you read the press release and you actually know what's going on with it. So I haven't traded any ATVI tape. Maybe I will. Oh, I just missed NEO. What am I bidding here? Yeah, bidding 1285, and it bounces off 1286. Okay, that's really not that surprising, I suppose. So move to 1286. It's still XPeng trying to hold on. Shorted NEO in sympathy. But XPeng's kind of still holding on to VWAP. It's underneath 20, so it feels like it's going to be good, but I'll take it out if I can at that 86. Maybe we should step to 87 and then see how far it can get to the downside. Not much happening over there in Sundial. Oh my goodness, is Microsoft...
That's what I'm debating right now.
Microsoft is just wicks the bottom. Is this worth it?
I think it's worth a bottom pick.
It looks like it wicked the bottom once, 337. If it gets right down to 337, R&R is pretty darn good. It's a Fed day, so if you're thinking inside day on the market, which this is what the NASDAQ looks like, inside day. It has not been able to break outside of the range, so why wouldn't you have something like Microsoft give you a bounce play off the low of the day? Yeah, I'll talk myself into this. 337 out, that's not that hard.
No. As you were just talking, I actually talked myself the other way, but I think we'll try to take a break, but the market's above VWAP. So I actually, if I was going to play strategically in the way that I've been thinking about it is like if the market's up, then I don't necessarily want to short the largest constituent in the market. But we'll wait to see. We just took another fill there on Tilray as well at 206. Now getting back up to 207. I was going to do a read here, but here comes Microsoft right now into 337. So give me a second on the ad, but here it comes right now. Let's see what happens on a fill. There it is. So we are now short. Yeah, exactly. So
what a wick out.
Just a good fill there. Let's see if that does happen to go to the downside. We're going to hold this for a minute. We're just short right now. So it's not the end of the world on this one. We'll take a fill down here. If it does come up, we need to get out, right? So let's just do a little bit of work here on where our out could possibly be. I mean, that's 337.50 is sort of where we started from. I feel like maybe the top of these wicks right here. Let's just get out at 338. Let's sacrifice about $1 here on this play just to see if it. Oh, wait a second. I actually have another stop order, so I gotta figure that out. If it does go back. Oh shit. Stop order. Nepa right there. So let's go to the downside as we do not need a stop order right now. As there goes Microsoft, huge move. I don't know. It's now 50 cents in the money as we continue to go to the downside right now on Mr. Softy. We'll put another bid at 336 and then fini that one right now, and then we'll wait to see. I'm just going to cancel everything else. Wow, Microsoft. That is
another one.
All right, so I'm going to get this going here. I just got to get my stop
another
out.
One.
Yeah, all right, DJ. All right, there we go. We'll find out for that. Yeah, I mean, look, DJ College, you're right. It is another one, and it's another banger. And we're going to do this for one more time. Come on, Microsoft, get down right there. All right, here it is, man. Trade real money, gain real experience. This is Day Trade the World Campus. This is the #1 prop firm in the world, and you get your chance to join it absolutely free. FREE, free. Trade real money, gain real experience. If you have 16 to 25 hours, I think it's 20 hours, might have screwed that up, per week. Well, I put in more time if you want. Right there, join us. We'll get started. There's structure here. It's the basics. And please apply and put whatever country you're in. Right now, this is only open to the residents of Canada, but hey, why not open up to Europe? This is Day Trade the World. We trade over 58 live markets right now. So wherever you're located, hit it up. The basics is here. It starts with training, the basics, learn about level 2s, learn about size, learn about some of the random stuff that Neil and I are talking about as well. And then you go into TMS, which is training mode, simulator. I like Superb or Supreme, but it's probably training mode simulator. That would make the most sense. And then you go into live trading after that, if you make it there. And then hopefully this little bag of gold is waiting at the end of the rainbow for all y'all. So that's a good little program there, brought to you by the #1 prop firm in the damn world. I don't know if they'll teach you to trade like me, but if they do, you'll be spinning this. There's a dollar. Neil and I went back and forth there on this trade. Good out, man. That's what trading's all about, risk management. Right, what, the 30-cent hit, 20-cent hit?
12 cents. 11s to 99s on.
Even better.
Again, for me, I'm not, it's the weakest stock in the market. It either bounces, and if it bounces off that, I think it probably goes $1. Just very, very quickly, you're battling, you just wicked top to XPeng at 20. It just wicked the top, not you, it. It just wicked 20 again and is holding underneath. So I reloaded here at basically the same price on NIO. I'm going to give it to the local high, 13.15 here. So that's a re-entry on XPeng. Just want to show you, on NIO off of XPeng, but suddenly you have a bit of a divergence. I missed this, and I just want to get back to it for a second. In Rivian, it held 27.50 the first time. It wicked it again. So I think you're about to go dip on Rivian. I'm going to cancel I've had a bid down underneath 27 the whole time. If we do pull back, I'll be a little bit more patient. I'll let it come down and look for a long off of this level instead of just sitting out in front of it. It's working, but this is off a higher time frame, so ideally I want to be long Rivian above 27 all day until it gets to 28. But we'll see. It's starting to slow down. The market's starting to slow down. Snapchat is finally...
Google.
It's finally making that bigger move. Okay, here we go. Just got some out there at 26s, and
Long?
Google's about to break 130. 130 is going to break on Alphabet. I still have that stop to go long, I guess.
Yeah, Alphabet just did break. Well, it broke 130, so we're long here.
Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, never mind.
129.50 or so.
No, where is my stop?
I don't know. I'm going to look that up now because now I'm all confused because we're short Microsoft and making a shit ton on that short. So that's going to be all good. Let's just get a little bit more out here. Our average price is right here on Google. We were waiting for a 130 drop, so we got 129.87s on board. And let's just double check that out, like Neil mentioned. We got to have an out somewhere on that. So I got a 129.70 out. For us if this does fail, which would not surprise me in the least if that is what winds up happening right there right now. By the way, Teladoc, if anybody remembers the out that I said, 27.80, it went to 27.77. So I'm going to take a 67 fill. Now, why the hell did I put 67? That must have been where it was, and we've missed it. So I'll wait for a little bit more of a bump up, but let's see if we can get that. Oh my God, right now, Microsoft continues to make a move. It just bounced, though, off 335. It was just at 335.60, guys, and then it just bounced up there 70 cents high. So let's put another bid there at 335.70. If it does come back down, we got to make sure we take advantage. Look at this huge bounce up on Microsoft. The spread is small, but it's actually like 70 or 80 cents. Like when it opens up, if you miss that run, we just experienced that. So let's put something on the bid. Oh, yeah, and by the way, T-Doc, there is the out on Teladoc, $1.80. Thank you very much, Brendo. Oh.
Hey guys, let's talk some crypto heading towards the Fed coming up this afternoon. A lot of analysts, crypto analysts, pointing towards what is to come from the Fed and what will happen then with crypto after that. Shout out to Benzinga once again, bringing you the crypto update. Great feature on Benzinga Pro, guys, this drop down ability. So you can type in whatever you want to search for. I just typed in stocks. Just as a broad search term, and it'll show you everything that's relevant in that category. You just click on the one you want to talk about. In this case, we're talking crypto, obviously, and a whole nice note here on why the FOMC is being the next catalyst for crypto markets. You can also pop out the story and have a look at it individually as well. Great feature, again, 50% off. Use that QR code bottom of the screen, 50% off for the first 100 for Benzinga Pro. That is for life as well. They'll never raise prices on you. Here we go. There's BTC, not doing a heck of a lot, waiting for Fed Chair Powell to come this afternoon. Chilling in positive territory, 0.1%, 29,294, 0.25% there for BTC, as I was mentioning. Where's Ethereum? There it is. Just went red. It was positive as well. 1858 on the day, guys.
So, by the way, just Coinbase is actually teetering at $100 here.
Yeah.
So this could be a little spicy. The top here, local high has been 103 the last couple of days. So 100 was good 2 days ago. And then yesterday, 100 was more of a support level than anything else. I want to respect that. Ooh, Alphabet just broke down.
Yeah, Alphabet broke down.
Yeah, so I'm out of Alphabet on that reload. I'll keep it on the 15-minute chart because that gives a decent idea. It just broke down. I still think it can maybe held that low, but you've rejected a top break. You couldn't get through 131. Let's be patient here because the market resolves lower, which it's down 0.4%. You could have a nasty little bit of a dip. Just back over to NIO. Ooh, I might have got wicked out, but you have to have a stop. And so I was giving it to the local high. My reload was off of the XPeng move. So I was going to put it to that local high. When XPeng made a wick high, I'll look back over and see if I still like it to the short side. I might not. Rivian, I'm looking for a dip buy. And Snapchat, so again, Snapchat kind of rejects that 1025. It looked like it wanted to continue the run. It was looking great. We're ringing the register all the way up. Don't look that gift horse in the mouth. Want to see it hold VWAP again. If it gets all the way back to 10 even, this is probably a short through the low of the day on Snap. So it's been pretty decent off 10, but just not that punch through that can take you squeezing through the high of the day. A win's a win, but I kind of thought at some point you hold on to some of it for that squeeze play. I haven't checked on Tilray in a little bit because I moved that level 2 to Microsoft to see what was going on. But Sundial's starting,
bouncing,
it's starting to roll over. But yeah, this is the problem. Here's Tilray. Tilray is double topping. This is what I love about the sympathy play. You're still off the highs and trying to go higher on Tilray, whereas you have a wick top on Sundial, which is setting up for a plunge. So if this never breaks the high, Sundial plunges. If it does break the high, it's an easy out. And I can get out if I want. I can give it to the stop. I'll probably just punch it out there. So it's holding nicely for the theory that we wanted here between Tilray and Sundial. Apple, good shout out. Aldrin. Apple is really strong into a weak market. I'm still offering 194.90. I put that one in right at the open because if it got there, I didn't want to miss. I'm shorting 195. I think on a Fed day, it's really difficult throughout lunchtime to break out new levels on a Fed day. And 195 is that local high. I got to zoom this in. Those wicks are bad. So that's that local high up here. We had it on Monday, and then on Friday, you had a 195 top on Apple. So I'm already sitting on the offer. Let's go, Brendo.
Just quickly, biggest move I've seen in a while on this oil inventory number. Smaller than expected draw, 600,000 versus 2 million expected there. So oil tanking right now.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, it's Wednesday.
Need to fill up.
Of course it's Wednesday.
Not that that's going to actually hit the
yeah, it doesn't.
pumps.
Yeah, they don't actually help us out with the prices when that happens.
No, they don't.
Go figure, right?
Considering that we're in Canada. Give me a break. Okay. Wow. So I was actually sitting here and was, as my kids say, literally debating just getting this out at 336 because how many times? I mean, it just kept bouncing and bouncing and bouncing off of 336. And, you know, we've already gotten some out of this. We're only out of 40%. So, yeah, this could turn into be an L here, unfortunately for us on Microsoft. Let's just see. I don't think, I mean, we could just punch it all out right now and we're up, but let's give this a little bit of room. We definitely screwed that up at 336 there. Not screwed it up, but we did see it keep going. I mean, here's a 3-minute chart. We're nowhere near any of those levels. Let's go over to a 20-minute chart. Forget about all these dark pool wicks down to 335. To me, those don't mean anything and never have. But 330... Yeah, 334.60. I mean, I don't really, like, there would be really no reason for this name to stop, but 337, I guess, goes back to the 12th right there. You know, some possible levels there, 330. I mean, maybe 330. I mean, there's 337 as well. So, yeah, maybe for Microsoft, that's, you know, that's the rub. I mean, I could take another piece out for 50 cents here. Looks like we're going to be able to get 336.50, but for right now, I don't know about that. Google, unfortunately, we did get out, but hey, man, I mean, this is like, that's a sip of coffee, not even a cup. That's like a sip of coffee right there. Now we'll wait to see if it continues its move higher. Obviously that 129.50 there, I thought we could get into this barcode area and buy a little bit more down near 129. So I'm gonna be patient and see if we can't wait for that. Obviously you could see where Teladoc is. This one, we talked about it getting to 28 bucks when it was at 26. So, I mean, this has been a monster move up. Obviously we should still be in it, but we're not. So there goes Tilray, Teladoc as well. Wow, what's XPEV at 20 bucks right now?
It's still holding the same level.
What else do we want to trade? Oh, G Trader. What's up, G Trader? Right there in the chat. Making money on Tesla. That's right. We said we would go back to
Did it
Tesla.
make that breakout?
Shout out to Stephanie D. Am I still in Meta? Yes, I am, but that's getting close because right now we're only 75 cents in the money. I have like 2% of the position. We got a part fill, so I'm holding that. T-Doc broke 28. Yeah, William Page, you know that we're on that one. We're smoking that trade. We're out of it, but that was a fantastic trade for us early. You know what? You can make money, but you don't actually make it till you put it in your pocket. I thought that Teladoc trade was a pretty hero one, breaking through 26. We gave that call when it was all the way down here in the pre-market at 24.50. So we already had $1.50 to work. It gave us 2 more. It gave us 250 more. But you know, we're out of it. Still a great trade. I'm not going to second guess my ability or my trade on that one. And by the way, we talked about holding softy, but look, now it doesn't. Come on, man. I was bidding 10s. Let's just bid 20s now. See if this can. It just stopped at 23, but you know we're going to wait on that one. See if it comes down, fills us there at 20. Take this out, and then if it drops back in, fine. But we just held this one all the way back up. We could have reloaded it. Wasn't too confident in the reload, obviously, or we would have done it. I don't have a problem pushing keys, as you guys know. So we'll just give it. It just dropped to 23. Okay, finally, there it is.
Oh my God.
Like as if you have to sweat that one out. Nice little win there for Softy. Let's hold now for the bottom.
Yeah, this is a time of day where, you know, you be patient with your reloads. I was looking for a spot on Sundial. I'm not reloading Sundial unless it goes up, not down. Rivian, as it was going down, I'm like, oh, I want more into VWAP, but it's looking weak. The market was going to the downside. Wait for it to get to at least close to the key level and show you some kind of a rejection of the bottom. So it broke 27, got to 90, kind of held in this range here, and then add in front of 27. Really, because I think there's so much upside in the trade, I don't want to completely give up the long until it's underneath this consolidation here. But this reload, I don't want to hold it all the way to 26.50. So I'll probably stop some of it out underneath 26.90 and then look for another reentry because I do believe in Rivian at this 27 level. I just want to give it every chance to go. XPeng, I know this. Everything started with the Volkswagen news and XPeng going absolutely like ridiculous bonkers levels. It's now leveling off and going sideways. So I think I want to wait for the next shoe to drop. Maybe it breaks back above 20 and starts going back to the upside. You try and rejoin the trend there. It could be worth it to just sit in front of the bid, I suppose. Like maybe you just risk like 1950 and sit in this in the 60s. Because we've seen Chinese ADRs.
For a barcode.
Yeah, you look for Chinese ADRs to go sideways off lunchtime, and that could definitely be the play here. And you risk like 20, 30 cents. If it gets going again, you're absolutely, like you're laughing if it gets going again. Just a bit of a move happening here in Sundial. So, whoops. Oh, I can show, it doesn't matter. I just instinctively hit enter when I see Tilray.to, but back to VWAP in Toronto, I'm assuming it's pretty much exactly the same thing. In the NASDAQ, not the New York. So Tilray back into VWAP. That's going to mean that SNDL, without looking, I know this is true, is breaking VWAP. I'm on the bid here at 46 to take my first fill out. I wanted to see Tilray make that rejection. The sympathy play was here. I'm sure you could do CGC, or there's probably other names that are giving you that same play. And just one other one to update. We got 20 minutes. It can't seem to hold on to VWAP, Snapchat. It's been giving you the good bounce, all the rejection in the world at 10.25. They must really hate what's going on here. So you get one good bounce play off 10 even. There was a decent one and then a really good one off 10 flat. It feels like this is, if you don't make a fresh high again, this is probably a reversal if it takes out that 10. I'm not likely to reload this one. I'm thinking reverse now on Snapchat. Any levels for Neo? I was trading Neo more as a sympathy play off of XPeng. So when I saw XPeng start to break down, I just took this short into VWAP. I reloaded the same level when XPeng was under 20, and then Neo decided to want to do its own thing. So now that you see a divergence, like XPeng's going nowhere and Neo's trending up, I'm not really thinking a short NIO because it's doing its own thing. This was only thinking a sympathy play. If you go to the daily chart, it's pretty much at the next big level, and if it takes out a fresh high, what's that open? $14 is monstrous here because it rejected that and never stopped going down. So I'd say here, 13, the current high, and then 14 are the big levels on NIO, but I'm not shorting it anymore.
Yeah, I wonder if the short sometimes is over with. I mean, at some point you're going to have to, sort of just understand that the market is going to have to wait for Fed. I mean, we talk about this over and over again, that this is a big day. Not only was it the big morning for earnings, but at 2 p.m. we got the 98.9% chance of that quarter point hike. So the market is basically saying, hold my beer to that right now. I mean, you're up on this, you're down on the ES. I'm gonna look at the banks probably creating this to the downside. I wonder what sector is down. I mean, we know oil. Brendan just talked about the big move there in oil. So let's just wait to see. I do want to, let's just see, what is XOM doing? Because why is the ES down so much? We'll have to look at financials. XOM only down 1%. It's funny because whenever I think about that, I guess it's Microsoft leading the way, probably on the SPY. We know that as part of the S&P 500. I mean, the NASDAQ, here you go, JP Morgan, literally flat on the day, as we say. What just happened there? Oh, I didn't get out of anything, did I? No. Oh, we get some more Tilray? No, we did not. Oh, this is what we're doing. Sorry, the fill was right here. It was Meta. So Meta just filled up. Sorry, my bad. Meta filled up here at 296.80. This is why we were holding a piece to try to get longer down here. So we got a 297 fill. We'll take another fill where we did the first time. And then if it does break back down below 296, then we will get out of this. So we've talked about it. We'll load this up one more time, back down near 296 proper, and then we'll just wait. I mean, all we can do is play levels right now. I feel like getting flatter, which we're doing right now. You can see we only have 3 positions. XPEV out, TDOC out, although that seems to have been a mistake naturally. I mean, you know what? When we took 50 cents there on the rip, I thought that was pretty good. Then we took $1, then we took $1.25, then we took $1.75. But right now, Teladoc is in the money, 240. So the next time we get breaks like that, you saw it yesterday in GE, and that kind of came right back in. So Teladoc, we talked about Aunt Kathy going in there and buying, and obviously we are pretty much dead right about that, it seems like right now. We don't get the best fill. Wow, okay. I mean, now, down we go with a chicken dinner winner as we get ready to go over to Brenda. Where the hell is my pen? There goes Microsoft, man, breaking down through now 335. This one, we're joining the club one more time. We have multiple dollar club winners today, and we're going to dance it off there. But there goes Microsoft off of a very, very clean trade of 337. So, all right, we're just delayed a little bit here, but let's go back over to the desk with Brendan with only 15 minutes left.
A bit of a mixed board to show you here in a second, guys, for the S&P 500. First off, I was reading through this note, pretty interesting, from former Atlanta Fed President Dennis Lockhart saying, yeah, we're not only going to get a quarter point today, we might also get one at the next meeting as well. A group we haven't mentioned yet, solar stocks trading downside. SunPower reported weak preliminary Q2 results. They also cut their full year forecast. So ENPH under a decent amount of pressure so far, along with some of the other clean energy names today. Google, though, helping at least to offset some of the weakness we're seeing elsewhere in this group, including, Microsoft obviously 4% now. Downside, Netflix also 1.8% downside. Adobe's under pressure, Oracle under pressure as well. Meta helping to offset some of that. All of the chip names downside, NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, Texas Instruments, they reported, by the way, 5.25% downside. Apple still holding on to positive territory, but only just. Amazon just went red, now down 0.8. To the downside. Oil on watch here. We are downside, as I mentioned there, for crude oil off that inventory number, but not huge moves yet in the group itself. CVX, XOM, to name a few here, downside as a result. Tesla still holding on to positive territory, but very, very mixed board to kick things off ahead of the Fed today, guys.
Stay off the weed. I was waiting for a moment to actually give the old Stephen A line there, but I couldn't do it until I actually got a fill in Sundial.
Okay.
It's taken a while, but you have to be patient with this. The DWAC Funware was the same thing. I was just sort of sitting in this the entire time, waiting for Tilray to give it up. Like the tiniest little break of 2 even on Tilray. And once that happened, I get like the first fill on the bid at 46. I'm kind of sitting all the way down for this to make a 100% retracement, which would be, 100% being top to bottom all the way back into 137 where it closed yesterday. So my bids are at the evens all the way down to there. I said if Rivian couldn't hold on to that 90, I would cover some and look for a re-entry if it can hold the breakout, like the local breakout high. So this was 26.5, and then this top here like 26.66. So that would be the other zone. Again, I feel like this is it's a wider level because of the potential of the trade. So I don't want to completely give it up until it's well underneath. So I want to hold this 27 and 26.5, but I'm not going to add back into it until I see signs of strength because the market's breaking down here. The only short I have is Tilray. So I didn't get back into NEO, which was probably a mistake because XPeng does not hold on to 20 even. So I got out of NEO pretty much right off where we got the re-entry into the trade that we got more short at 9s and then we covered it at 14. It was probably worth it to grab that short off the high of the day, but I was watching XPeng, and at that moment, XPeng wasn't doing anything. I didn't see a catalyst to get into the trade. Apple's getting, as the market's going down, Apple's getting pretty darn close to doing the other thing, which would be breaking out. Yeah, it's weird. It's really strong. I guess it's not weird when Apple's strong. Apple's good stock. But that 195 could still happen as the NASDAQ is testing low. The ES is also testing the low. That would be spicy because if we're breaking further down, it'd be a good place for Apple to turn, but I'm waiting for 195 even. I think it's a bit early to start in on that short.
Yeah, it's funny because the only name that we're red on today is Meta, and it's the name that I've dug myself into right here, down at 296. But if it breaks it, we have a pretty solid out right there, a little bit lower than 296. So if it does, it keeps on trying to go. Like it just went to 296.30, and then just, there it goes. And now it got hit down through. So let's wait to see if we do get a little bit of a pullback upside now, as some traders might have got taken out there at 296, but that's not enough of a pullback up right now for me to think that that's what just happened there on a liquidation. So I don't think so. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. So now the move is going to continue to the downside a little bit more, and we will get out of this one, creating, our, again, we're adding to the losses here, but this is the only red stock that we have on. So this sucks. We're going to take a dollar. There it is. We just took a $1 hit on that one. So hey, man, we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. We were looking for that trade down there at 296. Came in again, much different of a hit right now than it was previous. But you know what, man? Look at this. This is $2 in the money. We just bid 335.15 there. The bottom of the day is 335.17. I cannot make that up. I mean, here's my bid, 335.15 on ARCA. We put that bid out at 1046. So yeah, it just literally just bounced off of us right there. So that's not a great fill. That's not a great look that we just got bounced off, but that's okay. Maybe I will secretly change my price now on Microsoft. But wow, that sucks. Wow, that's going to hurt a little bit here if it doesn't come back in. Let's put another bid there and make sure that we get it this time. Somewhere a little bit higher than 335.15. We'll see if we can get that fill coming back in right now. But hey, there's the good out on Meta because look, whoa, we're not out of everything. Okay, we only got out of a piece of Meta there. That's strange. All right, thought we were going to get out of it all, but there goes Meta down to the downside. We only have a small piece left, but it is continuing its downside push here for Meta in what is probably the worst performing name here today based No, just based on expectations.
NVIDIA. Oh, no, based on expectations.
Yeah, like
Never
it
mind.
started the day up 4% or something. Meta all the way down. Yeah, NVIDIA, I mean, you're 100%
No, the chips
right.
are super weak right now.
There's $1.70 on Microsoft, by the way. We took a 30 fill. But yeah, AMD, though, did you look at that? That
Yes,
held 10. Is it
Are you
broke
sure?
now? Yeah.
Okay.
The bottom is 10.
No, NVIDIA is still going down.
So
NVIDIA's just broke 451, and we only have 9 minutes to go, but we're gonna get there pretty quick. We were just talking about how explosive this was. I mean, literally at the open yesterday off 450. So the low at the open was 449.20. I think that's the Alamo on NVIDIA today. Well, at least it is for me. Anyone else can have the levels that they want, but I'm looking for a false. Here, I'm not looking for the short. I'm looking for a false breakdown at 450 that holds on to 449.20. So as long as it holds on to that 49.20, then I'm looking for the long on the way back up. So I want to see it break 450. That way it runs some stops of people that are long already, and that relieves some pressure for where to bounce, and maybe it traps some shorts that go 449.99 short, that old day trader play. Some of them will be stuck short, and then if it holds 449.20, you get the long in there. So I haven't reloaded Rivian just yet. I want to be very patient. I missed the 2660 to see if I can get it a second time through. What else is there I wanted to get? Snapchat's not doing much. Oh, the other thing I wanted to go to was Apple. Yeah, it's starting to curl, but that's too early. 1974 is not, 194.72, sorry, is not close enough to 195 for me to start in on the shorts. Let's go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Everyone awaiting the Fed obviously coming up this afternoon. The DXY pretty quiet ahead of that. We are downside ever so slightly so far this morning. Will Jerome Powell be hawkish or dovish? That remains to be seen. Decision at 2 p.m. as we've said, 2:30, the press conference where we'll get an answer to that question. UUP, few ETFs to have a look at, put in your back pocket. UUP, there's TLT, there's GLD, and also VIXY, it should be reactive anyways as far as volatility is concerned to the overall market. Here is the dollar right now, back downside 2 days in a row after the bounce into this consolidation as we've talked about, but 101.5, the key area of resistance for the dollar. Do we see a continuation back to the upside? That remains to be seen. We'll get all the answers to these questions this afternoon, guys.
Will we, though? We should.
We should. So, all right. So there's only a couple minutes left. We talked about this. We said we'd do this one more time here today. All right. So generally speaking, if it's not chicken, it's another protein, and we've seen that happen over and over and over again.
There's always protein.
What was that?
There's always a protein.
Yeah, but it's always been, it seems like it's been this protein. So
I know what you're getting.
it's going to be Asian 5-spiced salmon today for lunch, with Hakka rice and steamed bok choy. Okay, we got a little bit of an
I'll
Asian
steal some of that.
a little bit of an Asian
I will
flavor
steal
happening
some of
right
that.
now. So we'll see with that one. And then at the end of it says, have a great day. So I hope everyone's having a great day. And that is what's for lunch here at Trader TV Live. So, all right.
5 spice. I feel like the more complicated they make it sound, like.
Well, 5 spice is just a spice. So that
I
should be
know,
good. I think that'll be good, man.
I think it'll be
with
fine.
the rice, you got to definitely like that one.
I'm a salmon person, but bok choy is that's delicious.
We'll probably have salmon on our salad.
I hope so,
what
but
they
you
always
never
seem to
really
do.
know because when they have the chicken, anytime we have chicken all week, I
yeah,
feel
yeah.
like chicken ends up on the salad all week as well because they have
Yeah, it was
extra.
on the salad yesterday, but that's what I'm saying. Salmon.
There'll be
could
extra chicken
odd.
from yesterday, and that's what's going to be on our salad. That's my guess.
That's your guess? Okay, I think the salad could have some salmon on
You
it.
can bet a quarter on it.
Quarter? Okay, I'll bet a quarter. So well, stay tuned for that.
My
Will
quarter
it have
says-
salmon or chicken
Oh.
on it? I don't know.
You guys, we can do the earnings board.
Sure.
We know Meta, that's the big one. Obviously, you've seen what happened to Snapchat, but I think the more important thing for Meta would be the Alphabet advertising numbers.
Yes.
Right. So, generally speaking, when Google has good ad numbers, Meta does too. That's more important.
But they don't think that today because
They
Meta
clearly
is
don't.
getting killed.
But it's Fed Day. Mattel could be interesting if only for all this Barbie stuff, but I never really look at that stock. Some good names for the long term that we don't necessarily trade, AbbVie, MasterCard, and McDonald's there. QuantumScape, I still think that has a decent short interest. So that could be worth looking at just for that alone, but I haven't checked it in a while. So let me just, let's see, Quantscape. 23% short float. Anything with a good short float. You saw Teladoc today. It's worth it.
Yes, you did.
So, and this is 23%. That's solid. If anything big happens, you want to look for that squeeze play potentially on QS.
Yeah, I will be all over QuantumScape, and I'm glad you just sort of talked about that because that is a name that I think will get spicy tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. We hit TDoc today really nicely. So, yeah, that could be another one of them names right there. Okay, so just so you know, man, we have less than 10% left of Tilray, and pretty happy about it, as you can see where it's going right now. So Tilray, nice little move right now. Back up. We got some $2 there. We could have taken some 202s. We didn't. We're now pretty much out of everything here on Tilray. So let's just wait to see if it does go upside.
Here's NVIDIA.
Here's NVIDIA. Okay, so maybe AMD as well, trying to take down. Yeah, so AMD right now at and taking down the lows of the day. Man, there's going to be a lot to trade here coming into the midday. So just get ready for that one, as it's going to be a banger here. Remember, 2 o'clock. So I would say trade the active names. There's no way. Don't let Sharif tell you that this market is going to slow down at lunchtime. It may. He can tell you whatever he wants. I'm just playing around. But I just think that right now, if you're looking at these names, it is been an active morning. You have Meta still moving. You have AMD taking down the lows of the day. Neil just brought up NVIDIA right there. Did you go short, or you're just looking? Oh, 450.
No, I'm looking for a bounce somewhere in this range. The 49 to 50 range, I didn't short it. Like, if you short it, it's great. I'm looking for a bounce play. So it has to hold here and then show you some kind of a buy zone step in. Like, buyers have not stepped into this at any point. So there's not going to be a bounce play. It doesn't look like it. So my hands are kind of off the keys. You're through 49. I needed to see it hold between here and here. That's clearly not happening. Is there any sympathy? You know what? If there's not going to be a bounce there. Oh, there's no sympathy on AMD because 110's already gone. So you could, like, the sympathy play would have been shorting 110 break if NVIDIA is not going to hold on to it. So you can always have the hands off the keys and not take the trade. It's not sit on the bid and just hope that it bounces. It's, I need to see it go into the zone, show buying above, come back out the other side, and then you punch long back through. That never happened on NVIDIA. We just go the other way. Wow, the chips are dying today.
Yeah,
the chips are absolutely dying today.
Microsoft down 5%.
The market's now really tanking. Yeah, I got to attend to Rivian.
Wow.
Rivian's starting to come back in, so we took some out when it broke that 90 level, and now I'm looking for this 26.5. If it can hold the previous high, that's the next line in the sand there. I'm giving every chance for the breakout on the daily in Rivian to work out, but this market is saying otherwise. Not 0.9% to the downside. Now, we could have a 1% day before we get to Fed. Wowzers.
I mean, Microsoft is about as clean of a trade as I'm ever going to find, I feel like. Right there, breaking through 337, that low of the day. We were ho-humming it and talking about it there, and now it is $3 in the money here. And again, trade your book, man. Trade what you guys got. But yeah, that's a nice downside move here coming for MSFT. And if you have it, then you have it. And if you don't, I mean, I don't know where these names are going to stop today. I feel like staying net short is probably the right answer here. So let's just do that, and let's wait and see where we can go from here. It's pretty obvious that this market doesn't want to hold levels. The NASDAQ, that's a red NASDAQ, not a plus 8.5, minus now 850. We talked about the ES. Remember when the ES was less than the NASDAQ? Well, that was about 10 minutes ago, and now the NASDAQ has really started to escalate to the downside right now. So, all right, we got to get out of here. So thank you so much, Neil. Thanks to Brendan today, Fabian, AJ as well. Ramin's over there, and anyone that's helped create this day to be the day that it has been. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls, and a big shout out, obviously. Wow.
We don't say that enough. Shut up, Bears versus Bulls.
I try to say it every day, but we probably say it multiple times in a day. So shout out to you, Bears versus Bulls, and shout out to everybody that's watching, because definitely without you, we don't have anything. As holy crow, right now, Microsoft, I got to
1% in
watch what I'm saying here.
Seconds.
Microsoft, a huge move to the downside right now, and yeah, we're still going. So, all right, it's happening now, or is it happening now?
It is happening now.
It is happening now. So let's go over to Brendan at the big desk, and me and Neil will see you back for Fed. Roughly around 2 p.m. Are we coming early?
Neil and I.
1:50?
1:50.
Just be aware, 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. We'll be on early at 2 o'clock. Just be aware there's some Russia-Ukraine headlines coming across right now that are, it appears to be anyways, sending the market downside overall. Keeping an eye on Boeing as well. Remember, the call started at 10:30 this morning, so still some comments coming through here for BA as well, including this one saying they're still confident in regulatory process getting approved for the 777X as well to resume production of that. So shout out to Benzinga once again. If you were with us in the pre-market, we got you ready for the morning right across the board. Google was discussed. Snapchat, pretty ugly miss for them, pointing to AI once again and increased costs and more spending to come for them on the AI front. PacWest, the merger discussed as well. Yeah, Google, not a lot to do here so far today, but still holding up. Top end of the range from after the close yesterday. Now we can head over to Sharif and Max.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's the Mad One, Max. I'm Sharif. And yes, we are in Fed Day. So let's have a look quickly and see what big tech has been up to. I've had 2 trades today, one in Google, one in Boeing, both positive. All right, the Google trade, you wait for that consolidation sideways, and I waited for the break. I think I got in same time as some of the guys on the floor. I think some of the guys had 129. I think I waited a little bit. I wanted to see confirmation. I waited 129.50, got in there, and we held it up into 131. So it was a nice $1.50 winner. Decent trade. The other one was Boeing. Both of these names were, very strong catalysts in the pre-market, having both smashed earnings and were moving very well. Took Boeing long at that 224.50, added again through the break of 225, got confirmation there, scalping up through 226.50, adding again at 227 through the break of 227, and then taking it out just in front of 228 here at the 227.75. And that was basically it. That was at the end of the trade, and I kind of walked away. And Boeing has been stair-stepping down ever since now, finding itself below VWAP, but it held $23 quite well, and now it's flirting with 24, trying to reclaim VWAP. So Boeing may be curling back up here into that 225 range. Let's see what it does at VWAP. Google held up a little bit better, I gotta say. Some sideways consolidation now, but really not that far off the highs. I think the high on the day on Google is just shy of that 131 mark. That came pretty much at the opening range, 130.98. We're currently, 129.50, so $1.50 or so off the high, but Google remains strong. Google and Apple are the only green names in my big tech chart. Everything else red: Netflix, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, Amazon, and yeah, the guys talked about it this morning. The chips are uber weak with NVIDIA down 2% and AMD down 3%. Max, what's the look this morning for you?
My day was basically made up of XPEV to the long side, Google to the long side. Lost as much on Google as I made on XPEV, so pretty bad there on my part. I kept trying to go long that 129 level, but I should have been going along the 129 area early on, so lost a bunch there. It looked like it wanted to hold 130. I tried probably 3 too many times there, but we'll see what happens today. If we get back above 130 on Google, it's probably worth another shot. It's holding 129 right now, actually, which I didn't really realize, given that was kind of the level that I wanted it to hold. So maybe you should be looking for a bid somewhere in the low 129s. XPEV, crazy move. I was long pre-market. Didn't hold it into the open because I thought that would be potentially a little bit insane, but I did get that 18 break on the open, added on 19, added on 20. Then the 21 kind of failed there, and we tried it one more time. Tried a little bit around VWAP, but looks like it doesn't want to hold. I mean, obviously the move is kind of insane. Not really expecting XPEV to hold a 30% move, though it is a great catalyst. What I'm watching right now, though, is Microsoft at this 335 level. I tried it once. I wanted to get to 332.5, but it couldn't even break 333, so maybe, I don't know, if we start holding 335 again, that looks like a little bit of a wick bottom and potential for the move back into like 338, 339, but ultra weak on this one. Down 5% on Microsoft, up 5% on Google. NASDAQ down.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is hurting much more than the ES is. The NASDAQ 0.88 to the south side. The ES faring a lot better, 0.29 at the moment, flirting between that and a third of a percent to the downside. Another strong name, guys, Teladoc. Shout out Aunt Kathy. Aunt Kathy doing her thing. T-Doc reporting really good earnings. The report kind of blew everything out of the water. You had it yesterday, came in at that 405, pops up into that 225.25 area. You know, we close out the aftermarket session around that 24 bucks. And, you know, that's what we flirted with most of the morning from 4 a.m. to about, you know, 9:30, essentially. We're at that 24.50 mark, but boom goes the dynamite right after that, and the volume really came in spades, baby. Every one of these 5-minute candles, about 750,000 shares. How many shares has it done on the day? I don't even know. 1 second here, let's find out. The shareage for this one today, 16.2 million so far, and we are at 11 o'clock. So yeah, liquidity, plenty, oh plenty. All right, here's what Neil would call getting it on the backside. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I feel like this might be coming. Here is a reversal candle, a topping tail candle. Sorry, it's not, it's a hammer candle, excuse me. And then waiting here, maybe we start curling and break through 28 and maybe flirt with that high of day at 28.37. So T-Doc looking interesting here as it starts curling back and testing that 28. Nice buy here at 27.50. Buyers stepped up in spades at this level, and here we go. Here comes 28 again. 28.37 again, the high. Let's look at the daily and get some levels. Oh my goodness, this chart is ugly. All right, let's try to figure out where the levels are at. 29, we have a wick up there, but the better action has to be this $28 level. Look at the peak that we put in here. Sure, we wick above it, we touch 30, but the closing prints are all south of that $28 level. So I like 28 as a possible level, and we did dance with that level all throughout late April, I want to say, into, yeah, late April. That was the level on T-Dog there. So 28, interesting for me. After that, we're looking at that 32, 32 and a half-ish level. That's the other local high. That takes us back into early in the year, January, when we got that big boom to start the year and everything rallied. It printed its highest in a while, I would say. $32 was the level there. So we might start, you know, a position in T-Doc here should it be right. It's dancing with that $28 level again. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting area of resistance, I would posit, on T-Doc, $28. Let's load it up here. Oh, I've got it already. Good. All right. All right. I'm trying to decide whether to wait for the breakout through 28.37 or to buy this $28 dance. The out would have to be the break of the low, that 27.50. If it made a newer low than that, that would be the end of the trade. So we're going to have to risk minimum here 50 to 60 pennies, because technically the low on that area is not 50. It's actually like 40 something. So decisions, guys. Here, T-Doc up 22.75%. I have to think about this one.
Yeah, I'm still watching this Microsoft 335. I just got a tiny piece long here, just above 335, seeing if we're going to hold. It kind of feels like it wants to hold, but not going to let this one trade below like 80s, honestly. Looking for us to kind of blast off here into the 50, and then if we can hold above there, maybe add over 336. Kind of like, feels like Microsoft is holding, though the market is not, I mean, kind of bouncing a little bit, but yeah, here we go, now 50 cents in the money. So let's see if we can get this one into 336, get it up to this 337.5. I'm not really looking to take profit until we get into this kind of area, so I'll be looking to add, you know, above 336 if that happens, and then try to take it into 337. Other than that, where's Google at? Yeah, I didn't get down far enough for me to buy Google, so just kind of chilling, waiting for some levels. Amazon at 126. Where's my Amazon chart going? 126 was a pretty key spot. Let me just set this up here. Where 125.50 was like the low, I think, of the recent consolidation range. It gives you 126 off the open, which is also the low of that of the move after hours yesterday, which we can see. No, but it was the low of the after hours news move, and we bounce right off there, go straight up. So I'm wondering,
Oh, it's interesting.
you know, I feel like honestly, if we take this out now, like this bounce was kind of imminent. You figure that this would happen after a crazy move down like this. You bounce right off that level. But I think you take the dollar here, and then you know, the 126 break probably makes sense for the short. I don't know if this 30-minute chart will show it, if it will load at all, but we've basically been consolidating above here for quite some time now. I think if we give up the 125 level, like Amazon's got some room to the downside. Going into earnings, there's 126 right there from the 10th. I don't know. I mean, great bounce spot. I just feel like if we hit it again, then we're probably going down. So we'll see what happens if it comes back into there. I'm not doing anything with it right now. Microsoft hitting off the 50 period at the moment, so this one 50 cents in the money now, waiting for us to get through there and see if we can hold somewhere higher and give me a spot to get a little bit more size into this one. Yeah, I'm looking for like a $2 move out of this. I'm not looking for the 50-cent scalp here.
Microsoft.
Upstart also missed this one this morning.
The
But,
chat is yelling works.
What
Sub
is
$1 stock, guys. You know how we feel about that, but we'll have a look because the people demand it, the people get it. Let's go up 75%. Let's go to the 1-minute chart and put the ticker in here. WORX is the ticker, WORX, and it is a NASDAQ stock. What does this company do? Is a provider of data content and services related to the repair, normalization, and interoperability of information for healthcare providers. Okay, healthcare company. Don't see a catalyst here on my blotter. I could be wrong. Fact check me on that, chat. With respect to the characteristics of the stock, the float 9.7 million shares, decent. If you're looking for low floaters, obviously this is a low floater. The price action on this, on the daily, let's get a quick glimpse of that. Okay, so right away we gauge it's a former runner. It ran in June. It did all sorts of crazy things. Tested that $1 area, got up to 96.09. It had several good days, but look at these topping candles. That should give you an idea of the intraday volatility. It is an absolute crazy one. Look at that. It'll make it up to 95 cents and then it'll close at 55, you know? So careful with this one, but the good news is we know its characteristics, how it runs and kind of what to expect. Up almost 71%. What's the intraday look? Okay. So we started off the day, we closed yesterday at 24.86, 24 pennies, by the way, not $24. It's sparsely traded, to be fair, early on. The volume started coming in fact, later, 10:50, 11, the volume is actually higher than the open. We're at days high right now. 45.50 is the HOD on this bad boy. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to have any trades here. I'm just going to look at it for you guys. Whoever wants to trade it, go ahead. Chart pattern-wise, I mean, you're just getting continuation. You got a little flirt with VWAP, but that was before the volume came in. Once the volume came in, we've been separating the price action from VWAP, and we're at days high. So possible double top here. Keep an eye on that. We're rejecting that 45.50 level, but this one looks good. So far, so good, I got to say, to be honest. So, but I'm not going to trade it, but there's a look on it.
The 50-cent break, sometimes that's a good break. Gets you to like 70.
$1 or nothing, baby.
Yeah, I'm not going to be trading that one. What's the volume at? 18 million? It's not enough volume.
T-Doc,
it goes at like
baby.
100 maybe. T-Doc?
The Katina Man, 26 long vis-a-vis the sticky note.
Yeah, that was obviously a decent long today, that Teledoc. Pretty wild. What's the short float on Teledoc? I don't know.
27.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
I mean, that's enough.
Good. It's good.
It's enough for a little bit of a boost to
sure.
To a good trade there.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't really have that one on the list for myself. I just figured that was one of those names that wasn't going to do enough volume. But those are the sleeper names that can sometimes kind of give you those great. Yeah, I know.
Kathy, I think she's holding it number 2. Is it number 2 in the main?
Oh,
it's 13 now. Okay, so Sean's check. It's only in the genomics one? It's higher up in the genomics one, but it is in the flagship ARC Innovation Fund as well. But here we go, T-Dog breaking 28. By the way, come to the screen here real quick. Out, this is my out, no more. I will give this 50 pennies of risk, 27.50-ish area. I may, just put my stop a little bit below that, but we're definitely looking for that 28 defend. Again, if you're just joining us, $28, a key level, a key resistance level, I would posit on TDOC. That takes us back to April, where we danced with that level on for like over a week, and that was the last time we were at this level. So $28 looks interesting to me here, keeping my eye on it. Meta, says Fireball. He's pumped about that, or she, I'm not sure. 293 was a nice defend here on our friend Meta. Let's bring up the chart. Oh, jeez. Every time I got to go in here, I got to put the ticker in, or otherwise I got to drag it. It doesn't stay, guys. I don't know why. Anyway, 293.50. You know, you defend that 293 area. That was the area we danced with yesterday. Excuse me, during that 10 o'clock to 11:30 time slot. That was a 193 looked to be a key level of resistance at that time, and then or support, excuse me, at that time, and then we were able to make our way up into that 296 range. We're back into that same area again today. So let's see if this is going to actually get defended. Meta obviously has earnings after the bell, and they got a buoy from their friend Google, because Google's digital ad sales were very good, and I'm assuming analysts are thinking the same may be true for Meta. It definitely wasn't true for Snap, but that's a different case scenario completely. So Meta, going to be an interesting look. Make sure to hang out for the closing show with Pradley to figure out how that one resolves, Max.
Yeah, I just added twice to this Microsoft position, so looking pretty good here. It just defended the 50. It just took out 336, so I added again. So now I have double what I had before at 335.5 basically now. Looking for this 337 to take some profit, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit higher. Looks like we kind of defended that 335 pretty well, and potentially going to make a move up here on Microsoft. I really like the idea of like this of the 335 holding. I didn't think it would take $2 to do so, but apparently it does take that much. And if this wick is real, which I believe it is, looking at my other chart, 336.70 feels like kind of a breakout price here. So maybe taking some profit up there, and then see where this goes from there. If we can get 337.5, that'll be a pretty good trade, I think. And yeah, I mean, when these earning stocks make a bottom, I mean, you can get a decent move off the bottom once the buying starts. Market's kind of catching a bid off of that 15.5 level. So yeah, feeling pretty good about this actually. This was kind of a sketchy long to start with, but I only had small size to start with, so feeling pretty good now about this one. Yeah, what's going on with TDOC?
No,
have
it's
we
having
taken out
trouble.
the high yet?
No, it's having trouble at 28. I'm not going to cut this, but I may be interested in a short if we do reject that 28, and because that 28 level is a key level. So if this one can't get going and can't make a new high through the 37s, I'll be looking for a 50 break, maybe southward. I mean, I don't care. I'll trade whatever the price action dictates. And so if it's a south instead of a north, we'll take it south, but let it resolve. It's a key area at which to get in. All right, Microsoft is moving like Max mentioned. Here comes possibly a 336 hold curling up. You're getting a nice curl on a lot of these big tech names here. Let's bring in the big tech chart. Meta, top left corner. You're seeing that one dance with 294. Amazon, wow, look at that, 126.25 bounce right up into that 127.5. Amazon looking uber strong. Well, not uber strong, but like bouncing from that level. Amazon also has a news catalyst. It looks as if the FTC...
wow, we bounced that hard on Amazon?
Yeah, looks as if the FTC and Lena Khan's crew is getting ready to file antitrust charges against Amazon. You could make the argument that's already priced in, the market already knows about it, but we don't know the deets of how she's going to bring that antitrust suit. In addition, we don't know how many things they're going to go after. For example, we know for sure they're going to go after the policy of lowering the search results for merchants and sellers who don't use Amazon's logistics, who use different logistical companies. So things like that, anti-competitive tidbits like that are what are going to be in focus by the FTC. We just don't know how many of those there are and how that's going to affect all their different business components. So that's a look there. Amazon dancing with 127 right now. High a day 182, 128.82. Yesterday's close 129.12. So those are the levels that we have today on Amazon. It looks decent. Apple, one of the only green names in addition to Google in big tech world. 194.72 is the high. We're at 194.40 now. Stair stepping up. Yesterday's close on Apple 193.60ish. So we're above that. Tesla also looking maybe to go green here. It's been kind of flat. That 265 and a third levels where we closed out yesterday. We're at 264.90 right now. Flirting with that 265. All right, let's go back to T-Doc. How's that looking? Okay, we're moving into high a day. All right, we're 20 pennies some odd in the money here. We need a 37 break. 28.37 HOD. Let's go, T-Doc. Sharif curls stocks like he curls weights. No, Big Rob, I don't. That's funny. I like Big Rob. He's going on my good list. New high a day, T-Doc, guys.
That's good. That's good.
Let's take a little bit out here.
I'm looking for something else to trade here. Upstart today was pretty solid off the open. I missed that hold. I wanted that 62 hold. We get back into 62.50. So, oh, come on. How can I be a trader who's so bad at typing? That's crazy, man. I use my fingers.
What's your work per minute? Did you use a laptop in university? Like
yeah,
everybody
but like
did. I got good at typing because of that. Right?
I feel like, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. But anyway, this 62 level and 61.50 was the previous high. If we look at it on the daily here, this 61.50 is where we stopped last time. I was thinking if we get a 62 fail break off the open on Upstart, that would be great. But, you know, a lot of things were going as well at the same time. Didn't have it. Now we're making higher lows. So wondering how to kind of get into this one. Maybe re-breaking 64, that's above VWAP. That would look pretty solid there for a potential long. I think maybe if we get back into 62 today and show me some size on the bid or show a kind of a failed break there, that would be pretty great. Microsoft now taking out that recent high there. I'm trying to take some profit, but I think I should just wait until 337 breaks. So I'm going to cancel that order. This is looking pretty decent off the bottom. Market's not really curling that much, and Microsoft is, so a little bit of independent strength here. See if we can take out this 60 and then get over 337 before I take any more profit. I think we can see VWAP again today. These earnings days can be pretty choppy. They're not usually, I mean, Microsoft beat
Dollar
earnings
Club,
today.
Bro. Okay.
Dollar Club?
Dollar
Yeah,
Club.
well, whatever.
Hit the Dollar Club, man.
I mean,
I don't have it
Microsoft-
on my thing here.
Microsoft, you want more than $1, but
Yeah. But it still counts as a
I mean, it is Dollar Club. We are in the Dollar Club here.
you go.
Looking for quite a bit more than that. I think 338 is probably like the ultimate target, but we'll see what happens there. At 337, the prior low could provide some substantial resistance on this one. Let's see what happens there. Apple as well. Really like the idea of Apple breaking 195 today. I did have a 194.5 break, which was a high from yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah, yesterday's high, 194.5. I thought I could take that into 195. Sadly, the market decided to quad dunk at the time that I was long. So, yeah, wasn't able to take this one. But if we get that 195 break later today, if the market decides to rally a little bit, I think I would like that Apple long, as we are kind of trying to make another leg down. So not going to overreact to the Microsoft position, but if the market's taking out the lows again, you know, I don't really want to stay long on a weaker name. So we'll see what happens on this one.
Yeah.
Trying to pull back a little bit, but we could easily get the bounce.
All right.
What else is going on?
When we started the show, we said, you know, Boeing sold off, but it had been making a little bit of a move back. Well, move successful. VWAP reclaimed, 225 broken. Here we go, 226.80. High a day on Boeing, 227.88. We're shy of that by a couple of bucks at the moment. So Boeing really showing its strength after that initial sell-off from about, what time was that? 10:30 to about 11. So about a half an hour of selling. and now the buying is really starting again. What's the volume today on our friend Boeing? See here quickly. 11.2 million. The 5-year average is 5.13. Do the math. So we are doing quite well. Back to T-Doc. We're sitting here at 45s, and by where I'm talking about me, sitting here at 28.45 for a second fill. As we dance with that $0.5 level, technically the high at day 43. I don't see a real reason to, you know, what I'm trying to say is $28 was a level that I was looking at as a key resistance level, but looks like we're really stair-stepping up incrementally here. It's not, you know, that abrupt move that you have to worry is going to retrace aggressively. It looks like it's more of a sustainable move, if I could put it that way. Anyway, we'll see what happens here. I'm probably going to eat my words right as I say it. It tanks by like 15 pennies, of course. That's just the way it goes around here. Should just keep my mouth shut. Amazon continuing its ascent up, looking real good as it reclaims VWAP now above that 127.50, bouncing $1.50 off the lows there from that big sell-off. Again, got to break 129.12 to go positive on the day, but looks real good. Big tech curling
there from Amazon.
Yeah, man.
That's something for sure. And Microsoft is now through that 336.60, so I'm going to try to take 10% here at 337, 10%. Just in front of 337.50, and then let the rest ride through VWAP. Google is still in quite the consolidation range at the moment. Interesting for sure. I have tried the breakouts of these consolidations too many times today, but getting over this 129.50-ish, 60 area and holding makes some sense for a Google long. Let me get this out of the way here. 36, let's say. Right, and that didn't work for some reason. But anyway, I think getting back above VWAP, back above 130, makes a whole lot of sense for a Google long. We'll see what happens. If we take out this 62 kind of level, that's kind of a consolidation breakout. I think below VWAP and this time of day, that doesn't make much sense. But we'll see what happens on this Google. I think if we get above 130 and actually start to hold there, then I'll take the long there. What else are you guys trading? Boeing? You just discussed Boeing, and that's not really a stock that I trade.
It's pumping, bro. It's pumping. I mean, look at the chart. It's pretty good. Yeah, 227.
Oh, yeah. What's the high? 228, basically. So 228 breaking could be actually pretty serious.
Yeah.
At 225 was a pretty sweet break on Boeing, but I was not there. Those are the kinds of trades that you can execute on a stock like that has low liquidity, because the liquidity will be there at those big key levels. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you could get smoked if it fail breaks, which it doesn't look like it did here. I mean, 70s, whatever, and then you get like $2.50 out of it. We'll see if that 228 can break on Boeing, and
go to his chart, guys.
Take us a little higher here. 227 has been resisting pretty heavily. I feel like taking the breakout of 227.15 even, makes some sense if the market's going to be strong. And ES just kind of wicked the low there at 45.80 and now bounces 5 handles. So it looks like we might have found a bottom on the market. I mean, we look like we have found a bottom on Microsoft. Looks like we found a bottom on Amazon for sure. Kind of wish I just bid like 126 on that, or 126.50 or something on that. But snooze you lose on those fills sometimes.
Yep.
Are we going to get this break on Microsoft? It's just kind of holding here, holding. Should I just take some profit? Probably not. I'm going to wait for that break. Still trying to hold like most of the position for a much bigger move than this. What else?
People talking about Neo. I don't know why Neo's on the list. Maybe as sympathy.
Yeah, it's sympathy to XPEV today.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have a look at Neo real quick here, because it seems to be a chat favorite. Let's put in the ticker as per usual, Max. Here we go. Let's look at the 5-minute too to get a better view of the name. Okay. So a nice consolidation at 1240. Look at this zigzagging though. VWAP seems to be a very interesting area here. It's being bought Nice double bottom at VWAP at that 1290.13. New high a day now on NEO. It's pumping up 1330. No, it's just touched high a day 1332. Can it make a new one? We shall see. But NEO uber strong, almost 12% to the good now. There it is. New high a day on NEO. It's pumping up. That VWAP buy was absolute money for whoever took it. Good on you. I don't know, man. I just feel like, I don't know. I'm not trading NEO at these levels. It's going to have to be a VWAP dip to get me interested. We'll see. But Neil has a saying. He likes it once, twice, but not the third time. Third time is not a charm on these stocks. So maybe a triple bottom off VWAP might not be the best look here. We'll keep looking. Now, 28.45, new high day on TDOC. I'm sitting 1 penny above that. That's why my resting order still hasn't been filled. We're dancing with the low 40s at the moment. Can we continue? It looks good to me. There's no reason for me to sell. Nick Dubb, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Can you guys look at INPX? Thoughts on test of wedge to 32 cents? I know it broke the low and found support at 23 cents. Took TDOC with you, Sharif. Good luck. Thanks, man. All right, let's have a look at INPX.
25 cents.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a penny stock. All right, down 15. So what was the question here? Finding support at, thoughts of the test to 32, support at 23. Okay, let's have a look here at the 5-minute chart real quick. It is the 5-minute chart. All right. So 22.16 low of day. 23 does seem to be the support. I do like that. You do have likely resistance maybe at 29 pennies. The reason is that's yesterday's close, and that's where we danced all morning and all day yesterday in the afternoon. It was around that 29 pennies. Sure, we got up to about 40 pennies on the opening range breakout on this name yesterday, but we didn't really test that level again. In fact, you could kind of make the argument it was a double top there and a consolidation breakdown. But we'll see. 29 pennies to the high side. He says, Nick Dubb was saying something about 32, I believe. Where is the resistance here at 32? I think maybe what you're talking about is the price action. The majority of the price action took place near that 32, but for resistance levels, yeah, be 29 for me on the day. I gotta tell you the truth. But good luck on that. Still waiting for some sort of fill here on TDOC as we, you know, it looks like we're consolidating sideways here at the top end of the range. I usually like that for resolution to the high side. No reason for me to get out here, Max.
Yeah, I actually decided I took some profit on this dip on Microsoft. Got a little nervous there because the market looked like it wanted to turn. Now I'm thinking take the breakout of this 337. If that fails, I'll just bail out of the rest of the position. If it doesn't, I should be getting about $1 out of that ad. So sounds like a good thing for me to do here. So gonna take this 337 breakout. If this fails, like I'm punching out 80s or whatever that ends up being. So yeah, I think, you know, this could take us straight to 338, but looks like it has failed for now. Give it a second to go. If it doesn't go, we get out. There we go, starting to bid up. Now we're in the 15s. Let's go, Microsoft. Get into those 50s and then into that 338. I think that can kind of snap very quickly here as the market has kind of found a bottom. Let's go, looking to take profits in the 50s and then at 338 on this one and see if we can touch VWAP again. But yeah, I mean, this has to go. I like that we are holding above this 337, bit of a reserve there on that 337, so they can't sell it through. But the high of this move is where we are right now. We got to get to the 20s pretty quickly on this one and get some volume going into this 337.40 kind of top there. So we shall see on this one. Not looking the best right now, but got a good fill at 03s there on the way in. So, you know, good risk to reward here. I think this could work if we can hold 80s right now, which doesn't look like we're doing. So probably bail out of this. Wow, it's very, very choppy, very spread, or like much less liquid than I figured this Microsoft would be. But where do we get out? Come on, just take out that high right now, and then we'll be good. What is the low of that last? All right, 69 is the stop now. So we'll just wait on this one, see if we can get through that 337 price one more time and kind of blast off here looking like going to have to stop out of this one, and there we go. So, yeah, I don't know.
All right, Weight Watchers, the other strong name on the day. This one, I believe it reported it? No.
Oh, yeah, I saw
Did it
this one.
report? What did I, how am I forgetting this? Upgrade, yeah, Morgan Stanley. I should know that because I do the upgrades and downgrades. But yeah, so much information taken in, you just tend to forget a lot of stuff. But yeah, good upgrade, good move today by WW, excuse me, on the Morgan Stanley upgrade. They like it as a result of its WW's acquisition of Sequence Spurs, which spurs unprecedented growth. I thought that was the name. So the company's acquisition of GLP-1 telehealth brand Sequence has created a rare scenario where 1 + 1 = 3, said Morgan Stanley. I don't know what math they're doing over there, but that's not usually the case.
What?
I don't know. Read it here, dude. They upgraded the stock with a price target from 5 to 13, and they upgraded it from equal weight to overweight. So interesting look there. The price action has been quite good. It's been a little choppy, up 20%, 19.5% on the day. $12 is the top, minus 2 pennies. $11.98 technically is the top on the day. What's the price action like when we zoom out so we can get some key resistance levels? Oh, we haven't been here in a while, Max, and it's been a good year for the stock, especially starting in March. They're running on that Ozempic stuff. The Ozempic seems to be the stuff that's making the money at the moment, which is funny because they were kind of completely counter that. They were more about diet and stuff. Now seems to be about this, which is fine. Back in April, there was a golden cross. The 50 did cross the 200 here. So if you're a trend following system, this was an important event for you. Now, price action wise, kind of hard to say here because of the stair stepping down. But if you really had to glean a level, the 1650-ish level, this general area, there was a bit of consolidation. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's go to the weekly here, get a little bit of a better look. Yeah, it's a interesting one here. It's tough to glean any levels. I'm going to say this 18 area is interesting. This 18 to 25, it's just a general area. Can't really give a specific resistance level, but look where this is coming from, guys. I mean, January 18, we were all the way up at 105 bucks. So we're coming from a ways away. Anyway, good look for them on the day. If you're looking intraday, interesting name. Back to T-Doc. Back up to 40 pennies after curling back to 25. So no newer lows here, but we're still waiting on higher highs. Bit of a flat top developing here, up 25%, right in front of that 28.5 level, below, excuse me, that 28.5 level. There we go, baby. We get the fill and we spin the money for that one. There it goes to the half dollar. The half dollar being challenged here, Max. Oh, baby. This one squeezing 17% short interest, says the Katina man. And here it goes, 28.60. You take a little bit more out there. There it goes to the north side. Like this trade.
Nice, nice. I just got in and out of Microsoft there, taking out that recent high. Wanted that to go like right away. It didn't, so back out. Looks like that 337 is kind of the resistance spot. So maybe this is more of a spot to short 337 into 337.5 and try to get it back down to that 335. If it does get back down to 335, I'd be willing to try the long again, but that would be the only way for me to do that. Google, interesting. It's just kind of barcoding this Google. Tried to get out of the range. It's kind of, consolidating up though at the moment. So like 129.02 or whatever was the low here. Now it's 30s, so looking like maybe it still wants to push. I think you got to wait for that 130 test. This wick is just a dark pool, so it didn't actually get there. It was like 70s here, trying to break out of that 60s. Didn't work, gets back down, but still can't make a new fresh low. So still kind of, I don't know, waiting to go on Google, I guess. I mean, 6% up is still a lot for this name. I really liked their earnings, but, we made the move after hours, and that was a huge move. Came from a long way down. I think it was, what was it trading at? 122, yeah, 120, 122 kind of before earnings. So maybe it just has to sell off a bit. Maybe we get the rally into the close today as Microsoft kind of blasting off there. So bamboozles me at that 337 level, and now going for that 337 and a half. Why did that not save? Yeah, we'll see if it can get through that the 40s and then take out the 338 kind of top that we had over here. VWAP being basically the same high as that high over there. So definitely going to be a spot where people are going to be paying attention, 338.20. And Amazon all the way back up at 128. That
What
is
a V-shaped
crazy.
recovery.
Like a V-shape all the way up, all the way back down, all the way back up. If you're just a fan of playing ranges, this is the ultimate range today. $2.50 range on Amazon today. Pretty insane. If you're like short into this move, you're probably adding all the way down, thinking, all right, this is it. I'm about to print here through this 126, go to 125, and now you're probably adding all the way up and stopping out up here for a huge loser. That's kind of a crazy move there. These V-shaped recoveries are great if you can get on the right side of it, but I think more people than not are on the wrong side of these ones and end up getting smoked. So I'd probably be adding, and then stopping out break even or something. On the way up, Microsoft did turn over off of that 337.45 where it turned before. Interesting there. So we got a double top here. Now if we break through 37.50 later on, that's kind of a breakout spot, I guess. But you want to give it some time to consolidate before taking something like that. I think the edge is probably gone from that move. We got to go down a little bit, collect some fresh shorts so that they can be stopped out through that price later on. That Weight Watchers 12 makes some sense. I believe the short float was pretty high on that one. It's not showing for me right now.
Yeah, we had to actually look it up on Float Checker for whatever reason. What's it called? Didn't have it. Trade Idea. We were having issues with Trade Idea's short float yesterday.
It's
right?
fine on my computer,
Funny.
but it's
Let me look
not
here.
working on this one for whatever reason.
Well, I'll have a look. Weight Watchers, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if it comes up. Float, short float, not coming up. That's interesting, yeah.
Well,
15 says Neil.
15?
So Weight Watchers, 15% short float, guys.
Okay. Because this one used to be like 35.40 or something, but obviously people have covered some of those. So less explosiveness on that $12 idea. I don't know if I necessarily would want to take that $12 break. If we had like 30-40% short float, then yes, for sure, I would try that $12. We've probably collected some shorts today below the 12, so maybe the intraday shorts want to stop out up there. But I don't know. I think it's not like it's a key level on the daily or anything. This 11 level was pretty key. Did that break today? I think it did.
11
How was that?
Weight Watchers, the high of
Yeah,
day today,
11 off.
11.98. Yeah.
11 off the open made sense. Dips down, breaks 11, screams to 12. That's pretty good. $1 on an $11 stock is pretty great, and then comes all the way back down, gives it to you again. Now, yeah, the $12 break actually looks pretty good, but the volume's super light, so not something that I'm going to have. I'm trying to figure out a trade on Amazon. This is kind of insane.
Bro, it just keeps going.
Like,
I mean, I haven't seen one red candle on my 5-minute chart since 11 o'clock. It's 45 minutes deep here. So
Yeah.
it's continuing to go.
like, what do you do? Like, how? You can't take a 129 breakout or a 128.8 breakout, I don't think. Maybe you try to buy a dip against this trend, but then what if you're buying a dip into one of these and it goes all the way back down to 126? I feel like everything's gone on this one, unless we're like really breaking out 129. I think if you get to like 130 maybe, the high yesterday is 129.60. Late day high is 129.50. So 129.50 breaking out on Amazon would squeeze out a whole lot of shorts, and I think could be quite a spicy move. Maybe even 129 breaking, honestly. Like, you got to think that people are short into this. You got to think people are short into this catalyst, and especially seeing this move down, they're probably adding. I feel like there could be an explosive move through 129, through 130 today. Maybe you get to those 130, 150 tops that we were trading for so long on this name, as you can see here. Oh no, right here. Where's 131.50? Yeah, 131.50 has been like resistance over here. It was for a really long time. 131.50 was a banger short every time it came in. Then it held, and now we're holding below it. So if we took that out today, that would be crazy. That would be a crazy move on this one.
Bro,
I think
Boeing.
the market doesn't care that much about lawsuits, honestly. Is Boeing taking out the top?
It's close, man. It's real close. 227.88 is the high a day. We're trading at 227.80. So we're 8 pennies off the high a day. Boeing continues to pump to the high side in case you're just joining us. This one reported earnings in the pre-market. It did quite well. It's producing more 737, 800 Maxes per month than it was before. 31 it was producing per month. That's been bumped up to 38. It's also delivering more 787 Dreamliners. It's also had, it's also fixed the issue with one of its suppliers that was hurting deliveries. It's got uber demand. I mean, the demand was never the issue. It's got plenty of demand. It's just about can they deliver. And so today, it looked like maybe they're starting to get out of their own way a little bit. But anyway, 228 incoming. There seems to be some size here on the book at 228. We'll see how that level fares. Technically, HOD now 227.99. So that 228 level coming into play now up 6.41%. Back to TDOC. Here comes TDOC to the downside. We're long 08. So if this one comes and breaks 28, that's it. I'm out. I think that there may be an interesting, I don't know. I'm going to have to think this one through a little bit more because I've been waiting for this 28 level to reject just based on the previous price action. And so anytime I see, you know, a little move down, maybe I shouldn't have that bias. Maybe I should just, you know, be entirely objective. But you know, that 228 spoke volumes to me on the chart, on the daily, especially going back to April. So we'll see what it does. Back into that 28.20-ish level. We'll have a look. Jay Lee, Sharif, please look at SIMO, SIMO. It's a crazy mover. I know very little about it. SIMO. Let's load it up here. The Katina man saying there was a story there. We'll have a look at the blotter to figure out what that one's all about. All right, so SIMO. Oh, baby. Up 7. Is this a buyout? This is the buyout. Okay. So that's why this one did that. So, Jay.
Wow, what a range there.
Yeah, well, it's a decent range for a buyout. That's a lot of money you can make.
That's pretty good.
Right? Yeah. It's been dancing 93 all day. All right, I think Neil sent me something in the chat. I'm going to have to look at that real quick. I didn't load up my chat thingy. There we go. Now I got that up. We're going to have a look there. Midday show? No, not the main one. All right, so let's go to the bottom. Terms called for Max Linear, MXL ticker, to pay $93.54 a share in cash and 0.388 shares of common stock for each American depository share of Silicon Motion, which is SIMO. So that's what it is. So that's the buyout deal. With respect to the actual company, Silicon Motion is a provider of negative NAND flash controllers for solid-state drives and other solid-state storage companies. Okay, so it's obviously an electronics company dealing in storage. The company is mainly engaged in design, development, and sale of low-power semiconductor solutions for original equipment and manufacturers, OEMs, essentially products. Okay, so it's an electronics OEM manufacturer. We'll get that. I don't have information on the other company that is acquiring it, but there you go. It's an acquisition. We trade those on the floor here. It's one of the strategies that they teach you when you first get here, how to trade buyouts. So that one was a buyout, but usually there's a lot less expensive. They're not usually in that range, but anyway. Quickly here, Weight Watchers rejecting off that $12 level, $11.98 the high, coming back down into $11.60. VWAP is near that. Where's Weight Watchers? Okay, I didn't bring it on my screen. VWAP is at that 1150 level. So interesting level coming up here on Weight Watchers. We'll see what it does. But yeah, curling down a little bit. Boeing continues to go up 6.8%, 228.88. Here comes 229. Question
We
mark?
were talking trash about Boeing yesterday.
We were. Yes, I'll admit it. And anybody
We
can
were
rewind
talking-
it and listen. But
we were
hey, can you
talking
blame
trash.
us? I mean, they've
Yeah,
given
I
us
mean,
reasons to talk.
Yeah,
trash,
they give us
right?
reasons every time, but good earnings out of them. I guess probably a lot of people taking some bets against that name, and then they kind of show that they can still produce, and here we are. But
There you go. I mean, there's only 2 of these monsters in the world that can actually make these.
yeah, well,
intercontinental
exactly,
players,
right?
Airbus and Boeing. So where else are you gonna go?
Exactly, and they have like military applications.
Oh,
and
of
stuff
course.
too, right?
And we
So,
know that military spending is increasing.
Yeah.
My cousin works for a military defense company in Ottawa.
Okay.
So I'm not going to give any information, but it's interesting because Canada is being like pressured by NATO to increase its
Yeah.
percentage of GDP on defense spending, and we're the lowest in NATO apparently.
Yeah,
My cousin
yeah, yeah.
says to me. So in addition to that, you think Canada's probably going to be forced to buy a little bit more. America keeps not donating, but sending military equipment to Ukraine. All of that has to be restocked. I don't know who stands to make money from this, but it seems like the military industrial complex right now may be an interesting play.
Yeah, I got to agree with that one. I mean, all this war going on, all this potential war going on in everywhere it seems. Yeah, I mean, I see it. XPEV
Apple high day.
Yeah, Apple high of day, and XPEV just kind of did a wick below. What is it? New York. Good guess. Below this consolidation at 20s, and then rebids right away. So I think I do want to get long this actually right now.
T-Doc. Oh, baby. Back up. I love it.
Come on. Wrong size.
Bump it.
There we go. All right. So long XPEV, risking the low of this wick here. Trying to get us back up, see if we can make another leg up. If it can't go down, the shorts are going to get squeezed out. It can only go up. So wanting this to kind of break this 13 or 1930 level pretty quick and then get into VWAP area, see if we can take out that 20. I tried a bunch of times around 20, didn't want to go. 1970 has been a level since. That is kind of where we dipped into initially. So we'll see if XPEV can go, make another leg up. Obviously, I think this one has a short float. I don't know if it would be reported. Yeah, it's 7% short. So that's kind of a lot for these Chinese names. They're not really anything to speak of. It just, I don't know. This name has the ability to go a lot, and we've kind of taken out a lot of levels on the daily chart here. That 22 looking pretty juicy if it will load up for me here. Yeah, there's a lot of triangles on this one. Yeah, the 22 right there, pretty juicy. If we can crack that, which I don't think we're cracking that today, but if we could,
Bro, tech is curling here, man.
24, 25 next levels. I didn't even realize XPEV's been at $60 before. That's classic for these these kinds of names. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this one.
But I like XPEV's car. They make SUVs.
I don't think I've ever even seen them.
I mean, they focus way too much on sedans. That's not the one. Took some profit here in the high 60s on T-Doc. This one continues to pump. I've got another resting order here right at 70. But I don't think that that's the main story right now. The main story has to be tech curling, guys. This is the big tech chart. Look at Amazon. We're right back 30 pennies off day's high. Amazon was very weak. Apple at day's high right now, 194.83. Meta curling. The chat's yelling Meta, 297. Someone, I don't know who, but someone took this 292, and now it's at 296.50-ish, maybe coming into that 297 area. Google slowed down a little bit ever since that big move. Earlier, it's had a 129 defend here, and looks like we're trying to reclaim 130. We'll see how that goes. Microsoft taking a little bit of a break, and Tesla is just absolutely asleep. NVIDIA has curled back up off that 446 level, now above 450, actually in that 451.5. AMD also curling off the bottoms. But yeah, tech getting a bit of a bump here, it looks like, as maybe, the NQ offloads. The NQ trying to curl back into that 15.6. We had technically the high a day. 1 second. What was that? Oh, that was yesterday's close. That's why it's so high. Okay. Well, It's 15,675. That was made much earlier on. That's a high, the calendar high a day. That was made around 3:45 a.m. on much lesser volume. So take that, I think, with a grain of salt. Anyway, trying to maintain TDOC here above that 2850 level max. 2870, the high of day on TDOC, up 25%.
Nice.
What else is going on here? What's the
I mean,
chart up to?
XPEV did kind of start to bid up here, hit off the 50, kind of expected to find resistance there, and then we'll see if we can get through that 1940 level. But definitely showing some buying off this 1920. It's bounced off here 1, 2, 3 now times, and this 1970 has been a problem. So if we can take that out, I would add there, probably add over 20, and then see if it can get into that 2020 and then 2050 kind of area. But good to see some buying off the bottom here. Exactly what I want to see on a trade like this, where you're kind of taking this. You're assuming that some people shorted down below this 20, thinking that this was a shelf breakdown, and now they're kind of trapped in it and hoping that it doesn't make another new high over this 1940 area. So, yeah, we'll see on that one. Obviously, tight risk, like 10 cents. You have a seller here, 500 lots. Ooh, 2 sellers of 500 lots. So someone trying to push the price down. Let's see if they succeed. If they get filled, I figure this goes pretty quickly over 1950, but we shall see there. Other than that, Microsoft dancing around. I said it was probably a good short into that 337.5, and that is exactly what happened. This wick, the high is not real, but the low is real. It did actually get down into 336.15 there. Instantly bid up. So now that 337.5 kind of looking like a bit of a sketchy spot if you were short at the moment. Looking like that's definitely a breakout level above 337.50. Potentially get into VWAP. I mean, is Microsoft going to put in that almost full retracement move on the day? I don't think so, but maybe you can get up to 340 today. I'd probably be looking short at 340 if we did get there, but definitely kind of looking strong around this 337 price, basically holding it. Kind of wish I didn't add there because I could just be holding the remainder of my position for a potential breakout above that 50 price, but is what it is there. XPEV looks like we filled those offers, so oh no, that 34 needs to get filled, and then we kind of blast off. But looking strong, not scared of the big-ish offers of 500 lots, so that's good to see. Boeing 230, is that a breakout to take?
Oh, Boeing.
230, man.
Unreal. Okay. Well, yeah, it's pumping up, man. 7%. Okay.
Yeah, that could be a breakout price. 230.
What's the price action on the daily? Let's have a look here at BA.
235 would be the next stop if you take out 230. Mm-hmm. It feels like, honestly, 228 was kind of 228.50 was kind of the price to take. That high of day break, didn't look back off 228. Now you're into 229.50. Mm-hmm. So I feel like this one could definitely get there.
Like, look, this is the daily on BA. We've clearly broken out of the range from this year. The year's range has been broken. So this is a calendar year high on BA. Now, with respect to price action, though, this level is very interesting. Look at this. If you're not in a trade, look how many times we wick up into that 235, 230-ish level. Like,
yeah,
that's the problem with this. We have these, like, this area here,
and it never really.
No. So unless you really clear the 270 area, you're still.
Wow, yeah.
No, I'm not saying today, obviously, but I don't think you have a good setup really on this long term unless you break through that 270 level. Anyway, it's kind of hard to read the resistance levels on a chart like this. So we're just going to trade the price action. We'll see what it does. Up 7% at the moment. So we'll see how that one does. But I think you're overtime.
I am. It's time for the big man, Trader Prad, to come on.
Pradley.
I'm sure he's got some banger trades on the board today. He was talking about, making sure he doesn't LFT. So I'm hoping he didn't do that. But good luck the rest of the day, guys.
All right.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Max. We'll see you on. All right, guys. We are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Surge Trader who have a promotion at the moment. Christmas in July. Save 30% site-wide. Shout out to the folks there. All right, let's get back to business here. Where are we at with TDOC? Okay, we're back into the high 50s. 28.57 is what's showing up here on the ask. We've been as high as 28.70. Even though this one's slowing down in its ascent, it really still hasn't given me a reason to get out. Now, where are the troughs in the ascent up? I'm going to say the first trough is at that 27.40. That was the initial, 27.50, excuse me. That was the initial stop that we had when we got into the position at 28.08. And then the other trough here was this retracement down in the 28, I want to say 14 or so. So I think that if this one breaks the 28.10-ish level, that will be the end of the trade for me. I'll probably take this one, break even for the remaining amount. How much do I have left? I have less than 50% left, taken out over 50% already. So this will be a good trade no matter what, as long as I get in. As long as I get out at that $28 level. So I wonder what you were doing. All right, let's see what else we got. Back to Boeing here. It's back above 7%, 229.49. New high a day on Boeing, trying to break that 229.50 as it moves up into that 330 area. See what the chat is up to here. The Katina man is short Microsoft. It looks like in the chat. Say again? He's going to take 40 cents, he says. Short at 336.99. Bring on the prodigy. Let's go, says Vin. Let's see what, okay, HOD says Naji. Let's have a look at Hood. I haven't looked at one in a while. Oh my goodness. That's still alive? All right, let's see what the look here is on Hood. It hasn't done much on the day, up 0.72%, kind of range bound between 273 and 240. I don't think there's a trade for me here, so I won't, yeah. This one's, no. Not for me on the day. What's the 15-minute price action look like? Yeah, I mean, we've just been consolidating. Today we drop a little bit. Is there a reason that we're down the day? Apps like Robinhood make trading fun, but SEC fears it's costing investors. Okay. Maybe more regulation down the pipeline for companies like Robinhood. Being reported today by the Dow Jones and Global News, so I can have a read through that later. What else we got? Boeing continues to head to the high side. I mean, every time I look at it, it's higher. When are we going to get in here? Apple also at high a day. 194.86 is the high. We're very close to that level right now on Apple, up 0.62%. Not much in small cap world, though, it has to be said today. I really haven't seen anything. There was a couple in the morning. There was that Gorilla company that I think they make Gorilla Tape and Gorilla Glue and they don't, eh? They're not that company? Let's read what it is about them. So why don't you tell us if you know?
It's not Gorilla, but it's something technology.
Oh, video intelligence. Oh.
Sorry, I'm muted.
No, it's okay. Gorilla Technology is a provider of video intelligence, Internet of Things, security, edge artificial intelligence, of course I had to throw that in there, data analytics, and operational technology. So we were wrong. No, not Gorilla Glue. It's just, I'm so programmed to think
they're
of
cool.
that. Yeah, they're pretty good. I seen a dude who I think he put a boat together using that whole thing. He got like a clear boat.
That's what's that advertisement? That's not Gorilla.
That's not Gorilla?
What was that? I forget. It's called Clear Tape, I think. It's called Clear
Something
Tape.
like that. Yeah, maybe I'm mixing them up. Okay.
But I know what you're talking about. He slaps it on like a thing. The water doesn't come out, and he builds a whole boat with it.
That's not Gorilla Glue?
I think it's like called Clear Tape or something. Flex Seal.
Flex Seal. Jason 4207.
Yeah.
Flex Seal, Flex Tape. Yeah, same thing. Flex whatever. Yeah, okay, I confused the two. What's up, Bradley?
Yeah, chilling, man, hanging out, relaxing, you know, shooting some b-ball outside of the school and
When a couple of
living
guys
life.
just showed up.
Living life. How about yourself, mate?
Good, man. A couple of trades, few trades today, both positive. I hear you're doing well. Want to take us through some of the trades?
I donated half my money back. You know, donation box was wide open. Prad walked up to it, put half of his money that he made today back into that box, and then I simply hit the log out button and went for a nice walk before I gave back my whole day. So here I am, still sitting green, but ready in a different mindset and ready to look for new trades. So I want to start off with Boeing. Boeing actually called out this trade for you guys last night on the 4 o'clock stream. I talked about how look for that. Oh, look at this UPSC seahorse pattern. The stock's still stuck in the seahorse pattern. Neil, still stuck in the seahorse pattern, not able to take out, right? Coming back to Boeing, though. Boeing, we talked about this trade, how we like this whole box that it's been stuck in for a while and that 224 high. And as soon as the stock comes back to the 224 high today in pre-market, it rejects off that 224. So off the pre-market, I see that right before the stock opens, 223 had some size on the ask. So I take the 223 break. Then I also see some size at 225. Instead of taking the 224, which was my level, I wait for 225 to show up because I saw size there. I take the 225 break, I get out at 228, I close my position over here after tilting on NIO and Tilray today, and XPEV. I tilted on all three of those stocks today, gave back half of my day, but Baba, Google, Teladoc, all basically to the green side for me on my P&L, and keeping my day good so far. We're looking for more positions here. I did see about 500 lots right there on 230, and people keep talking about possible a breakout of 230. Yeah, we will look at that for sure, but you know, this is a big company. Moving 7% might just be you know, putting some barriers around 230. But if 230 breaks, we'll obviously get into that one and see if we can have some fun to the north side on this one. Would also like to show you my Teladoc trade. Woo. Yesterday, Teladoc, actually, we talked about it on the 4 o'clock stream because it announced earnings, and we talked about how we did not actually like the move to the long side because the growth in Teladoc wasn't as big as we wanted it to be. So we had some levels that we wanted to short it, the 26 area and the 2750 area. So the first trade over here, 26 area, I tried a quick short, I get stopped out, then I flip long. The long works out, I take profits right before my other level that I had mapped out. At that other level, I try another quick short, that one doesn't work. I should have been ready to flip long again as I was ready to do it over here. I don't flip long, I miss out on a nice move to the north side. The stock comes back pretty much to that level again, and we can show you the chart based on yesterday's levels right here. Bang. We were talking about the possible rejection of this these tops over here, and then possible rejection of this 26, and then possible rejection of this 27. These two lines I just put in today, so these lines weren't there yesterday if I remember correctly. So these two lines I just put in today, and I like to see that the stock is actually showing you rejection of that 2870 high. I mean, there could be a possible move up to even this high over here, up to 2930 if it's possible, but I do like to see that the Prastradamus lines are coming into play. Maybe we do see a little bit pullback below this 2830 area, even 2820 to give us some possible shorts, but I would wait for the stock to start trading below the 50-period EMA, which has been grinding all day. I wouldn't even say grinding, right? It was dislocated, separated, but then later on it tested it, bounced, and bounced over here. It's trying to bounce over here too. So possibly 2810 break can give you a nice short move to the downside with very tight risk to reward on Teladoc, but that's fighting the trend, and that's not something that I'm suggesting anybody to do at the moment.
Proudly, I don't know what's going on with Micron here, but it's the lone green name in the microchip semiconductor world, up 2.45%, completely bucking the microchip trend. Every single name on my microchip watch list is red for the exception of Micron. MU up 2.45%. Now, I'm trying to find a reason for its, let's see, Benzinga, Micron delivers industry's fastest, highest capacity HBM to advanced generative AI innovation. I don't know what HBM means. Let's see here. What was the other news item coming from there? Something to do with Micron? No, that ain't it. Yesterday, they announced they're going to have an upcoming investor event. Maybe. That was yesterday. That got released at 4 o'clock. No aftermarket action for that news. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Micron here. If anybody knows what the catalyst is on that. I'd love to hear your opinion on that. Tag me in the chat and I'll have a look. But yeah, Micron looks good. Bull flag continuation, pop up right at 9:30. The opening range break holds. You retrace in a VWAP around 66 and a half-ish, 66 3/4-ish, bumps up right into 67 and a third, very much near high a day at the moment, so strength still in play. Micron unveils HBM, that's what I just said, yeah, 1.2 terabytes a second. Is that fast, Bradley? 1.2 terabytes a second, that sounds pretty fast, no?
That's pretty ridiculously fast.
Yeah, Micron unveils HBM3 Gen 2 memory, 1.2 terabytes a second, memory stacks for all HPC and AI processors. So I'm assuming you're pairing the memory with the like A800 chip or whatever the GPU that they're using.
Sounds pretty fast
Yeah,
to me,
I was gonna say thanks, Adam, for that. Appreciate that, Adam, coming through. Good friend of the shows and an active member always in the chat. Shout out, Adam. What do you got, Bradley?
Pulling up a picture over here of what where the images go. Okay, there we go. Of
SSD?
of the 250 megabyte hard drive in 1979 looked. Okay, so that's what the heck am I doing, Pride? Focus. Okay, forget it. So
There
this
it
is what a 250 megabyte. You know how small that is?
I don't know, like this?
Tiny, 250 megabyte. I think that's like about one album worth of songs, honestly, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, not even high fidelity.
Right? And that's how big of a moving space that you need to move around this hard drive. And now you're walking around with, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes in one little USB. So times have changed drastically. Let's come back to let's keep it relevant to the same topic over here, because I read an article today. NVIDIA is apparently coming, OpenAI plans on buying a ridiculous amounts of NVIDIA chips to make a super AI or something. No, you don't. Go ahead. Yeah, you're good. Okay. To make a super AI or something crazy. So I'm looking for possible NVIDIA moves to the north side here off of that catalyst. Maybe that catalyst was old and already played out. I mean, we knew that AI has been a pretty big deal over here for NVIDIA to the north side so far, and their earnings report also helped them to the north side. Today, though, down as Sharif just mentioned not too long ago, Micron is the only positive stock apparently in all of chip sector. So today you're watching Micron, carry the chip sector a little bit, but NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, I'm guessing all to the downside. Boeing made a high of 229.69 and pulled back down. So as Max always says, the orders on 69 cents always get filled, and looks like he wasn't wrong about that time.
Yeah, no question. All right, someone was spamming in the chat, so don't spam in the chat. I'm going to get to it, but don't do it again. Stellantis, yes.
You want me to pull out the ban hammer?
You've banned a lot of people, I think, right?
I got it.
You have the all-time record.
I have the power!
Yeah, but Stellantis having a hell of a day here, proudly. This is an American depository receipt. It trades, I think, primarily in Milan. It is formerly Fiat Chrysler. Basically, it owns a bunch of different car companies here, and it did well. It reported today first half results. They don't report by quarter, they report by halves. They reported an increase in BEVs and LEVs. What are those? I'm assuming electrical vehicle, but what does BEV stand for? I don't know, and I want to know.
Bev and Lev?
BEV abbreviation. Thank you. Let's go. Let's find out. Battery electric vehicles. Well, how are they going to run, man? Are you going to plug them in the wall? Like what? Anyway, what's LEV stand for, Pradley?
Lithium electric vehicle?
Levictus,
okay.
No, I don't think that's what it is, right? Something electric. We'll find out.
LEV, Stellantis abbreviation, type that.
LEV electric vehicle. There we go. What does it stand for? Light electric vehicle. Okay, Europe, obviously. But anyway, yeah. So they had a good report, up 3.57%. It's very light volume because it is an ADR, guys. So today they've done about 5 million shares or so, which is not that much for a $20 stock. But fact of the matter is, it's holding above VWAP. You had a nice dip off 19, and it's at 19.17 now. 19.24 the high. Yesterday we closed out right at that 18.50 level. What was the price action yesterday? Nothing. We were very consolidative. Didn't really break anything above 5 pennies beyond the opening range. So good look on Stellantis today and other EV players. Let's go back to T-Doc here. We are still dancing with that 28.50 level. We got down right into that 28.15-ish, 28.17. I had my stop right at my entry at 28.08. It didn't trigger, and now we're curling back up the 50 penny level, so let's see how that does. BYND breaking out a 15-minute range, says Dave. BYND, okay, so let's have a look here at the Chinese automaker. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking behind.
You were thinking BYD. Yeah, I have a story about BYD after you finish BYD, though. Go ahead.
Not bad, Bradley. 5.5 points to the good today. 1644 high. Looks like we opened up the day at 15.5. What's the look on this one? Why are we up? I don't have any reason on my thing, on my news blotter here.
Short squeeze stocks probably just popping.
Exactly. Not much in the way of price action yesterday. Very consolidative around that 15.5, 15.25. Not much to report, but a lot of volume coming in today in the opening range, probably taking us from 15.5 to 16.33 quite quickly. So good look there. What's the story on BYD? I like this company.
So while I was taking a break over there outside with Randy for a second, talking to Randy about, he was asking me what stocks did you trade today. So I was telling him, Boeing had earnings. I was also trading XPeng because of the deal with Volkswagen. And he was, as Randy always gets into the car conversations, he got into the car conversations. He was telling me about how, he's puzzled that Volkswagen needs to buy XPeng, or not buy XPeng, but at least team up with them, partner up with them in some sorts to have that impact in the Asian markets. Volkswagen's a pretty big company. They have Audi. They're selling Audi EV cars, Porsche, Bugatti, and all the other companies too, right? So how come they're struggling with that? But he also mentioned, BYD. BYD is such a huge player, monster player. And he mentioned a pretty interesting fact that apparently TTC, which for those of you who don't know, Toronto Transit Commission, Toronto Transit Commission is a public transit in Toronto. We actually have a couple EV buses made by BYD.
Get out of here.
Apparently so. Neither did I until a couple hours ago.
Very interesting. Okay.
So we actually have BYD buses. I thought we would, contract Bombardier or something because our TTC trains are Bombardier trains.
Yeah, they must not have.
But they must not have the technology or the infrastructure.
They wouldn't buy Chinese with government
they got
contracts.
BYD buses? Okay, TTC. So something's going on over there.
Yeah, we're going to have to catch up real quick.
Obviously, Amazon, Microsoft apparently going down. Tupperware over here, man. Monster volume candle cupping in Tupperware, making a new high a day at $1.70 almost. A little bit of a pullback off that $1.70 touch over here on Tupperware, but it is trying to dislocate and run back through those highs that we have seen not too long ago. If I can just scroll back over here on the 5-minute chart, let's just make it a little bit bigger. Looks like that high was around $1.80, $1.82 or so. Trying to go back to those highs that we saw not too long ago on Tupperware. Let's go check out Amazon and I think you said Google?
He said, I think Microsoft and Amazon.
Microsoft and Amazon.
Yeah.
Microsoft and Amazon. Oh, look at that. Beautiful double top coming in. About to give you that Batman recovery. Batman was M-shaped recovery over here. Why did I say Batman? But it looks, because I was thinking about the Batman Dark Knight movie and the actor Cillian Murphy, who does a pretty good acting, and he's the Oppenheimer actor, right? So in my head, I'm just thinking about that. My mind went there. But to Amazon, beautiful double top rejection. The M shape coming in almost over here. Let's see if we get a full proper M coming in for a pullback, because I see S&P 500, trying to pull back, and NASDAQ rejecting VWAP. So does it pull back all the way down here for Amazon? And you were talking about Microsoft, Sean. Microsoft's also pulling back here, I'm guessing. Yeah, Microsoft so badly beat up on the day, 4% down on the day. That earnings move really troubling them, obviously. And I stayed away from trading Microsoft today. I think Microsoft will be easier for me to trade tomorrow, cleaner for me to trade tomorrow. I could be wrong on that, but I've always gotten hurt on these big tech stocks earning movers on day one. For me, it's easier to trade those, lower volume, kind of little bit spready stocks like Boeing. Boeing's not really lower volume, but for me, it's easier to trade these stocks on day one earnings, and then it's better for me to trade day two stocks. It's just knowing what type of trader you are and knowing what pays you, and then putting that to work. So I stayed away from it. And a quick shout out to the Tim Hortons guy. As soon as I walked in, he was like, I watched you on Trader TV Live. You work with Sean and them, and give Sean a shout out. You know, the Asian guy at the Tim Hortons? Sean.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he said give Sean a shout out, and he's like, I love watching you guys, and you guys trade all day. He was asking me a couple questions. So yeah, shout out for amazing ice cap over here.
Awesome. BYND just made a big move up. We were talking about this at 6 1/4. It shot up 50 cents to 16.75, retracing back down now to 16.5. Guys, this one is 20% short float. I was able to find that off Float Checker. For some reason, Straight Ideas is still not showing. We're going to have to talk to the NOS boss about that. But yeah, 16.74 high on good volume. Look at that volume come in there. 75,000 shares in that 1-minute candle. So some volume coming into BYND there. The other one, yes, T-Doc. The gift that keeps on giving. I get another out there. Top wick, 73. We're long 08s, guys. And we got in pretty high, and I was kind of worried. Not going to lie that I was in too high, but this one continuing to stair step up now, 25.5%, almost 2/3% here to the good as we hold above 28.50. But again, I want to keep saying this. I really feel 28 may be a resistance level. So we've wicked above 28 before. This goes back to mid-April where we would wick above 28 intraday, and then the close would be sub 28. To me, the close is a far more important price and level than the intraday levels. That's where the overnight money stays. And overnight money, to me, is more important than intraday money because that's the one that's going to be either in for a swing or for the long term. So the closing print, more important to me anyway. 28 seemed to be a bit of a level. We're still printing above that 28.60 for now, so it's a good look. We'll let that run. Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Google as well, curling down a bit. Microsoft and Amazon curling down a lot, I should say, not a bit. But there it is, 335 incoming on Softy, 127.50 possibly incoming here on Amazon. Look at this double top that's brewing here on Amazon. My goodness, at 128.50, that looks like the McDonald's M. By the way, McDonald's reports tomorrow morning, so keep an eye out for that. Fast food. We saw Coca-Cola today, blowout earnings. They keep doing it again and again. They're able to pass off all the increases to the consumer, and the consumer keeps on buying for whatever reason. They're not downgrading to like, say, Walmart Coke or anything like that. They're buying.
Are you kidding me?
Cola. They're still buying Coca-Cola.
Why would I spend
I'm not talking about you.
money? Yeah, I'm the one buying their products every day. What do you mean?
Well, they're just saying they're customers in general, Pradley. Not everybody has as expensive taste as you.
I'm buying the whole world supply of Coca-Cola. At least I have in my lifetime so far.
Are you serious?
Okay, I love Coca-Cola so much. Granted, I haven't had Coca-Cola in a really long time now. Back in the day, that's all I used to drink.
Can I show you something? You've lost a lot of weight, eh? Okay. I have a picture of you
we're
here
not talking about this.
from
one
of I think
let's go back to the market chat. Let's go to my screen room. We're gonna talk about Coca-Cola.
I'm gonna show everybody the picture. That's what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna have to talk to you louder than he is right now. Coca-Cola is trying to move to the north side, trying to take out the higher day at the moment.
Coming,
let's see this
baby.
one. Trying to take out the higher day, trying to go to the north side again. Let's see if we can do that. 63 incoming. I mean, I missed out on the Coca-Cola movie. I actually talked about this a little yesterday. Coca-Cola is doing exactly what I've seen it do on every earnings move, which is flush and then make that rip. So I'm glad that I kind of stayed away from this one. Currently, I am trying again the same setup that I've tried before in the day today, which is, hello, where's my thing? Trying a teledoc short around the levels that I have mapped out on my charts. I tried one here, didn't work out, so I flipped long. I tried one here, didn't work out. I should have flipped long. I forgot to flip long. I was too tilted, and I actually walked away from the computer. So at this point, I'll try a quick short over here, but if it doesn't work out, I don't know if I'm going to flip long over there, but we'll just walk away from the trade and come back at a different price point that we have mapped out on the charts over here, as Sharif Key still struggles to find this picture.
No, I'm not. I am not struggling, my friend. It's been secured and sent, and it is coming. It's just the data.
Fabian, you pull that up. I'm fighting you outside. I'm fighting you outside. I'm putting you in a.
See it?
I'm putting you in an armbar submission, Fabian. You better be able to escape that.
Look how much weight you lost, bro. That's
Oh,
not a
that's
joke.
the day from Shuey?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Look how much weight you lost, dog. Yeah, it's not a joke. All right.
You're making me guilty
Sky
drink this
Fairy
ice
is
cap now,
calling
bro.
me mean. I'm calling him. I'm telling him he lost weight. What are you talking about? All right, here we go. T-Doc back up 28.70, right back up to that level again. Every time we dip down, it seems like the buyers are stepping up. So let's see
There was
how
also
high we can
200
get.
lots
possibly.
on the bid there at 28.60s on T-Doc.
Yes. Sorry, can you say that one more time?
There was some size on the bids around 28.60, I think, on T-Doc.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I do see that actually.
Like 200 lots or so.
A little bit, yeah. We'll see if the bids continue to follow up the ask here as we, we're still hanging out at near the high of day. We're not at the high of day, but very much near it. So let's see what goes on there. Let's see what else is popping off. Yeah, we're still getting that curl down in both Amazon and Apple, guys. Both and Softy, I should have obviously known that. This one headed to the south side. The Katina man has joined the Dollar Club. On which one? Both? Amazon 1, Microsoft 2, guys. Welcome to the Dollar Club, guys. All right, where are we at here? Let me check quickly. I sent it to your, it just says fails to send.
Good. Thank you, Internet. Thank you,
Resend,
Google.
no.
Google coming clutch. Go long Google right now. I'm going long Google right now. What's the price? $12.50. I'm punching 1 million shares long Google just for this reason. Google the homie.
This man's
I love
tilting
Google,
right
bro.
now. Okay, I'm
I
sending
love
it by
Google.
email. You think you're going to stop me, bro? I'm sending
Google,
it by email.
you better come clutch again, Google. Block that email for me, and I'll go long, okay? If you want me to go long, Google, block that email for me. Watch him send it through Hotmail, and it goes through now.
I know. I don't know why.
And then I'm going to find Microsoft, and I'm going to short Microsoft. You know what? It all makes sense, because Microsoft's down anyways, Google's up anyways. I'm just following the trend. That's all it is. I tried a Google long today, worked out. It was near $129. We talked about this quite a bit yesterday in the after hours. We were watching the stock pump up in the after hours after earnings. It was fun to watch it pump up to the north side, and Microsoft, went down, came back up, and all that crazy stuff too. So here's the after hour move. We actually put that line down near 129. So looking at that support come back in off the open today, as soon as we dipped off the open to the downside and came back through, I took that long off that 129 break and was pretty happy with that move to 131 or so. I would have loved the 131 break, obviously, but the trade just wasn't there today, sadly. So maybe another day we'll knock on that 131 door and we'll take that breakout. Maybe tomorrow, maybe at FOMC at 2 o'clock, right? There's still so much opportunities left. But as we are going into FOMC, sorry, I was actually told not to say. I think Sean said, don't let Sharif tell you that the market will slow down. He didn't say, don't let Brad tell you. So I will tell you, I do expect the market to slow down going into FOMC at 2 o'clock. That's why I'm a little hesitant on positions. Even the position I have right now on T-Doc, bare minimum size. I'm not trying to push around too much of my trade ideas at the moment. I want to keep my risk for the 2 o'clock and 2:30 trades, and even my mental capital for the 2 o'clock and 2:30 trades if they do show up. And if there's a nothing burger there, we eat that nothing burger, we have fun with it, and we walk away with a nice green day anyways on the day.
Yeah, just keep going for a second.
Keep going for a second, he says, while he still struggles to find this picture. So we keep looking for long opportunities on Google then, as long as that keeps happening. People saying Tupperware hitting top recent highs. Let's go check out Tupperware. Oh, wow, Tupperware did go to that 180 as we were talking about that level. So it looks like those recent highs of 180 coming back into play for TUP. Let's go see if we can break out of that level now. That's that level that we actually shorted near 187, 180 area, and we took some profits to the downside, if I remember. No, actually, that's a lie. We did not take that because I think the shorts were not free, but we wanted to, and we stayed away from that short. But here we are coming back to that level here on Tupperware near that 180 to 187 area. There could be a possible trade over here near the $2 break. I mean, this stock, if you're not long Tupperware, then what are you doing, right? Clearly, the stock is AI integrated plastic software at this point and just wants to keep on launching. The shorts are getting squoze. I don't have my trade ideas open at the moment, so give me a moment to open it later on. I just wanted to see what the short float is. There goes Tupperware with more volume coming into the north side. 14 million shares traded on the day. What are you saying let's go for? Are you in Tupperware?
No, I want Microsoft to break.
You want Microsoft to break 335, he says. So Microsoft over here breaking 335, but trying to pop back up. Break 335 for the boy. Give him that money. Give him that cash moolah so he can do the shmoney dance like Bobby Shmurda.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
I think he's in the bin. No, he's out.
Is he?
He's out.
Yeah, it's
I
been
think
a
he's
minute
out the
since
bin.
I've heard that name. That's why it kind of took me off guard there. All right, what do we got? No, we're still retracing on T-Doc. Maybe it's time for some shorts here on some of these bigger names. You good?
Sorry, yeah.
All right. Maybe it's a we'll see. All right, Amazon is back at VWAP, that 127.50 area. Interesting area. You know, we had a bit of a double top brewing here. Do we get support at this level, or are we going to retrace right back down into that 126-ish area? 126.11 is the low. Yeah, this looks like the McDonald's M, man, for real. Look at this. If we can continue down and come back into that 126, we'll complete the McDonald's M. But yeah, we had a lot of volatility on this name, in case you're wondering what's going on. This one is awaiting charges
I just want to quickly say size chasing your stock down now that I'm short.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that you're short now.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, we're still above 50. I'm long away, so I mean, it's had a little bit of volatility, Bradley. I got to give it some room.
Size chasing it down from the 70s to 60s now.
Yeah,
So
we'll
just
keep an eye on it. I've got my stop in place. But Amazon, basically waiting for impending charges. Not charges, excuse me, antitrust litigation going to be instituted. Again, what we don't know is how comprehensive the litigation against them is going to be, whether or not it's just going to be with respect to one facet of their business or multiple facets, because that obviously affects balance sheets if they're not able to take advantage of these processes. So we'll have to wait and see what Lena Khan and the FTC come up with there. But, you know, you can make the argument some of that's priced in. I just think there is a lot of unknown variables at the moment for the market to be pricing that in. So Amazon looking weak. Microsoft also coming back down into that 335. Trying to hold 335 right now is Softy. Big time red today on Softy, 4.5%. Who are you talking to over there?
Just talking to the stock. Teledoc. So there was size on 60s, 300 lots, they took it. There was a size on 69s, about 250 lots, and they took it. And they tried to take the high a day over here, but they are not able to take the high a day just now. Okay. Let me pull up Teledoc. But here's Amazon really going under VWAP. Woo-wee! Amazon pushing down. Teledoc trying to take out the high a day. I did get that the last fill that I wanted to short the stock, and now my stop will basically be on the high day break, but looks like the stock could easily go to 30 today. I mean, this is a pretty high short float if I remember correctly. Let's go to flowchecker.com. FL, where's the F symbol? There it is, FC. Refresh, please. Oop, refresh. Flow checker, TDOC. 15 to 17% short float overall, and monster move today. So be careful when you're trying to play counter trend, obviously. But look at those moves on the tech basket right now. Amazon pushing down, Microsoft pushing down, Google thankfully holding up in the higher end of the ranges. You know your boy's a big Google fan, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Yeah, I think we have something for you right now. Do we?
Baby, and I'm telling you, you do it, I'm fighting you, bro.
There we go, what's up? The shoey. No, the shoey. Bradley. He doesn't want to look.
I'm just throwing out a stop here.
Who doesn't think Prad has lost a lot of weight from this video, man? I didn't want to show the video. I just wanted to show the picture. I thought I sent you guys the picture. I didn't think I sent you guys a video. My mistake. No, that was funny, Bradley. Shout out to Ian and the boys, man. All right, where are we at here?
Teledoc.
28.78, new high a day, or 77, excuse me, new high a day on T-Doc. I know you were saying this following it down, but I've been seeing this one a little bit volatile on the day, so I wasn't really quick to pull the trigger there, to be honest with you, Bradley. We'll take another little bit there as it continues to step up into that 28.80 level. All right, well, we're going to probably have to go back to the daily here to see where above 28 we can find support. So let's go to the daily.
Indeed. We love Ian.
Yeah, we love Ian. This 28 level is what I was talking about here. That took place from like mid to late March. Where do we find support above that? I mean, really that $32 level. I mean, I don't see anything. It's a bit of a gap. You could say maybe this wick up that we had on April 18th to around 29.37 or so. But yeah, that's more of an intraday high. We'll see. 32 seems to be level for me, but we really have to get going here to hit 32, and I don't see that in the cards today. Maybe as a longer term swing. 26% on the day though. Hell of a trade so far. On T-Doc, 80 now, the high of day, 28.80. This one keeps going. You went short? I didn't even know you went short.
Teledoc? I mean, it's not too much size. It's just based on one of my levels that I have over here around. Whoa, this is Tupperware. Where's Teledoc? Teledoc around this 28.70 area, 28.70 to 28.80. So I'm not giving it too much risk, maybe 10 cents of risk. And I tried the same short over here earlier today at 26.17, didn't work. I went long. I tried the short again at 27.50, didn't work. I stopped shorting in. I waited for my other levels to show up. But
that's the level we're both thinking right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this range, I'm trying to see how it trades around this box. We'll let it move around, right? We'll let it have some fun, let it tickle around some prices, let it shake some of the warriors who are out there in the game. But let's see what the chat's looking at. QQQ is pulling back, ladies and gentlemen. S&P 500 falling down. And your boy Amazon is absolutely crumbling at the moment. Amazon still going to the downside. I actually was thinking about punching a short here below VWAP, but I hesitated. I should not have, as it looks like that seems to be the right trade. I mean, look at it on every single time frame. 5 minute, 1 minute, 3 minute. We're below the EMAs on every single time frame that I have up on my screen. Obviously not the 1 day, right? The 1 day, it'd be a little too drastic for it to be below that on the 1 day. But we are getting a nice little move, a nice little flush across the board on all baskets of stocks. If you are shorts, hold your shorts, especially from the high of the moves over here on Amazon, on Microsoft. And did Microsoft break that 335? Yeah, it's still flushing to the downside. Do we see the lower day 333 coming back into play on Microsoft? And that 340, if you guys remember how we were rejecting 340 in the after hours and bouncing off of that 340, it gave you that same trade today to just go short off of it, off the open, and then second time around two. Like I said though, Microsoft and these big tech stocks, I try to stay away from day one on earnings. I try to trade them on day 2, day 3, and day 4. It's easier for me to trade them on those days after watching the ranges that form and then trading those ranges.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, keeping an eye here on what else is moving. I think Stellantis. I think Sean was telling me. What is it? STIL, Sean? STLA. STLA. Thank you. Stellantis was at high of day. Let's have a look quickly here. 3.5% to the high side. It's at that 1920 technically. The high of day is at 1924. Look at the 5-minute chart real quick here. Yeah, that still, you know, the price action is kind of slowing down a little bit. The volume's a little suspect too, I'm not gonna lie. But that VWAP dip off 1905 was money. You'd have to load up, obviously, Sherridge here to make a good profit, you know, with just about 20 pennies of range, or 15 pennies of range, sorry, off that VWAP and then the local top here at 1920. So Stellantis looking good. In case you're just joining us, this one reported today for the first half of 2023, and it did well, saying, you know, they're going to sell more electric vehicles. They called them BEVs and LEVs, light electric vehicles, for the European markets, obviously, with tighter roads and stuff. So, where are we here on some of these Chinese ADRs? I saw BABA being talked about in the chat. We were close to day's high there at 97.25. Not too long ago. They're a bit of a double top maybe brewing here on BABA. We got up to 97.54, but it was a quick wick. The better level is 97.25. We're about 97 right now. So BABA having a decent day. It's been a couple of, it's been a good week for BABA, I think, you know. Yesterday we sold off a little bit after that initial move, but today right back up there. Let's look at the 15 real quick here. Yeah, this is the move that I'm talking about on, I believe this was Monday? No, this was, yeah, Monday. This came as a result of news coming out of China that there was going to be more economic stimulus later this week when the Politburo meets to talk about the state of the Chinese economy. And as a result, you know, likely that sales or services or whatever is going to increase as a result of the stimulus. So the market likes that. And Here we are, almost at $100 here on BABA. We haven't been up here in a while, have we? Let's go to the daily.
A couple days ago.
Oh, well, 97.50, not on the day, but we're close to, yeah. This was the level on BABA we got up to in March, late March, early April. We got up to that 102.50 area. Prior to that was the big move early in the year up to 120-ish area. That's when a lot of North American money started flowing into Chinese ADRs. At the time, they were saying that it was the most amount of money flowing from U.S. firms into Chinese stocks than had been the case since 2018. But that only lasted for about a month, and then you saw what happened in February and March, and now kind of in a consolidative state since that time. So BABA, good look on the day, 2.1%, and good look on the week. What's up?
I called out this trade for you guys yesterday, Spotify. I actually forgot to trade it completely myself. SSR day 2, we wanted to look for that 140 area to hold. It held 140 off the open. It didn't really push all the way down to 140, 140.38, 140.50 the low of day, 141 actually looks like the low of day right here. Bouncing off that 140, 141 area, giving you a beautiful long right back through 145, even 146.91, 147 coming back into play. Lone Sophos actually mentioning that Spotify raises prices on the family plan also, along with the solo plan, which is what I'm on. So I know my plans are now $10.99 instead of $9.99. I believe that's how much the price increase went up by. But what I did notice on my way to work today on Spotify is they are now selling audiobooks. They are selling audiobooks on there, kind of competing with Amazon Audible and so on. So that's a pretty interesting thing to see on my phone on the way to work. I actually tried to see if I could listen to any of the audiobooks just because I'm a premium member, and I wasn't able to. I had to purchase a book to actually listen to it. So I said, okay, you know what? I'm not purchasing any books because I already have Audible. I already listen to audiobooks on there, so I'm not going to just do the same thing over here too. But I do. Now have an incentive to not buy audiobooks through Audible anymore. And if I want to buy audiobooks, I could just possibly just go directly through Spotify, which has my music, my audiobooks, and I don't need two separate applications to listen to an audiobook or songs in general. So that has had me a little excited today. But even after noticing that, after coming into work, my whole attention span just went to Boeing. So I forgot about this trade on Spotify. Beautiful trade for anyone who did listen to me yesterday on the 4 o'clock trade, 4 o'clock show, 4 o'clock trade. I did listen to what I had to say on the 4 o'clock show. You know, we give out banger trade ideas like these every day. We gave you that Boeing breakout, Spotify 140 holding area. Look for that 140 hold for a possible move back to 145. So anyone who took those trades and killed it, shout out to you guys. There'll be more banger trade ideas tonight, so make sure you tune into that one. We even talked about Teledoc. You know, we'll talk about a bad trade idea that we had. We said we were not interested in the longs at all. We were only interested in the shorts near the areas that we did short it. But hey, you know what? When the long is wrong, when the short is wrong, get the F long. So that's what I did. The short was very much wrong. I got the F long. I took profits, and then I tried to short again. Didn't work. I should have got long again. But hey, you burn yourself once. You learn your mistake. Apparently I didn't, because I'm right back in here playing with fire, trying to short the tops over here on TDOC, a highly shorted stock, grinding the 50-period EMA. For me, I really want to see the 50-period EMA breaking and start pushing to the downside. That would give me a confirmation of the stock kind of getting ready to pull back down a little bit, but we're not seeing that. There's still constant buying. Looks like a possible buy program kicking in at the 50-period EMA, holding the stock up at the moment.
All right. Shinobi saying NVIDIA curling up. I don't know if I agree with that, man, but let's have a look. NVIDIA has been, microchips in general today, for the exception of Micron, have been negative. And it's still, down 1.7%. Yesterday, it closed out at that almost 457 range. Let me just put in the ticker real quick here on our friend NVIDIA. All right, low a day, 446.30. We're currently at 448. I don't know. Definitely we have a higher low in place. We don't make it all the way down, or at least not yet, to the low of day. What you want to see, though, is you want to see a higher high, and that's going to have to be a VWAP retake. I'm not going to get into this for a recovery. Sorry, we didn't close at 446. That's a low. Yesterday we closed at just sub of 457. So yeah, so going back to what I was saying, I wouldn't take this long unless it broke above the high over here, which is around that 452 and a third. Essentially where VWAP is at the moment. Take the higher high. Otherwise, I think I'd be hands off on this one then, personally. But
Tupperware!
Scared the you know what out of me.
Let's go, Tupperware. Push it. I think the chat's over, not chat, sorry, the boys over there.
You killed their ears, I think, in the production. What's going on with Tupperware?
Tupperware, run, baby. I think the boys over there in the back are also trading Tupperware. I hear the stock, I hear a run, baby, run by Max and even Wayner. So I'm guessing they're on the same stock. I took the breakout off the previous high, which was 187. I technically took the 190 breakout. So here I am, long 189. Let's see if Tupperware can go to that $2. Let's see if $2 can break. I'm going to pull my order and actually set up an order to get long on the $2 break also. Can Tupperware give me money?
Bro, the chat is hating on you right now for you're killing everybody's ears. I love it. He's having a good time,
I'm
guys.
sorry. I apologize. But let's see that $2 break and push to the north side. Come on, Tupperware. I want to make my day back over here. Don't pull back. Let's get that $2 break. Keep pushing it. This stock is squeezing. Add it to your list.
I love Carlos. Prad, you're muted. I can't hear you. You need to talk louder. No, I love it. The chat trolling us. All right, where are we at? Let's talk a little bit about
Get louder.
Tupperware, good trade, Bradley. Solid trade there.
Not a good trade yet.
Not a good trade yet. Okay. Well, you took it north?
Yeah.
Yeah, you took it north. Okay, see profit takers there. Here comes $2. 196 the high. Let's look at Tupperware, man. What's the daily on this one? Okay, so we have a nice little range here that we were at between
the sellers are here.
Mid-March to mid-April, about a month of consolidation at this 250 level. So if you're looking for a resistance point, maybe to the high side, I think this 250 level looks quite good, 240-ish, 250-ish area. But that obviously is predicated on continuing here. But it looks like we started the move on Tupperware back on Monday, because this one started as a sub $1 stock around the 65 penny area, and it claimed a buck. A buck on Monday, and now here we are, almost $2. So 196 the high. A day we're at 190 right now. What's the catalyst on this?
Get up there,
quickly here. Let me look real quick. Wise Pac, no. Tupperware stock continues to pull back after a record rally. You know that ain't it. So this is a continuation play. No new catalyst today. What's the look on top?
Yeah, continuation play, very much so. That previous high of 187, so we struggled to get to the $2 area, so we're waiting to see if we can get to that too. A little bit of trouble around these areas, but successful hold of that previous high of that 187, 185 area so far. Setting a stop pretty much at the low of that move over there at 185. We'll see if this one can come into play. Come on, baby, push up there. Pay for the boys. Ooh, Teledoc.
Your T-Doc is coming in, baby.
Teledoc paying me right now to the downside.
Oh, yeah, I might have to get out of this one here. If it breaks 20, here's the thing. I don't want to see a lower low on T-Doc, because that to me will signal maybe the end of the trade. So the trough is going to be this 28.18, baby. If it breaks out, we're going to have to adjust the stop from break even to that 8.17 level. So no part of this will go against me. So let's go ahead and make the adjustment to the stop. Oops, there we go. And what's the sharage that we have left on here? Bradley, we've got to look at that real quick. Okay, so let's adjust our share size here to 28.17. We're going to go ahead and say stop 28.17, and we'll take everything out. 27.18, 28.17, bro. Come on, 28.17. We'll take everything out at that 15 level in case it gets really wonky and blows through my stop. We'll give it a couple of pennies of room here. So there it goes. Stop in place. Teledoc coming off highs. I think the high got up to was 80. That's as good as it could do. But look at that. Red candle. Come down, baby. This one, it might be over for this one. Let's see what happens. Let's see what else is going on here. Baba trying, said regular Jason. Let's have a look at Baba real quick. Decent earlier. Yeah, okay, Baba.
Why'd you shut her up like that, bro? That was rude.
Oh, Siri?
You just wanted a moment on TV for a second.
I don't know why Siri, it activates, bro. I think it hears me saying something like,
you
know,
wanted
hey,
to
whatever.
be on the show for a second. You just shut her right quick.
Yeah, she can't talk while I'm talking, so you've got to respect.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it's not a human, so I can talk to it however I want.
AIs have rights too, bro.
Electronics have rights?
AI has rights.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Like and subscribe today.
Shout out to Kat.
I like it. I like this move on Teledoc right now. We tried the short 3 times today. We were wrong twice. The third time actually paying us a little bit. We also took the longs. I'm surprised that the long that Sean is calling out apparently on the sticky note was what 26 you said on the sticky note. So look, that's where I actually tried my first short because we weren't too bullish on the earnings report. Tried my first short around that 26 on the fail through of the 26 when the stock was coming back. I was happy because we were actually in the money, but then it comes back and stops me out. So what do we do? Once again, if the long is wrong, if the short is wrong, get long. So we got long around the same levels over there where Sean got long, took that profit. So there you go, guys. Once again, as Sean has said multiple times, trading is really not rocket science. It's just you got to manage your emotions, manage your expectations, and just trade it. Look, why did he say 26 area? That triple top over here coming in on the daily chart. That same reason why I shorted that 26 area first. It depends on how bullish you perceive the information that's coming out from the earnings report or how bearish you perceive it. So I tried the 26 short. He tried the 26 long. I was wrong. I knew it instantly. I got out and I flipped it. Trading is not that much of a rocket science, right? And also, why did I short it over here? Why did I short it over here? Same idea, right? Same idea as over here. I'll keep trying it at my levels, and if the tape kind of confirms with me, which is I see size jumping in maybe, I see sellers coming in, I see maybe buyers stopping, more confirmation to my trade over there. So we are finally catching a little bit. Looks like Teledoc might actually close somewhere below 2830s today. I don't think we close above 2830s, but we'll see if that one ends up being true that way. A nice little pullback over here on this bad boy, but we could also see a 50-period EMA hold of the stock and make that run towards 30. Hence, I did take that profit on the down move over here near 20 cents per share profit move to the downside. And Tupperware did not get stopped out, so that's a good thing. Looks like, almost got stopped out. 185, it bounced off 185, my stop, I believe. Actually, I'm not going to say where because the AI is going to come and find me. So I'm not going to tell you where my stop is, but I was pretty damn close to getting stopped out here on Tupperware. We're now trying to go back for that run towards $2. I might just have to put it on my second screen over here, but I want to use my second screen solely for Boeing in case we go to that 230 area. Here comes the volume for Tupperware. Nice little buy volume just came in. A wall of just green, no real yellow came in on there. So that's not really that bullish for me because I want to see people getting aggressive, punching above the ask and showing that they want to take higher prices than the market is currently offering for them. Just like that, look at the wall of buying coming in. Push it to $2, baby. New high day incoming. Woo! I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be $2 incoming. We're gonna see a possible break of $2 here. There's some size on the ask. Let's see if we can. Oh, there's actually looks like an iceberg. Looks like a wild iceberg has appeared, and they're gonna take out that iceberg, and they're now running to the upside. We're now getting $2 break. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. How high can we go on this position? I have no clue, but we are long.
Attaboy, Pradley. I love it. You're in a good mood today. I like that. That's important. All right, here we go, baby. T-Doc headed south. If this breaks 17, that's the end of the trade. But I want to talk about Baba. Shout out to the chat for pointing this out. Baba really trying to go here. Held VWAP quite nicely. Now it's reclaimed 27. 97.54 the high. What's up, baby? What do you got? Oh, Tupperware is going. Tupperware is going.
Send it. This stock is absolutely going, baby.
Goodness.
Just look, like I said, trading is not that big of a rocket science. Everybody's on it. This stock might just halt today. Let's see the halt incoming. 50% up on the day.
Very nice.
Tupperware is going. I wish I had some real balls and took some actual size on this trade because, man, this stock is going up. What a time to be a trader. They said summer would suck.
Nah.
Summer ain't sucking at all so far, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of volatility.
Summer's It's a hot girl summer at the moment. I'll tell you
It's
that.
hot stock
It's
summer.
hot girl summer. It's hot stock summer. We're having a lot of fun with
Yes,
these
sir.
markets. Taking some more size over there. Let's see if we can hold the last 50% of our size over here for a bigger move to the north side. And my stop, I'm going to throw my stop back in on this position. So Sharif, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good trade, Brad. Breaks of 208. Here comes a squeeze, possibly, man. There it goes up again. Shout out to everybody taking Tupperware. Let's find a little bit about this stock. What's a short float? Where's my window? Okay, there it is. Let's bring it in. This is Float Checker because for some reason, Trade Ideas isn't working today with respect to Float Checker. So nice short float on this. Okay, between 22, 23 to 27%. That's about a quarter of the float. That's pretty good for a short float. So you could get a nice squeeze off this stock. Let's see what the daily is quickly again on this. Yeah, this is the one that's a former runner and it started on Monday, right? So this one, we got levels on this one to head up. Good trade there. What else is going on? Boeing back in action. Is that a new high a day that it just made there? Not quite, but we are very much near high a day, right up at that 229.50, 229.69, the high a day on Boeing. So Boeing continue to head north, 7% to the good now on the airplane manufacturer. Let's see what else the chat is up to.
Oh, the dumpskis are here now, eh?
What do you got on top?
It's dumping now, yeah. So taking some profits. This is why you protect some profits. Now getting back slightly under $2, and we don't have too much size left. Thankfully, we did take most of our size out on the higher end of the swing over here. Let's see if we can get back above $2. I also want to throw my stop back out again because we removed the stop. Tupperware, bang, 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 boop, boop, boop. Beep, 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 and the stop is back out there. Now we just let the trade play out, right? We basically have a stop at break even. We let the trade play out. Let's see what happens for if there is a bigger move over here. I was expecting a halt, and we did not get a halt on the stock, sadly. Did you get to see how much the actual float was on the stock?
The actual size of the float?
Yeah.
That's easy for me to find. I can look at it on my platform here. Company profile, the 40 million shares, 39.5.
40 million shares.
Float.
Is that
Small.
like that's small, right?
It's not micro, but it's small.
That's haltable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it would halt because of the float. I think the short float here is a 25%. It's not bad.
Well, like if someone comes in and buys in 40 million worth of shares, then of course it's got a halt upside, right? But no, that's a lot of money over there. $2 stock over here, ladies and gentlemen. We're back above 2. Tupperware has been a good ride to the north side so far. Yes, but here comes Boeing near 230. Let's see what happens with Boeing. Yes. I do want to have that order for the 230 break in case it works out good. If it doesn't, then we just take a quick little fat loss on that and walk away from it. We already had a great day on Boeing so far. We don't want to give back the day. So let me just get my stop to the downside also ready in case this trade ends up being sour. I'm going to have to give it about 20 cents of risk. And how much size do I plan on taking? I got to take more size than that. I got to stop being a baby.
Beat Fanatic saying, y'all got to throw some maple syrup on them fires, son. Wildfire smoke got air poop in Chicago. Yeah, I mean, I looked outside today too, and looked a little hazy. I'm like, do we still have this wildfire problem? Like, I didn't really hear too much about it on the news.
I think it's like Greece right now. I know Greece
is having an issue. No, but like he's saying that the air quality is bad down there because of the wildfires. Are we still having wildfire issues, guys, in northern Ontario and Quebec? BC is the one that's having. That's not going to come this way, though.
BC's having like floods now. Like
that's
or
Eastern
Halifax,
Canada.
I think.
Yeah.
Halifax is like having floods now, which is insane.
Yeah. Well, anyway, okay. T-Doc headed south. I think I'm like 4 or 5 pennies away from getting stopped out here at the break of my 17. So this one may be giving up the ghost here. We'll see what happens. There it is. I'm going to get stopped out. And that's the end of the trade for T-Doc. Ends up being profitable. We do give, obviously, some money back as it retraces off its high at 80. Took some out there top wick, but, you know, that's it. That's the end of the trade for that. But I'm very pleased with this trade, especially having gotten in late. I was still able to extract some money from this bad boy. All right. Let's talk about some other stuff we haven't looked at today. We haven't looked at energy. We haven't looked at airlines or banking. Let's see how they're doing. Energy's flat, down 0.5%. The CL September contract, the oil, down, like I said, 0.5%. We closed out yesterday about 79 1/3. We're at about 79 2/3. We're about 79 1/4 at the moment. The energy stocks are mixed. Some green, some red. Airlines, mostly green, but Hawaiian. Shout out to Hawaii. Hawaiian Airlines up 5.8% on the day. Did they report? Yes. Reports results for the quarter ended in June. What did they do? Hawaiian Airlines reported a quarterly adjusted loss of 47 cents per share for the quarter. The mean expectation for analysts, they were looking for 61 cents, so that came below, which is good. Revenue rose 2.2% to 706 million. That was above analyst estimates of 698. They reported an EPS for the quarter of a loss of 24 cents. The mean there was lower than 8% lower than what analysts were expecting. When I rode this airline, I took this from LA to Honolulu. They're actually really good. And they're one of the only airlines I've seen actually do like live advertising using the flight attendants who actually, have the product, they're displaying it, they walk around the aisle showing it off. So it's very interesting. They had a lot of advertising on there, whether it was on the in-flight entertainment or whether it was the flight attendants, which I found really interesting because I've never seen an airline generate income like that using flight attendants, which is important because if you know the airline industry, you know that the margins there are quite tight. So, interesting look for Hawaiian today, up 6%. Let's look at the daily to see how Hawaiian has been doing. Much like most airlines, it's been doing well lately, starting mid-May, but on the year, still obviously down. And the chart is quite ugly. Going back to October 2021, the daily is not that great. It did reclaim the 200 period here, and it's above it at the moment. So maybe that is, we'll see if this is the start of something new for them. You have the 50 period also approaching the 200 period here. Maybe you'll get the golden cross soon. Something to keep an eye out on. How's banking doing today? Not much in the world of banking, just flat all around. So flip back into the growth stocks. Probably, what do you got over there?
Yeah, Eddie's saying no positions, Prad. No, I think they just possibly reset the blotter thing over there. But I'm still holding my Tupperware and still holding my Teladoc over here. Tupperware, like I said, I'm going to give it back to my stop. And I'm holding it till my stop. It did come back to my average price, though, and bounced off of that slightly. I mean, we're still handing it out by 1 penny off the average price. So I shouldn't even say bouncing. Let's see if we can make that run back towards $2. Or do we get the head and shoulders on the 1 minute and the infamous quadunk from Sharif will be heard throughout the office. So I can't wait to see that one playing out too, because then we could possibly flip short. I don't think I can short this stock though, because we might have to pay for shorts, and I don't do that. So we're gonna stay away from that one. What'd you say? Unless it's 8:30 in the morning, I don't pay for shorts. I only like to pay for shorts for trades that work off the open. If it's not right off the open, I don't pay for shorts. It's just not worth my headache because for me, I need the trade. My best trades are off of 9:30 moves, and 9:30 is my best setup ever. Look at Boeing. I mean, I could show you yesterday or the day before that, J&J, UPST before that. So I mean, let's talk about UPST today.
It's actually okay.
Let's talk about UPST today. I mean, this stock still, I got hurt a little bit. I tried to take the 65 breakout, didn't work out for me, but it made that monster run up towards 65. It tried to take out yesterday's high. It failed, but it tried to, and it's still making that run towards that gap close of $75-ish or so. So UPST flat on the day today. It is still very much in yesterday's range, but this stock is getting ready to rip.
It's like several 100%. I mean, really? Max was looking at it yesterday.
I want to say 234%.
Random number, is it?
234.
Did you look it up?
234. I'm just saying 234, bro.
All right. Okay. So here is the daily on Upstart, guys. Let's look at the daily real quick. It's been a hell of a year for this company, guys.
500?
Yeah, since May. Look, not even on the year.
Starting of the year, June.
Look at it,
January, sorry, June.
This right here, this level. This is May 9th, probably, and the price was $12.50.
I guess that's the bottom, yeah.
That's $12.50. We find ourselves at $65.64, the high. Yeah, that's times 5, exactly. 12 times 5 is 60. So, eek. Yeah, good look on Upstart there. But yeah, I know these buy now, pay later names were really hurt the last little bit as a consumer suffered, right? Especially with respect to goods. These guys are usually, they're financing you for goods, not services. So, but good look there on Upstart. Shinobi saying that AMD was making a move. Let's have a look at AMD here real quick.
AMD for shizzle.
Let's have a look. Let's see if he's accurate. Here's a 3-minute on AMD. You get a bit of a higher low. We just need a higher high here. We're at VWAP 110.50. What was yesterday's close? Yesterday's close all the way up here, 113 on the dot. So we're $3 or $2.50, sorry, removed from yesterday's close, down 2.25%. We're at VWAP. Last time we got up to VWAP, it was a rejection here. Got up to 110.60 and then retraced right back down to 110. But the saving grace, we'll see, is this higher low. Do we make another higher high and, you know, retrace to the top here? Well, having a look at the future, we didn't make a lower low on the NASDAQ. Here's the 15 on the NQ September contract. We dipped down into 15,515 as a low a day. Last dip down, though, was 15,541, so a higher low. Are we going to get a pump here to the high side as we await Papa Powell, who is now an hour and 24 minutes away, the Katina Man hitting the bang, from getting on the mic? We're expecting that 25 basis point rate hike. That'll come 2 o'clock. With it will be the statement by the Fed that's often scrutinized by analysts and market participants. They look for words that have been added, words have been removed. Brendo often has a comparator between the previous statement released and the one currently released, and then they kind of highlight which words have been struck out and added. So that's always a good look there.
Okay.
All right, comparator? Yeah. We're going to have to find out. We're going to have to find out. Let's find out. I hope I hit that word of the day button, so I got to put my money where my mouth is. Hey, comparator is there. I'm going to get yelled at.
Mean what you're talking about? Yeah, I knew that's what a competitor meant. I knew that's what a competitor meant. I was like, are you sure that's what it means?
Let's find out.
It's like an on gate and an or gate. Have you ever done like electric wiring classes? Like it's like one of those. Like I've done this back in the classes.
Oh, here it is, Pradley. Come to my screen. There it is, baby. Something used as a standard for comparison.
Okay.
Boom. And I'm hitting the bank for that.
Hit that.
There we go, baby. All right, so essentially what I was trying to say here was
why isn't the position board working, bro? I just got into a new size on Teledoc. I just took the breakout of the 2810 breakout. I was talking about it earlier too. So if Teledoc breaks that 2810 area for a possible move down even lower than 28, I want to add to my trade. So now we took the profit from this lot size. We held that lot size, but now we added with that lot size and that lot size. So now our average is pretty much where the 50-period EMA is, and we're going to put the stop there at the 50-period EMA. Now 50 cents in the money on Teledoc, pushing to the downside. So let's take profits on that move over here. Biggity bang bang. Profits rolling in with Teledoc to the long side all day, and now to the short side at the end of the day. Well, it's not end of the day yet. We're still a lot of time left on the day over here, but Cash Moolah rolling in. Tupperware holding that 185 area right now, but struggling to go towards the $2. The game might be done at Tupperware, but we have a setup. We're going to play that setup. We know exactly how much we're going to lose if this trade ends up being wrong for us, and I'm okay with giving back that much amount of money if this trade ends up being wrong for a possible test of the bigger dream of running back through 2, maybe even halting at some point on the day. But for now, I mean, even if we get below the 50-period EMA, then I'll be like, okay, the stock is for sure done right now, because that was our overall idea on Teledoc, but we're not seeing that happen. in on Tupperware just yet. Teladoc, beautiful trade to the downside. Finally did catch that short. A little bounce coming in right now, slightly below 28. You're saying Meta?
Meta, it just all of a sudden popped up for some here, Bradley. I'm not really sure exactly why, but there it goes to the high side, trying to take that 298 level. It just reclaimed VWAP. VWAP was hanging out at 297 and change. It's now up at that 297.60. Meta's pumping here, bro. Here, possibly 298 back on the 200 period on my 5-minute chart. What's the price action here show? Looked like we had a bit of, well, not just a bit, we did definitely have resistance at this 297 level. Look at this. This is where we dipped to in the opening range breakdown, and that's the level we rejected initially off that 297 attempted break. Now here comes 298. Meta is going, bro. Meta is pumping to the high side. I don't see a news catalyst. Let me have a look quickly. No. Facebook parent Meta expected to report sales growth as turnaround continues. No, we already know that Meta is reporting after the bell. So maybe some repositioning here. Meta is pumping up 298 and a third now. Here it goes. Meta very strong, proudly. What's your look on that?
I don't know. I haven't looked at Meta all day, I'll be honest with you. I just want to talk about PACDUB and BANC on New York. Remember how I was telling you guys once again at the 4 o'clock stream, these trades will look very similar. Look off the open, right? They had that same bounce. They had that same drop. They had that same rejection again, consolidation, and then the drop again. Obviously, the price differential is a little bit, but they will be moving around in the same lockstep. I learned this word last night at 4 o'clock. They will be moving at lockstep and moving together until one stock or the other gets deleted off the stock market. I believe it's PACW getting deleted. Am I right by saying that, Neil? PACW is the one getting deleted off the market. So PACW is getting deleted, and they're going to change the company name to PACW Bank Corp, I believe.
Yes.
They're going to merge like JP Morgan Chase or whatever and become one big, huge
regional
garbage crap bank.
Be nice, proudly.
I mean, dude, come on, man. I don't understand the banks in America. Like, how are there so many small regional banks and they just like randomly go bankrupt?
Well, to be fair, I mean, they were okay until this whole
No, they
financial
were
crisis. They were decent. They were decent.
Fair.
Right? You know, there's different perspectives. I completely understand what you're saying, though. What I do worry about these regional banks, man, they have exposure to commercial real estate. We are hurting in the commercial real estate game. You know what data point I just got about Toronto? Over 12% vacancy in commercial buildings downtown Toronto.
Yeah.
That doesn't compare to San Francisco.
COVID started that, though.
Yeah, but it kind of helped leapfrog it because of the whole hybrid thing.
Yeah.
Remember Maggie? She barely goes into the office. All
Yeah.
she does is just travel, and she's working from remotely. Anyway, the point is, we're not as bad as San Francisco, which has 30% vacancy downtown. That was like the heart of Silicon Valley, man. Everybody and their mother wanted to live there if you were in the tech game.
Right.
But now it's, you know what it's like there now. Anyway, this is a problem we're having, I believe, in most North American cities where there is a high degree of vacancy, relatively speaking, to previous years. And those, you know, the owners are going to have a problem but the debt holders, which are the banks, the regional small banks, are the ones financing a great majority of the C-class commercial. Now, let me iron that out a little bit. There's A-class commercial real estate, which are the new buildings, which have technology integrated and everything newer. And then you have the B, which is, you know, you could be upgraded to A with a little bit of expenditure. And then C is just that lower, you know, built in the 1960s, 70s type thing. That one is experiencing way more vacancy rates than the A and B. And those ones are going to give the majority of the problem. And those are the ones held by the majority of the small to mid-sized regional banks. And that's why I am concerned with that group. But specific with PacWest and California, Bank of California, I'm not sure exactly what their specific exposure is. But bad in Michigan too, says M. Mason. Yeah, this is the same problem in Australian capital cities, says Trish. Yes, it is a problem, and we are going to have to face it, and it is a reckoning that is coming. Whether or not, you know, a lot of these buildings can get transformed into residential, I hear from engineers that that's a lot easier said than done. We'll have to wait and see. All right, back to the market. Meta still trying to dance with that 298. Again, if you're just joining us, Meta reports after the bell. And if Google is any indication with respect to digital ad sales, which Meta relies on quite a bit, Meta will do well. We'll see, because it looks like digital ad spending creeping back up again as corporations spend more money. We saw that with cloud too, Bradley. Remember last year, cloud kind of the company stopped spending as much on cloud, and you saw reductions in Google Cloud, Azure, AWS, and now we're seeing companies start spending money on cloud again. So I think it's one of those similar type things, Bradley.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how they just picked the word cloud. Now my mind's kind of like racing. I was like, where do you get, like, I like it. I mean, cloud storage in the air, random places in a server. But yeah, my mind just got me in a different space. My ADD got me, that's all it is. Let's see what the market's doing at the moment. It is pulling down, ladies and gentlemen. VWAP rejection on the NASDAQ basket, down 0.72 on the day. S&P 500 down 0.26 on the day. And also pulling back below VWAP, and actually a little bit below VWAP. We're at 45.85 on the S&P 500 market. People in the chat talking about Snapchat. Snapchat held that $10 yesterday all throughout the after hours, and it did so again today off the open. So if you were able to dip by that $10 area, you're laughing, because this stock gave you beautiful SSR opportunities, as it does so every single earnings day. Every earnings day, the stock goes down, triggers SSR, and then bounces the rest of the day off of a level. So if you're seeing this happen, why not just simply trade it? I'll be honest, I tried to trade it. I tried to get into the $10 area. I was way too slow, way too hesitant a bunch of times, and missed the move, and I wasn't willing to punch in like 10.09, 10.10 areas. And then maybe I should have, right? Just punched in thousands of shares at 10.10, have that right up to 10.25, make that quick $100 or so, and get the hell out of there. But I was too scared. I was too scared of the trade, and I missed out on it. You know, no risk, no Rari. So Brampton busted this for me once again. So Snapchat over here, the successful hold of the $10 today. This guy's just loving my jokes today.
I am, man. You're in a good mood.
T-Doc, I just got stopped out on it. T-Doc, we added on that position over here. We got stopped out, and now it's going back through 28. So taking that profits out. Trade done on Teladoc, making a little bit of a run back to the north side. And the same thing for Tupperware. No positions on board now. We made some of our money back that we donated before going on the show. That is a rare event. That looks like the Mercury's in retrograde at the moment, because this is a very rare event. It's usually donating money on the show, but today we're making it, so let's go.
Chicago, I think we're misunderstanding each other. I think you think I'm talking about residential real estate because you're telling me about how much a one-bedroom costs. No. I'm not talking about residential real estate at all. I'm talking about commercial real estate, where offices are, where businesses are. That seems to be the issue. So I'm not speaking about residential real estate at all. I don't think we have a residential real estate problem either in this country or in the United States. I think that residential prices continue to rise even in the face of higher interest rates. At least that's the way it is in Toronto. I don't know about anywhere else, but yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because it looks like maybe we were just speaking about different things. So let's have a look here at these markets. A bit of a double bottom maybe here on the ES. Let's see. So it's 45.80. This is the level that I had on here as yesterday's low. Looks like we're right back at that level, Bradley, and we bounced off it a couple of times. 45.80 here, 45.80 here. You know, we're not really flying past it. We're at 45.84 at the moment, but it's interesting to see that yesterday's low is holding on the day. Let's see if buyers continue to step up here and pop up the indexes. I'm seeing a bit of a similar look on the NQ. It's just we have a higher, instead of a double bottom, you have a tilted, what is this? You have a tilted bottom of which is higher. So what I'm trying to say is, you know, if you have a double bottom, it looks like a W, but the right side V higher than the lower side V. And that usually is quite bullish, means that we're not getting to the lows. and buyers are stepping up at a higher price. So we'll see if big tech can continue or can echo this move here. We'll see. Let's see what else is being talked about in the chat. Let's see over here, anything going on. MK Raiden, can XBEV break out over VWAP? A long trade there. I haven't looked at XBEV today, to be honest with you. I know that it is moving on the news with Volkswagen. Let's have a look. 28.58% to the good at the moment on XBEV. It just broke above VWAP right now. So I see what you're saying. At 19 3/4, it held 19 quite well. So that dip into 19, you know, broke below it, but a perfunctory break, as probably loves when I say, $19 holds, and now we are up at that 19 3/4, reclaiming VWAP. This might be an interesting long. Shout out to you, MK Raiden, for this, because we are curling up here. It's just my only concern, look at the volume. On much lower volume, the volume is declining. And that scares me a little bit when we start moving up without the support in the volume. So we'll have to wait and see, but it is a good observation on your part, and I'll definitely put it on the side here. Let's take out Pack Dub and put XBEV. Oops. And we're going to watch XBEV here and to see what it does at these ranges. I like that. Angry Bear, Microsoft. Yes, sir. Microsoft headed south again. Here we go. Let's have a look at what Microsoft is doing. We got down into that 335.50, and this consolidation period held that. We're right back down again. Do we make a newer low? Is this going to be a flat bottom break, as Neil likes to say? Haha. Yeah, 334.50. That's the level. Let's see if we get down there. We're below VWAP. We're very negative on the day, 4.6% to the south side, having delivered earnings yesterday, and disappointing in their guidance is Microsoft. Still have to read a little bit about the call. I want to see what Satya Nadella had to say with respect to all the different facets here of their business. All right, back to TDOC. TDOC headed north. Again, it looks like it held, excuse me, that 2780-ish level. Not sure what that level's about. Wasn't one that I had earmarked here. In any event, it's pumping back up. And yeah, where are we at here in terms of indicators? The price action, see what it does at 25 1/4. We had a bit of a double bottom there at 25 1/4 before breaking down. So we'll see if that level comes back into play. Div says, waiting to short NEO, maybe tomorrow. XBEV, sympathy, no news. So NEO is the one without news. XBEV is the one with news. NEO is moving in sympathy. I think that's what you meant. Because XBEV has the catalyst with Volkswagen. All right, Tony Price.
You gotta say it right.
Pardon me?
You gotta say it right.
What do you mean?
Volkswagen.
Volkswagen, yes, you're right, Pradler. Tony Price, Sharif, 120 million is low volume. About which stock are you talking about? I'm not sure what he's talking about. I'm not sure.
Which 120 million?
Yeah. No,
which stock did 120 million today?
I'm not sure. Maybe just tag me again, Tony. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Bigfoot, Microsoft is a long-term stock. Hold it. Don't trade it. I know, my friend, but this is an intraday. I didn't say XBEV did low volume.
I guess they just heard
no,
wrong.
No. Sorry, yeah. Tony. I didn't say XBEV did low volume. No. I said with respect to the ascent, the pop up here on XBEV, what you're looking for is you want to see the move up followed by an increase in volume. You don't want divergence between price action and volume. You don't want price action going up and volume going down. That's not usually a recipe you want. I'm not saying on the day it's done low volume. I didn't mean it that. Let's look here at what everybody else is talking about. Yeah, Bigfoot, with respect to holding it, no, we're an intraday trading show. We can't hold anything after 4 o'clock. So all the trades that we take are all intraday, and we have to think.
Intraday dating show?
Trading.
That's what ScarJo Rabbit
Saad Mohammed. I personally like the short on XBEV on the 20 level. Okay, respect that. Let's have a look at what you mean. So yes, there is a period of consolidation here that we danced at 20 before we broke below VWAP. Let's see what the price action brings. I have it on my side chart here to keep an eye on it. MK Raiden, XBEV could not break this time. All right, we'll see. I mean, it's just retracing into VWAP. It needs to make a newer low for, you know, the trade to be over here. If it's in a consolidative state where it's kind of dancing between 19 3/4 and 19. Then you maybe you get some volume high when we go into the more liquid part of the day. So let's see what happens there. And yeah, TUP making a move off 180, says Nick W. Bradley. No
I'm
go?
off it. I'm not touching it again. I'm a hit and run type of guy, right? I don't call my exes once I'm done with them. I leave them in the ditch. I'm not friends with my exes like Sharif, okay? I'm not in a ditch like dead or anything. I didn't mean it like that. But I don't talk to him anymore. Okay, that's my ex-girl now. I don't talk to Tupperware. Maybe tomorrow I'll call her, but not today. If there's another setup in there, I'll trade it. I just don't like the setup. That's all I'm saying. All jokes aside, I just don't like the setup on it right now. Disney, though, someone in the chat talking about Disney. Can I take a look at Disney? Yeah, for sure. I mean, Disney is. I read an article actually on the way to work today. Bryan Cranston. Is it Cranston or Cranston? Cranston? Yeah, Bryan Cranston, the guy from Breaking Bad. He was actually apparently giving out a speech at these rallies or strikes and so on. And he specifically picked Bob Iger's name in that speech. Ooh. He said, Bob Iger, we're not going to let you take away our dignity. We're not going to let you use AI and make money off of us and a bunch of other things in there. So I found it very interesting how he picked specifically no other name but Bob Iger. So Disney's getting really targeted over here by the strike. And immediately, yeah, look at that article over there. You can see Disney slams Disney's Bob Iger, artificial intelligence, devil, and so on over there, coming in big articles, blaming Disney, blaming the movie industry and everything across the board that the Writers Guild Association is struggling with, right? So that guild wants to go to war over here. Apparently, the last time the Guild Association went on strike was in 1976 or something crazy long time ago. And all that did was bring in like the basic stuff like healthcare, pension, and everything. So them going to war right now, they're expecting a big change in the movie industry. They want a lot more stuff to come in, especially they want AI regulations. They don't want people to just be able to rip off your whole face because they have a catalog of data.
You have an image. You have the right to your image, though, no?
Like, but the way they're talking, it sounds like it doesn't. And honestly, if you watch South Park, right? If you watch South Park, I think they recently had an episode where these artists get basically ripped off by this fake Netflix, right? This fake Netflix. Oh, it wasn't South Park. It was actually Black Mirror. So I'll shut up before I ruin it. But it's AI. This company basically uses AI to rip off content creators. We're not that far out from doing that.
Yeah,
man.
I know. What I've seen.
When you read your phone and you're signing up for a new email or whatever, you being a lawyer, do you actually read all those things?
No,
you hit
who's
consent.
Bro? Of course.
Let's say tomorrow Netflix just makes you hit consent. They're now going through your phone. They're pulling out all your info through your phone because you just hit consent.
Pump the brakes. There's regulations instituted about, there's privacy stuff. You know about that. There's all these privacy statutes coming in.
Are we talking about privacy? We're talking about privacy.
Are we not?
Not real life. We're talking about privacy.
What is this?
What does Zuckerberg think about privacy, bro?
I know, but look, he's under the microscope now. I mean, you don't really want to do that.
Microscope is
and you saw what Apple did to him. They cut him off from the tracking. So there's stuff coming in. But I hear your point completely. You make absolute sense. If you don't stop them in their tracks, they'll keep taking more ground. You have to institute regulations in order to control that.
So the Guild Association wants that. Actors want it. They don't want to get robbed out of their image and so on. So Disney over here still struggling. But Netflix, I think, kind of holding up, man, because of their international business that they got going. They don't have to worry about the North American industry until it gets back alive, I guess, right? Because they can go pump out amazing TV shows from the Korean industry, from the Indian industry. The Bollywood industry on Netflix is booming at the moment. It's insane.
Egypt too. The MENA, Middle Eastern North Africa.
That's what they call it, MENA? Okay, that's pretty cool.
Middle Eastern North Africa, yeah. They are spending crazy amounts of money. Netflix, I'm talking about, to hire the top actors there. They're outbidding the Egyptian studios, which, if you understand the way the Middle East works, most of the movies that come out are from Egypt. It's just the way it is. It's kind of like the Bollywood of the Middle East, right? Other places are catching up and stuff, but in general, that's what it is. And they're being outbid because they can't compete against American companies. Netflix coming there with Big Boy. Yeah, of course.
Big Bang take Little Bank.
Absolutely. Nicole, shout out to Hotlanta. Thanks for the $2 super chat. Nicole, apps. Request access to API, given all your info for API. Yeah, you're not wrong, Nicole. I know that if you don't check these companies in their tracks, they'll take more ground. I don't disagree with Pradley on that. I just feel that there is some safety nets here. It's not a free-for-all. But, all right.
It's FFA all day, baby. Free for all day.
Nollywood, what's Nollywood?
Nollywood, I guess Nigerian movie industry. I'm guessing.
That's North Africa, guys. I'm not talking about sub-Saharan Africa. I'm talking about North Africa. And so MENA is Middle East and North Africa. That's what it's called. I'm not even talking about anything else. Just talking about that region. What else we got here? Pradley, where are we at? TDOC pumping back up into 2820. Wait, WW.
Oh, wow, really? 2820?
Yeah, it's at 2820 at the moment. What else we got?
Oh, that's a good short again.
Yeah, what else we got here? Sorry, I'm just having a look to see what's moving. NVIDIA's, look, I mean, I know it's down 1.2%, but look at this double bottom. It's kind of interesting, especially if we do get a move here in the future, especially on the NQ. Anyway, NVIDIA double bottom, now approaching VWAP at that 452 level. A new high comes vis-a-vis a 452 and a third break. That would be a higher low and a higher high here. Still far below that 456.80 we closed at yesterday. So keeping an eye on big tech, keeping an eye on these intraday stocks that are running on the day like WW and XPEV and TDOC and the like, Pradley. What is going on with this thing here? Making me crazy. Yeah, what do you got over there, Pradley?
I'm just debating if I want to short Teladoc right now around this 50 period, 100 period EMA on the 1 minute chart. But if you're looking at on the 5 minute or the 3 minute, don't like the confluence. I mean, there is no confluence over there. We're above the 50 period on the 3 minute. We're above the 50 period on the 5 minute. We're actually bouncing in front of the VWAP / 50 period on the 5 minute and actually took profits at the low that moved there. So I'm pretty happy with my exits. I'm just wondering if there is a possible short back down here. I don't like to trade off the 1 minute, but if we do push back below the EMAs over here on the 1 minute time period, there could be something here. But hey, you're seeing the channel be created. We're creating higher lows, higher highs. We're marching back to the north side, and I think I just saved myself from losing some money over here on trying to re-short this trade. But let's see what happens. Does it have the move, the strength, the willpower, or the buyers? That's all it takes at the end of the day. Does it have the buyers to push back towards the high day and go test that 29 area? Currently up 24%. Tupperware, like I said, not liking the trade, and also not someone who trades off the 1 minute, like I said just a second ago. But that pretty much looks like a head and shoulders on the 1 minute, doesn't it, Sharif?
Yes.
Left shoulder, right shoulder, head. So that could really pump to the downside. And if that's the case, I don't really want to be invested on the long. Look, my long trade was very simple. It was taking the breakout, having fun with the breakout, and then if the breakout doesn't work, walking away from it. I don't see a setup in it at the moment, so I don't have a trade for Tupperware for you guys or for myself.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Willis Edition, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. The message says no such thing as sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not really sure exactly. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Neil says you're wrong. Just, giving it for a descriptor. Let's just put it that way, okay, with respect to region. That's all that is. All right, let's see what else is moving here. Pradley, you brought up TDOC. I'm just trying to see what's done volume. Nicola, what is going on with Nicola today? Up almost 10%. Let's see. Look here. This one got hurt real bad, you'll recall, last month and again on Monday as its hydrogen truck caught fire again. But they said that they were, there was no injuries and then they were put it out and We'll see. There's the move down. It was at 230. Sorry, yeah. Was that yesterday or the day before? Jeez, man, all the days blend in. Make a long story short, we sold off. We held $2 though. $2 was a good level. We started the day off at 203. Sorry, we closed the day off yesterday at 203. And we opened up today at 210 with a high of 227 up to 222 right now above VWAP. So interesting look here on Nikola, up 9.29% on Nikola. No news today. Well, just let me make sure here that there's no news on this name. On the day, no. Industrial movers. Nikola pushes ahead with the hydrogen truck launch despite Musk's skepticism. In case you're wondering what he's talking about, Elon Musk is documented in an interview of saying the best case scenario for hydrogen-fueled cars, and this is trucks, but I'm talking about cars, is where EVs were already at the time the interview was given. And we haven't gotten the best case scenario of hydrogen. That's his position, whether you agree with him or not, different story, but that's what this is referring to. Musk has been highly skeptical of hydrogen. Here's what it says. Nikola is aiming to introduce its hydrogen fuel cell electric truck this quarter. The Nikola Tray, what is this called? TRE, Tray, hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle in May. Nikola said it has received orders for 140 hydrogen fuel cell trucks. These trucks have a maximum range of 500 miles and can provide up to 536 horsepower and has a fuel time of 20 minutes or less. Not bad. We know EVs a little bit longer than that. I'm not going to read the rest of the article, but that's what the look is on Nikola today. We'll see how they fare the rest of the day, but up 9.11%, showing up on my scanner. What's up?
No, we were just Googling Nollywood, and Fabian and I were having a little fun with it. It's Nigerian Hollywood.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
so I did get it
You were
right
right.
over there.
Nice, man.
Nigerian Hollywood. Do you know what Tollywood is?
Tollywood. Okay, let me think. What starts with a T?
You won't get it. If you're thinking it that way, you won't get it.
Then I won't get it. All right, tell me.
Tollywood is Telugu movies, and
That's
Telugu.
Filipino.
Nope.
No?
That's Tagalog.
Tagalog. Oh, I was close, man. Give me
So
a break,
Telugu
man.
is my native language in India.
yeah?
Yeah, it's my native language. My mom's mother tongue, as they call it,
Very
right?
cool.
So it's Telugu, and then you have Bollywood,
Yeah.
which is all over India, which is the Indian
Yeah,
version.
you have a lot of dialects in India,
Exactly.
right? Yeah. I
So
know,
each dialect has its
Right.
own wood of some sort. So we're all hanging out in our woods, in our neck of woods and so on, and we're having fun. Tell it.
Praddy Wood. Someone wrote in the chat.
I call
There
it
is,
Planet
baby.
Prad, baby. I call it Planet Prad. I go there every Friday, and I come back every Sunday night. So, I go on a nice little vacation, Planet Prad, take the nice little spaceship and just enjoy on there. Where do you go on the weekends?
Where do I go on the weekends? I don't know. I don't go to the same place every weekend. But
That's good.
yeah, what did I do? Well, I was on vacay last weekend. What am I doing this weekend? Absolutely nothing,
about your vacay.
because I spent way too much money.
Thankfully, you make it all in the market every day.
I don't make nearly that much.
Thankfully, you make it all in the market every day. Did you learn any fancy Hawaiian words or anything?
I did a few, right? But what I learned more is how to pronounce the words that you read. So
Okay.
you're supposed to, number one, slow down how quickly you say the words, because
Okay.
that's how it's said on the island. Number two, you're really supposed to pronounce the vowels. Really give
I'm bad at that. I can't do vowels.
Look, so it's Hawaii, right? Like you see
My
your-
V's and my W's are horrible.
Yeah, I know.
People usually don't know that I have an accent until I start talking about my V's and my W's, and they're like, whoa, 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 repeat what you just said. And then they're like, wait, were you born here? I was like, no, I was not born
You
here.
came pretty late in your life, and for someone who
13
did,
years old or
you
so.
don't have an accent.
But
tell
if
you
I
the
say
truth,
my
yeah.
V's and my W's, it comes in.
A
So
little
for
bit,
me,
yeah,
the
yeah, a
vowels
little
are
bit.
come in trouble. But go ahead, what you're saying, story. So you really pronounce your
Really,
A-E-I-O-U's?
the vowels in
Okay.
general. Yeah, you really got to pronounce the vowels, slow down, pronounce the vowels. But there's a bunch of, like, there's obviously mahalo, aloha, and then there's one about, like, your I forget the name of it. Anyway, not really, bro. Not really. I was more taking in,
Hawaii.
yeah, taking in the sights. All right, let's get to the chat here. Nick Dubb, $5 super chat. Thanks very much, Nick. What are your thoughts on Lyft
Shaka,
here?
bro.
Looks like there is a ton of room here. for a move north. Sure, I'll get to that in 1 second. Jay Lee, UTSI has popped up. Any further move possible? Any second level info you can share? I'll look at that one in a sec. So let's go Lyft first. Let's have a look at what Lyft is doing today. Is Lyft doing anything? Oh, Lyft is up 3 2/3%. And what is it doing today? Why? Nothing yet. Nothing from... Okay, so it was maintained by Jefferies yesterday with a hold with a price target of 11. That's the latest news that I got on Lyft. That came in yesterday with a maintain. All right, what's the daily look like? I'm assuming this is what you're talking about, Nick, to the fact that there's a bit of a gap from that move south back in Feb when we dropped from the $18 level is where we had closed at. I'm assuming that was earnings. This is probably the earnings day here. And yeah, $8 we bounced off of late May, making a higher low here in early July at 950, and then again today pumping up back into 12. What's the range? So we've broken out of the range that we made since February. We've been at, yeah, so the last few days we've been breaking the ranges we've made earlier in the year since mid-Feb. 1250, where do we have the next level of resistance? Maybe that 1350 over here that we touched up in November, but yeah. I mean, I don't know anything fundamentally about what this company's been doing. I guess we'll have to wait until they report next to really kind of understand what's going on there. So good luck on the chart with these higher lows, but very much still in a consolidative state. Let's have a look at what this UTSI is doing. UTSI. All right. Okay, what is this? Provides broadband product solution services to the company delivers okay. All right. What is this chart over here? Interesting. Wide ranges, but when you zoom out a little bit, you know that the range is actually quite tight. It's essentially 3 to the south and 5 to the north, and that's been the case since July 22nd of July 2022, excuse me. I don't know anything about this company. Jay, you want to apprise me of it? Because it's not one that's flown in front of my radar today. It's only done 5,500 shares, and the 5-year average is 3,400 shares. So don't know too much about it. Let me know. But yeah, from a technical perspective, how can I analyze this? I mean, the only thing I can really see here, to be honest with you, is if you had a downtrend, you've broken the downtrend, right? So if you started early Jan, where we started at the $5 mark, and we kept making a series of lower highs and lower lows, well, that trend was broken not too long ago here in mid to early July. It's the best I can give you on that one, my friend. All right, let's see what else is going on. Thoughts on Ford for Thursday. Interesting. Ford is always one of those ones where we are desperate to hear how they're doing. Proudly putting thumbs down. He's not a fan. Let's have a look at Ford's chart. Ford did.
I'm actually a big fan, though. Don't get me wrong.
You are?
Because I think they're going to be killing the Red Bull team in 2026. So I'm a big fan. I love it.
I like how you brought it from that angle.
I love it. Yeah. Let's go Ford.
Yeah, Ford. Look, it's from a technical perspective. You're stuck within a range. Ford to me is tradable more on the fundamentals as a swing than it is on an intraday. I've never traded Ford intraday ever in my life. I know a lot of guys here do. It hasn't been that case for me. I really want to see what Ford is going to do. And we know last time they reported, they talked about breaking the company into 3 segments. They called Ford Blue for the traditional ICE engines, and there's Ford EV or whatever they're calling it. And then I think they have their commercial segment or trucks or something like that. I know they broke it into 3, just not exactly sure which one the third is. But the point is, let's see how they've done with expansion of their EV production, because that's where they're focusing the majority of their energy on. The sad thing is, though, the department or the section that's making money is still the ICE engine, the Ford Blue. That's what's making money. They're selling. It's the best-selling car, the Ford F-150, best-selling vehicle in the United States. And so it's not easy just to drop what's making you money, right? So We shall see how Ford does. I don't have a technical look on Ford, though. Ford, for me, is more of a fundamental play. Reliable Rudy, Lucid 7, hold was legit. Let's have a look at Lucid. Haven't looked at that one today. I know Rivian was running earlier. Lucid up 3 1/3. Let's look at the intraday look here on Lucid. Okay, big move up in the opening range breakout up to 729. And then you have a 7 retrace and a 7 hold. I mean, broke it by a couple of pennies here to the sell side, but definitely 7 acting as a level of resistance. 711, is where VWAP is. We're at 707 at the moment. Let's reclaim VWAP, and then maybe we can talk about a north side move on this one. Show Bradley's screen.
Is this happening in T minus 15 minutes or what?
My goodness.
Is
Is that
happening?
AI? It's got to be AI.
Probably.
Like, look at this.
T
Cool,
minus
Papa.
15 minutes. You think
Yes,
it's
sir.
happening?
Yes, sir.
You think the printer's getting turned on or turned off?
So by printer turned on, you mean hold?
Upside.
Upside. But the printer doesn't get turned on if you go upside. The printer gets turned off.
No,
Money
like
gets more
stonks only
expensive.
go up, right? So printer turning on meaning stonks are going up.
I see what you're saying. I
Printer
thought-
turning off means stonks going down.
I thought you were talking about adding more liquidity into the market.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I thought you meant.
So you think printer gets turned on or printer gets
I
turned
think
off?
we've priced in the 25 basis point hike, though, right? Hasn't
So
the market
it's sell the
digested it?
news event?
No.
But what if he says something like,
That's the thing.
we will pause or no more needed?
Here's what I'm looking for, Bradley. I want to see how long he says we stay elevated for. That's the thing. Are we going to start seeing, early 2024? Do we start seeing rate cuts? When do they start showing some, giving here? And what will be interesting for that is the dot plot. So each member of the FOMC.
The voting members? Yeah.
Yes. Well, I don't know if it's just voting members
Okay.
or all the members,
Okay.
okay? But what they do is they show where they think interest rates are going, and I don't
Right.
know how far they look. How far do they look, guys, for the dot plot? How far into the future do they look like a year or something like that? Chat, if you know, fact check me on that and tag me, please. But what they do is they show where they think interest rates are going to be on the year.
Okay.
So I try to look at that and see, okay, well, where are the majority of them thinking it's going to be? Sometimes you get a pattern, sometimes it's just all over the place. So we'll have to wait and see. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, last few times they've been, at least Powell has been, in Europe, talking about the market, talking about interest rates. He was pretty adamant on needing 2 more interest rate hikes. So if he says,
Yes.
hey, 1 and done, then more upside, right? But if he says, no, we need more than 2, then more downside, right? I mean, not more, that's downside in general.
Yeah.
So if he just says, I think we need 2, but we're going to start off with 1, pause, and then assess how things go on, I think the market might like that. We have to see how what happens overall. End of the day, you just have to wait for the, the actual market to show you which direction they want to pump in. Are the buyers here? Are the sellers here? And then at 2:30, you have the fishing pole with the carrot hanging at the end of it. The media holding that fishing pole, baiting Papa Powell with questions, trying to see if he can take a snap at that carrot, right? So hopefully Powell doesn't get baited and the money printer gets turned on and we all get to make a ton of money because stonks only go up.
Bigfoot said he's going to raise to 10%.
Bigfoot's not real, bro.
I know. Well, yeah, I know, right? I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think he kind of wants to be a little bit of the Paul Volcker, but I don't think he's going to get Paul Volcker rates going. That's just kind of how I see it there. I think there's a growing body of, I don't want to call it knowledge. It's not. It's an opinion, essentially, saying that the governments that, house these central banks, so the U.S. government or the Canadian government in the Bank of Canada's case, can't afford these these prolonged levels, high interest. I can't even talk. These prolonged durations of high levels of interest because they have to pay interest on their debt, and the debts of these companies keep growing. I have to mention how big the United States debt is. The Canadian balance sheet is obviously very skewed as well. So the longer rates stay high, the more these governments have to continue to spend taxpayer money just paying the interest on these loans. So it just becomes an untenable situation. So we'll have to wait and see, Bradley. But Yep, we're ending the show about 5 minutes early today. We're gonna send you up to Brendo and the Big Kahunas. They're gonna be coming on at 1:55 as we are expecting the release of whether or not we're gonna get an interest rate hike at 2 o'clock. Oh, we're getting it, Brendo says. We're getting it. And if the market has any thing to say about that 99.8% chance vis-a-vis the FOMC rate tool, the Fed rate tool, says that we are going to get it as well. So, Sharif Gobriel, Bigfoot, I just want to buy cheap stonks. All right, brother. Wish you all the best. Let's see here. Rate hike coming in 100%. Yeah, sure. That is exactly right. What positions?
How are you
y'all got
seeing
open on?
Bigfoot messages and I don't see them? Bigfoot's really not real, bro. Where are you seeing this Bigfoot username? Oh, I finally saw the username. Okay. I've been searching for like so long. It's like, where is this username named Bigfoot? I was like, yo, Bigfoot's not real, bro. But I finally see the username. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I really don't have much to add in addition to that, Bradley. But all right, let's see what's moving now before we send you off. Boeing making another move to the high side, Bradley, holding that 228 level. Boeing been
Market
good.
bouncing.
Yeah, Boeing's been good on the day, guys. Here it is, holding 228, and here we come back into 228 and change. Yeah, 228 and 3/4 here on Boeing. The volume really starting to pick up. So we'll see what we get there. The NQ as well, continuing to hold that higher low position at that 15,550, now up to 15,564. Still not doing much, guys. I mean, the market is in this wait and see state to see what is going to be talked about by Fed Chair Powell, and obviously to make comparisons between what the FOMC statement says versus what it said last time. Again, I talked about this at the top of the show. They release a statement with the Fed rate decision. And oftentimes what analysts and market participants do is they look for additions of words or removals of words or removals of statements or sentences to kind of gauge where the Fed is going. So that's the look there, and that comes in exactly 9 minutes as we have just gotten to 151. Jay Lee, Sharif, why not short some KRE just in case? Good R&R. Hey, man, KRE, there you go. So let's pull that up. Regional banks, baby. Regional banks, they've been good. You played KRE for a while, didn't you?
What good R&R? What are we talking about here?
Go for it, Bradley.
What are we talking? What good R&R? Okay, so if you're short here, right where the stock is currently or ETF is currently trading, where's your stop for the day? Somewhere up here? What's your profit target? Somewhere down here? That sounds like a 1:1 to me. That does not look like a good trade. You want to hunt for 2, 3, 4, 5 R trades, right? Because that way, for every, 3, 4 losers you have, 1 win makes up for it. I talked about a couple of days ago how I had 7 losers in 1 good trade. And that 1 trade basically made my whole day, and I ended positive on the day, and it was a pretty good day for me. For example, today I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stocks traded, 3 real losers. 1, 2, 3, 4 trades flat, and then 3 winners. And that 2 winners that I have on board make up for my 3 losers, and I'm pretty good sitting pretty on the day too. I'm liking my day, and I'm happy with it. So that's what you want to aim for. That 1:1 risk to reward does not look good for me, and especially you're asking to short a stock to Sharif, kind of looks like a double top or somewhat of a move over here. It could pay you out, but the easier trend trade over here is to the long side because WAL, good earnings report. PACW halted to the downside on what looked like a negative report but came out positive at the end of the day, and they're trading to the higher side overall. So I would urge people to not short KRE here, but once again, trade your own book. If you see a setup over there, go for it. I just don't think that's a good R2R trade.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Groupon. For some reason, this is up 10 1/3 today with absolutely no news catalyst that I can see. If there's one that you guys know about, I'd love to hear it. But as I check Float Checker here, looks like the range of the short float is about 35%. You have FinViz here, and TD Ameritrade, both with 18.4, but Morningstar, the Wall Street Journal, and Yahoo Finance all saying that it's in the 35% range. That's ample. So maybe this is as a result of a short squeeze because I can't find anything here on someone's calling me on Groupon. recession tell?
I saw that too. That's hilarious.
What?
Recession tell
Yeah,
Groupon?
yeah.
And the Groupon's going?
For
Are we
sure.
recession?
Yeah, I'll use Groupon in non-recessionary times, baby. I'm thrifty. All right, what else we got here? T-Doc. Let's look at T-Doc. This was, okay, back up to 28.30, proudly holding that 28, but not really. Oh, sorry. Let me just pull this up here. Where is this T-Doc? There we go.
Surprised
Pumping
no
back up.
position with Fed coming out like us. I mean, that's
I've
the
had
most
3 trades
logical
on the
thing
day.
to do, honestly. If you ask me, with the Fed numbers coming out, the most logical thing to do is not be in a position and get into a position based on how the numbers come out, so you don't get wiped out. But there's different trading setups for different people, right? With our shutdown systems over here, it's easier for us to trade that way. But for you, it might be easier to, like, you know, hold the stock and see if it goes in your move, and if it doesn't go in your move, you just punch out. I'm sure Neil and Sean and them might have positions, or they'll get into positions when the number comes out. I think Sharif is going to close us out, so
Yes,
see you
sir.
guys later.
Yes, sir. So we are going to send you to the big desk because we're going to take you early today. Fed decision comes out 2 o'clock. Max and I and Prad and I, we will be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, about 5 minutes to go here before we get quarter point hike from Fed Chair Powell. The most important thing is going to come 30 minutes after that then when we get the press conference from